I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776, The Power of Insects. After the head was engulfed by the white flame column, the two pincers of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion froze instantly, and as the Xuanming mirror rotated, the white flame column swept all the way from head to tail. When it finally dissipated, the two-tailed amethyst scorpion was actually completely sealed by the transparent black ice, unable to move at all. Great. Successfully sealed this monster insect. Next, as long as we send it to the Xuanming cold prison, it will be safe. With the cheers of the disciples of the Xiaoji Palace on the city wall, a cold wind whistled out from the beaming mirror, wrapped the huge ice in the air, and was about to send it to the cold prison under the ice city. However, at this moment, thick purple mist floated out from one of the scorpion tails of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion, and soon eroded some space. Then, the scorpion tail shook, and the large piece of ice around it was smashed to pieces. This lightning-fast repetition was repeated several times, and his two scorpion pincers also moved slightly. The monk who controlled the cold wind also saw that the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion was about to escape, and immediately dared not send it to the ice prison again, otherwise it would make a fuss in the ice prison, and release the monsters and monks suppressed in it, which would be even more inappropriate. As soon as the cold wind withdrew, the two scorpion claws of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion suddenly clamped up, and then used force to close in the middle, and the whole huge ice broke apart. The cheers on the city wall came to an abrupt end. After escaping, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion flashed, and instantly escaped to the top of the white spirit cover. A purple spiritual light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion became 10 times larger, and the huge insect body of more than 200 feet long slammed heavily on the top of the spirit cover. Before the old man surnamed Luo who controlled the formation could react, its two huge scorpion claws knocked down together. Bai Yaoi and Renbi, who had just come out of Baining Pavilion, happened to see the monstrous power of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. With a loud bang, the white spiritual shield dimmed again, and the entire ice city was shaking violently. Where did this vicious insect come from? It actually consumed 30% of the spiritual power of the formation in one attack. Renbi knew his own business. Although the ice city's protective formation can use spiritual stones to replenish spiritual power, it also takes some time. In the interval between each attack of the vicious insect overhead, the ice city formation can only recover 10% of its spiritual power, which means that the entire formation can't hold on for a few times. No, we must go to help senior brother Luo, otherwise all the disciples in the outer palace will be gone. Bai Yaoi came to her senses, and immediately said with a serious face, although in the plan of the palace master Liu, the disciples of the outer palace were originally cannon fodder, they were not all given to the demon clan to be slaughtered in one go. Most of the elite disciples still had to retreat to the void spirit hall. But now the formation obviously can't hold the vicious insect for long. Even if they retreat immediately, I'm afraid that only 1/10 or 1/12 of the disciples who can survive will be alive. In this case, Bai Yaoi felt that she should try her best to prevent this from happening. Junior Sister Bai, you are crazy. Our mission is to guard the Void Spirit Hall. If you disobey the orders of the Palace Master now, you may not be able to help, and may even disrupt the Palace Master's arrangements. You can't go. Renbi really felt the power of the fierce insects above his head. He didn't want Bai Yaoi to die. Brother N, go to the Void Spirit Hall first. If you see the Palace Master, tell him that I will be there soon. Bai Yaoi was not discussing with Renbi. When she said this, she had already made up her mind. No, Junior Sister Bai, I can't let you go. Renbi was also stubborn. She stood in front of Bai Yaoi to stop her. Get down. Suddenly, a roar full of spiritual power resounded through the sky. The double-tailed purple crystal scorpion lying on the top of the spirit cover seemed to be pulled by a huge force and rolled down from the hemispherical spirit cover on its back. The panicked monks of Xianji Palace looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure outside the formation glaring at the insect demon who had regained his balance. Late nascent soul. It's a senior in the late nascent soul. Is it the Great Elder who has come out of retreat? It's not the Great Elder, it's a strange senior, presumably the foreign aide invited by the palace master. Looking at the monk of Xianji Palace who had rekindled his hope, Luo Hong's mouth twitched slightly. He was originally an evil star who came to destroy the family. How could he suddenly become a savior? Damn. It's all this beast's fault. Can't you stop? If you can't swallow it, you actually caused such trouble for me. You know, Luo Hong is carrying the mission of traveling to the Sky Kunpeng. If he delays the time to go to the Chaos Star Sea, he will definitely suffer. The two-tailed purple crystal scorpion clamped its claws, and although it was extremely furious, it did not attack Luo Hong. Obviously, the power of the blood band still deeply affected the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. As long as the problem of its Yuanshan was solved, Luo Hong might be able to regain control. Even if it was controlled by the killing intent, it did not use more power than the spirit transformation. It can be seen that under the turbid evil spirit, its own soul should have some rationality. It is not difficult to purify these evil spirits, but the process is very painful. After all, these evil spirits have become part of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion's soul. Removing them is tantamount to scraping the bone to cure the poison. In the end, we still have to use force to control it first. After a secret analysis, Luo Hong no longer wasted time. With a wave of his right palm, he sacrificed the Rakshasa ghost hand, which turned into a 100-foot ghost claw, and pressed it towards the carapace of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. Seeing the ghost claw attacking, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion could no longer control its ferocity, and opened its scorpion claws to clamp the ghost claw. Neither side gave in, and soon they collided with each other. At the moment of contact, Luo Hong's brows could not help but frown, and he secretly exclaimed that the other party was very strong. Although he did not use the law of force, he also exerted 70% to 80% of the power of his physical body, magic power and Rakshasa ghost hand, but he was blocked by the two scorpion pincers of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. The flying purple striped scorpion was already extremely powerful, and now it has evolved into a two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. It is not surprising that the power of the insect body has increased a lot. Luo Hong quickly accepted this point. After focusing his eyes, he not only exerted his full strength, but also added the power of heaven and earth. Under the pressure of this sudden increase in power, the two pincers of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion suddenly bent, and the body was pressed to the ground. After a few breaths, there was a loud dong sound, and the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion was pressed firmly on the frozen ground by Luo Hong. Anyway, this guy has thick skin and flesh, so Luo Hong is not afraid of hurting it. Just as Luo Hong was about to cast a spell to destroy the evil spirits of the dead monsters, a finger on his right palm suddenly felt a tingling sensation. The two-tailed amethyst scorpion below was still resisting, and its two scorpion claws were actually clamped into the Rakshasa ghost hand. The Rakshasa ghost hand, which had never been damaged since it was refined, was defeated by the scorpion claws. You evil beast. Luo Hong's heart was suddenly filled with anger, and the law of force was instantly added to it, causing its legs to bend immediately, and its entire body was completely pressed to the ground, unable to move. The Rakshasa ghost hand was a magic weapon refined by Luo Hong himself. Although it was not a magical treasure that could reach the sky, it had been used frequently over the years, and had already developed some feelings for it. Now that a small loss was in the hands of his own spiritual insect, Luo Hong was angry and depressed, and had to vent. After being completely suppressed, the two scorpion tails of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion were still a little restless, and they were eager to give the Rakshasa ghost hand a blow many times, but they took it back at the last moment every time. Even now, is the power of the blood band still controlling the two scorpion tails? It seems that the two scorpion tails are the most powerful means of this guy. After discovering this, Luo Hong did not want to try the two scorpion tails out of curiosity. The trip to the Chaos Star Sea must be foolproof. Then, he moved his mind and the power of the soul-destroying curse poured down. Suddenly, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion screamed loudly because of the severe pain of the Yuanshan. Its roar could stagnate the mana of a person. Only the mana was pure enough to resist it. However, even Luo Hong could not ignore it completely at this time. If he was attacked by it, there would still be a moment of gap. It is hard to imagine how desperate it would be if the two scorpion tails attacked at the same time in this moment of gap. Fortunately, I'm its master. In the attic of the formation I have the Ice City formation. The three old men surnamed Luo and Bei Yaoi and Renbi who followed closely all watched the images outside the city through a formation in the room. Junior Sister Bei, do you really know this fellow Taoist? Renbi looked at the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion twitching and howling under the hands of the Rakshasa ghost, and couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. She couldn't believe that her junior sister knew such a powerful person. Bei Yaoi's expression was not calm at this time. She had just tried to go outside the formation to help, but as soon as she approached within 10 miles, she felt that her magic power was as heavy as if it was wrapped in lead water, and she was scared and immediately gave up the idea. I once met this fellow Taoist in Kunwu Mountain, but I didn't communicate with him at that time. It was only a few days ago when fellow Taoist Han came to visit. I accidentally asked about this person, and then I learned that this person was actually fellow Taoist Han's senior brother. At that time, fellow Taoist Han said that his senior brother Luo's magical power was far better than his, and I didn't believe it. Now it seems that I underestimated these geniuses. Bei Yaoi said with a complicated mood. Although she was a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, she felt that there was a world of difference between herself and Luo Hong outside the formation. Since he is the senior brother of that Daoist Han, I think he is indeed a friend, not an enemy. After the old man surnamed Lu nodded, he continued to say to the old man in blue and the one-eyed old woman, Junior brother Zhao, junior sister Wang, the Ice City formation cannot be defended. You two should quickly organize the disciples in the city to retreat in two groups. One group will retreat to the Void Spirit Hall, and the other group will retreat to the 100,000 Frost Land and try to deal with the army of monsters. I will stay here to meet Daoist Luo, and when he subdues the insect monster, I will take him to meet the palace master. The old man in blue and the one-eyed old woman had no objection to the arrangement of the old man surnamed Lu. Although the 100,000 Frost Land is not geographically advantageous, it is vast enough to easily deal with monsters. Although the Void Spirit Hall has many restrictions and a strong guard force, it is also the focus of the monster clan's attack, and is destined to be a bloody millstone. After the two Yuanying elders from the outer palace left, the old man surnamed Lu looked at Bei Yaoi and said, Junior sister Bei, please stay here, and welcome fellow Daoist Luo with me. Chapter 777. Make the best of a mistake. Brother Lu, what about me? Renbi subconsciously didn't want to be separated from Bei Yaoi, so he asked shamelessly. Why are you still here? You don't care about the orders of the palace master? Why don't you go to guard the Void Spirit Hall? The old man surnamed Lu was a master of formations in Xianaji Palace. He had a high status and a bad temper. Seeing Renbi's ignorance, he immediately shouted rudely. It's brother Lu. Renbi's face froze, but he didn't dare to talk back to brother Lu. He had to look at Bei Yaoi and said, Sister Bei, please take good care of yourself. I'll wait for you in the Void Spirit Hall. Bei Yaoi had enough experience in dealing with Renbi's persistence for hundreds of years. She didn't even look at him and ignored him silently. Renbi was not annoyed, but smiled and turned into a beam of light and left. After a bone scraping and poison treatment, Luo Hong killed all the evil spirits on the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion's soul and immediately restored its clarity. Sensing the emotion of 70% flattery and 30% grievance coming from this guy, Luo Hong knew that this trouble was over. The magical power of Farsha and Xiangdi could no longer be maintained when it was halfway through destroying the evil spirit. Luo Hong looked at the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion that had returned to its original size and was lying on the ground sickly. He flipped his palm and sacrificed the spirit beast bag and put it in. After hanging the spirit beast bag back on his waist, Luo Hong put his right palm in front of him and looked at the two small gaps on the side of his index finger. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He didn't have any extra ghost face silk on hand, so he couldn't really repair this treasure. He could only let the surrounding silk fill the gaps. although doing so would make the gaps disappear. From now on, these two places would become the weak points of the Rakshasa ghost hand, similar to the existence of a weak point. If it is seen through by a cultivator of the same level, this treasure will most likely be lost. We will slowly think of a way later. Now we must break this protective formation according to the agreement. Luo Hong shook his head and put down his right hand. The palm immediately changed from black to normal flesh color. However, just as he flew in front of the white light shield, an oval-shaped gap appeared on the light shield. It was obviously the monk from the Zyagi Palace, who was controlling the formation, inviting him to enter the formation. Good fellow, you can't do this for me. Luo Hong hesitated for a moment with mixed feelings. Seeing that the monks from the Zyagi Palace on the city wall were all retreating, he suddenly knew that the Zyagi Palace was ready to abandon the outer ice city. In this way, the protective formation would be useless, and it would be broken, even if it was not broken. That's good. I won't meet up with Bing Feng and the others directly to avoid more accidents. With a thought, Luo Hong flew through the oval gap and escaped into the ice city formation. Fellow Daoist Luo, please forgive me for being trapped in the center of the formation. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Please come to the Childbing Pavilion to have a chat. The voice of an old man came from afar. Luo Hong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a towering Zuanbing Pavilion. Most of the spiritual energy of the formation flowed through here. It was indeed an important center of the formation. No longer able to complain about the other parties letting the wolf into the house, Luo Hong's four-sided flying boots flashed with spiritual light, and in a few breaths, he had already fled to the vicinity of the Zuanbing Pavilion. At this time, a familiar and pretty female cultivator came up to greet him, bowed respectfully and said, Dao Luo, I'm Bayaoye, and I have met Dao once. Luo recognizes you. You are a good friend of junior brother Han. Although Luo Hong did not recognize the other person's face, the name Bayaoye was very familiar. So Dao Han mentioned me to you. It's really an honor. Senior brother Lu of our sect would like to thank Dao for your help. Please come to meet me in the pavilion. Bayaoye was immediately delighted when she heard this and hurriedly introduced him. Your senior brother Lu must be the one who controls the ice city formation. He is very capable. Luo Hong said without lying. He was not exaggerating. Generally speaking, only a formation master could bring out the power of a large formation to 120%. Zyagi Palace was in danger of extermination, so naturally, they responded with all their strength. In other words, senior brother Lu was most likely the one who set up the ice city formation. The unknown formation above the ice city was actually quite powerful. It could only fail to show its power when it encountered a creature that should not appear in the human world, such as the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion. Whether it was the group attack of the divine ice thorn or the single extremely cold white flame, they were all extremely powerful magical powers. If the army of monsters were to attack, many low-level monsters would surely be killed or injured, and a few transformed monster cultivators would probably also fall. Luo Hong, who was also a formation master, could not help but become interested in the cultivator who set up this formation. Fellow Daoist Luo guessed correctly. Senior brother Lu is the only formation master in this palace. He has reached the pinnacle in the field of formation. Bayaoye said with admiration. Reach the pinnacle? Luo Hong shook his head secretly, but did not say much. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the top floor of the Childbing Pavilion. When Luo Hong entered the room, he saw an old man with white hair and a youthful face sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, with a formation disc floating in front of him. During this extraordinary period, I cannot stand up to greet you. Please forgive me. No matter how bad the temper of the old man surnamed Lu was, he did not dare to show it in front of a great master like Luo Hong, so he said very politely, it's okay. Luo is not a person who sticks to etiquette. The situation in your palace is not good, so it is naturally important to protect yourself first. Luo Hong said calmly. Dao Luo, you came from outside. Do you know how many transformed demon cultivators are invading this palace at this time? Bayaoye couldn't help asking. From what Luo Hong's spiritual sense saw, there are two groups of transformed demon cultivators gathering outside, adding up to more than 60. Bing Feng and his men's tactic is to rush in a wave, so there is no value in hiding this information. So many. Bai Yaoi's expression sank, and she whispered to herself. No matter how many rabble there are, they can't compete with the profound foundation of this palace, not to mention that there are cultivators like fellow Daoist Luo as helpers. I wonder if fellow Daoist Luo was invited by the palace master, or just happened to visit this palace? After encouraging Bai Yaoi, the old man surnamed Lu suddenly changed the subject, and asked about Luo Hong's purpose. Fellow Daoist Lu may have misunderstood. I'm not a helper of your palace. I just subdued the vicious insect, because I saw that it was very magical. I don't want to get involved in the feud between your palace and the demon clan. Luo Hong said with an attitude of watching from the sidelines. In this case, fellow Daoist Luo must have come here for something. I can take you to meet the palace master. No matter what you want, this palace will do its best to satisfy you. The old man surnamed Lu was not disappointed with Luo Hong's answer, but it was within his expectations. If the other party is neither the helper invited by the palace master, nor has any request, then he should reconsider whether to bring the other party into the Void Spirit Hall. Fellow Daoist Luo, fellow Daoist Han, is a guest of this palace at this time, and is in retreat in the Zuanai cave with the Grand Elder of this palace. Fellow Daoist Luo, please help me for the sake of fellow Daoist Han. After this disaster is over, I will definitely reward you generously. Bai Yaoi was afraid that Luo Han would not agree, so she quickly brought up Han Li to play the emotional card. You can't afford the kindness of Han Lao No. At this time, I'm afraid that the fight has already started in Bai Cave, and your Grand Elder is probably dead or about to die. Luo is not a person who takes advantage of the fire. I came here just to ask for some Zuanai from your palace. If you can meet Luo's requirements, it's not impossible to help. The teleportation array in the Void Spirit Hall is connected to the Zushan Hall and the Chaos Star Sea, which is the goal of Luo Hong's trip. It is naturally the best for him to be able to enter the Void Spirit Hall smoothly. The Black Jade is indeed a unique spiritual object of this palace, but even though this palace owns the Black Jade Cave, the amount of Black Jade that can be collected every year is quite small. Such spiritual objects still require the approval of the palace master himself. I cannot immediately agree to it, but there will be no accidents in this matter. The old man surnamed Lu was delighted. Although the Black Jade was precious, it was not worth mentioning compared to the survival of Xianaji Palace. It seems that I have to go to Zuling Palace. Luo Hong said without any joy or anger. There is no time to waste. After junior brother Zhao and junior sister Wang have completed the evacuation, we will abandon this place and go to Zuling Palace. After saying that, the old man surnamed Lu quickly cast a spell on the array plate. Luo Hong took a few glances and found that the spells used by the other party were all ancient spells. It seems that there is a legacy of ancient array masters in Xianaji Palace. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly make up his mind. One day later, the army of monsters led by Bing Feng and King Bai Kanglang finally arrived outside Bingcheng. Looking at the still standing white spirit shield and seeing no trace of Luo Hong, Bing Feng could not help but frown. What's going on? Did fellow Daoist Luo run away after his spirit insect? King Bai Kanglang suppressed his dissatisfaction. In his opinion, Luo Hong not only caused an incident that almost endangered the entire army, but also failed to complete the task he had taken on. It was simply a negative effect. Human cultivators really can't be trusted. Deputy Valley Master, something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, a demon cultivator from the 10,000 Demon Valley said in a sharp voice. Four-eared monkey, what did you hear? King Bai Kanglang saw that the person who was speaking was a man with 4 ears on his head and a pointed face, and immediately asked seriously. Those Xianaji Palace cultivators are very abnormal. I can't hear their heartbeats. The four-eared monkey demon cultivator replied very respectfully. Hearing this, the demons looked at the Xianaji Palace cultivators on the city wall who were waiting in full battle array, and found that they were indeed less lively. You guys, go and test it out. Bing Feng casually pointed at 3 transformed demon cultivators, and ordered without question. The 3 sturdy men who were also transformed from ice beasts looked at each other, and immediately fled towards the white spirit cover. When they approached 100 feet away, the three sturdy men suddenly changed their true forms and transformed into three giant beasts that were more than 10 feet tall, covered with white hair, and similar to roaring beasts. At this time, all the monks of the Zyanaji Palace on the city wall became agitated, and the white light cover suddenly lit up, shooting out countless ice spikes, as long as arms. These ice spikes hit the flesh of the three level 8 ice beasts, which was equivalent to tickling, but it aroused their ferocity. After making three earth-shaking roars at the same time, the three ice beasts simultaneously swung their giant fists wrapped in ice spiritual power that was as real as substance, and hit the white spirit cover with all their strength. 3 circles of ripples passed, and the white spirit cover suddenly dimmed, and the many Zyanaji Palace disciples on the city wall also blurred. Seeing that their punch almost shattered the formation, the three ice beasts couldn't help but stare at their fists in a daze. The Ice Phoenix and Blue Wolf in the back immediately understood everything and ordered all the transformed demon cultivators to attack the white spirit shield together. Phoenix Island Master, it seems that brother Luo has already made a move, but I don't know why he disappeared. The strength of Zyanaji Palace is comparable to the 10 major sects of good and evil, and Blue Wolf has never doubted the power of the Ice City formation. However, at present, this formation is obviously at the end of its strength. Even the Zyanaji Palace cultivators on the city wall are illusions, which shows that this line of defense has been abandoned. Among the crowd, only Luo Hong can force Zyanaji Palace to this point. But even such an existence as him disappeared silently, and Blue Wolf couldn't help but worry whether Zyanaji Palace has any hidden means. We don't need to worry about the safety of fellow Daoist Luo. I believe he can do what he promised. When the time comes, he will show up naturally, Bing Feng said with great confidence. After all, Luo Han would come to her sooner or later, and she didn't believe that there was anything in the human world that could threaten Luo Han. The blue-backed wolf secretly looked at Bing Feng in surprise, wondering why this proud Ice Sea Lord suddenly trusted a human cultivator so much. Is there any story behind it? Island Master, the formation has been broken, and no trace of the cultivators from the small extreme palace has been found for the time being. A demon cultivator fled to Bing Feng and reported in a low voice. Well, order all demon beasts of level 4 and below to sweep through the Ice City, and the rest will follow me to attack the Void Spirit Palace. Tens of thousands of years of shame, my Ice Sea Demon clan will wash it off today. Go. The pleasure of revenge made Bing Feng's face flushed, making her even more beautiful, but the fierce light in her eyes made all the demon cultivators around dare not look directly at her. Fellow Daoist King, I have a way to bypass the restriction and directly kill into the Void Spirit Palace. Do you dare to bring your elite subordinates and follow me? After the demon cultivator who reported the news went to pass on the order, Bing Feng suddenly turned to the old man in black robe beside him and said, the Phoenix Island Master dared to let the Ice Sea Demon clan hold back the main force of the Zyanaji Palace. How could King be timid? I will go with the Island Master. King Bui Kanglang knew that this arrangement was already an advantage for their Wanyao Valley, and it was the order of Shelao Yao to take down the Zyanaji Palace. He would definitely not do it without making efforts. Therefore, he immediately agreed without any hesitation. Just when the two major demon clan forces were preparing to attack the Void Spirit Palace from both inside and outside, Luo Hong was leisurely drinking spiritual tea in the palace, and there were 2 female disciples in palace costumes serving him. Although the old man surnamed Lu was anxious to take him to see the Palace Master Liu was very busy at the moment, so how could he easily meet him? As a result, Luo Hong stayed in this private room for a whole day, but did not see an innocent soul cultivator come to entertain him. Of course, Luo Hong did not feel that he was being neglected. He was actually looking forward to it. It would be best if he could wait until Han Lao Mo came out of Zuanai Cave. But it was obvious that with his luck, it was impossible for him to encounter such a good thing. After a series of footsteps, the door opened by itself, and a beautiful woman with a good figure walked in. Chapter 778, Defeat is Inevitable. Needless to say, this beautiful woman is the current Palace Master of Zyanaji Palace. In terms of status, she is only below the Great Elder Han Li Shangren. She is truly above 10,000 people. Behind her, Bei Yaoi is following closely, obviously here to introduce people. I'm Liu Zippy, and I greet fellow Daoist Luo. Even though the crisis of extermination is ahead, this Palace Master Liu is still graceful and calm, showing the demeanor of the Palace Master of the largest sect in the north. It's a pity that all this will soon be gone. Luo Hong sighed secretly, but had no intention of changing his mind. He stood up and returned the greeting. I'm Cheyenne cultivator Luo Hong, and I greet Palace Master Liu. I heard from Yaoye that fellow Daoist Luo and fellow Daoist Han are brothers, but why did I hear from fellow Daoist Han that he is an overseas cultivator? Palace Master Liu asked calmly. This is not surprising. Junior brother Han is a cautious person. He came to Dajan alone to travel, so he naturally wouldn't treat his real followers as others. I'm sure Palace Master Liu already knows the purpose of Luo's visit to your palace. I wonder what the Palace Master's reply is. Luo Hong laughed and said, not caring about the other party's suspicion and temptation. The matter of the 10,000 years mysterious jade is easy to talk about. I have always kept a batch in my palace's treasure house, but I dare to ask Daoye Luo's purpose for seeking the 10,000 years mysterious jade. It's not that I want to find out Daoye's secrets, but there are many fallacies in the outside world's understanding of the 10,000 years mysterious jade. If Daoye uses it in the wrong place, I'm afraid it will backfire. If this creates a rift between Daoye Luo and this palace, then it will be a good intention, but a bad one. Liu Zippy's questioning was undoubtedly a suspicion of Luo Hong's intention. She didn't think that the other party was really as powerful as Yaoye said. When weak cultivators see high-level cultivators performing magical powers, they often exaggerate because of their lack of experience. Therefore, Liu Zippy was very concerned about how Luo Hong broke through the blockade of the monster army and came to the Ice City. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong directly raised his palm and took out the Kyankan pearl that was nurtured in his danshan and said lightly, there is nothing to hide. This is Luo's life magic weapon. It should balance yin and yang to transform the power of Kyankan. However, now yang is strong and yin is weak. Luo heard that the 10,000 year black jade in your palace is the coldest thing in the world, so I want to take some and refine it into it to balance yin and yang and reproduce its magical powers. Luo Hong has not solved the problem of Kyankan pearl, which is actually quite dangerous. Fortunately, he has a physical examination form that can super precisely control the power of the black and black true flames in the Kyankan pearl. As long as the two are not used at the same time, they can be stabilized forever. The unbalanced treasure of the universe. Liu Zippy's beautiful eyes glared, and she took 3 steps back in a row, knowing the value of the treasure. After a long while, she moved her eyes to Luo Hong and said, fellow Daoist Luo, this thing is extremely dangerous. You have been carrying it with you all the time. Aren't you afraid? Luo dared to do this, so he must have a way to stabilize this treasure. Palace Master Liu, don't panic. Luo Hong's expression was relaxed, and he smiled slightly. He clenched his palm and took back the Kyankan pearl. Her fellow Daoist Luo is really skilled and courageous. This Palace Master admires him. Indeed, the 10,000 year black jade is the coldest thing in the human world. Fellow Daoist Luo's remedy method has a great chance of success. However, the fire spirit power emitted by your magic weapon is really powerful. If you want to suppress it, I'm afraid you will need a lot of 10,000 year black jade. Liu Zippy said half of the words, but the meaning was very clear. She just thought that fellow Daoist Luo's price was too high. It's normal for Palace Master Liu to feel that it's not worth it now. After all, your palace is not at the end of its rope yet, and you may not lose this battle. Then Luo will wait here. When Palace Master Liu thinks it through, please feel free to come to me. Luo Hong bowed and sat back down, sipping his tea slowly. His unconventional behavior really surprised Liu Zippy. Her face froze, and she couldn't help showing anger. She said coldly, does fellow Daoist Luo think that I'm doomed to lose this battle, and decided to take advantage of the situation? No, fellow Daoist Luo has no such intention. Palace Master, please don't be angry. The overall situation is more important. Yaoye didn't want to provoke Luo Hong and Han Li, 2 powerful enemies, during this special period, so she quickly spoke to smooth things over. Palace Master Liu, you are too kind. But for Luo, if the number of 10,000 years black jade is not enough, it will be meaningless. And since Palace Master Liu wants to take advantage of the danger of Luo's life treasure, then Luo can naturally take advantage of the danger of your family being exterminated. As for the victory or defeat between your palace and the demon race, Luo has a good idea in his mind. After all, Luo has seen the strength of the demon race with his own eyes. Although the 10,000 years black jade is good, it is not compatible with the Kyankan pearl. Luo Hong does not really want to refine it into the Kyankan pearl. What he said at the moment is just an excuse. But if he can really get it, he will not miss it. This jade is an important material for setting up the formation, and he will never have too much. In exchange, he can come forward to protect some cultivators of Xianji Palace. Liu Zipi could not predict that Master Han Li could not get out of the Zuanai cave. He also has powerful means. It is not surprising that he still holds hope at this time. HMPH. Then we'll wait and see who will ask for help in the end. It's best if fellow Daoist Luo just sits here and waits. Junior Sister Bei, you stay here with him. Don't let people say that our Xianji Palace doesn't know how to entertain guests. After Liu Zipi heard Luo Hong say that they were doomed to fail, she no longer had the heart to talk and left Bei Yaoi as a surveillance and immediately turned around and left. Wait, Palace Master, please think about it again. If we can get help from fellow Daoist Luo, we will definitely win this battle with the least casualties. Bei Yaoi wanted to save some things, so she quickly persuaded him. No need to say more, remember your mission. Liu Zipi couldn't listen at all. Suspicion and being despised by the other party made her completely unwilling to use Luo Hong's power. As for casualties, just like Bingfeng, she also thought that it didn't matter how many disciples below the nascent soul died. As long as they survived this disaster, there would naturally be countless corpses of monsters to expand the sect's treasure house, and young talents from several states in the north would also flock to become disciples. In less than 100 years, Xianji Palace will become more prosperous. With a bang, the door was shut heavily. Luo Hong could still sense the fluctuations when the restriction was generated. I'm under house arrest. Perfect. Luo Hong secretly laughed, glanced at Bei Yaoi who was anxiously wandering around the room, and said in a gentle voice, Fairy Bei, don't be upset, sit down and have tea together. Fellow Daoist Luo, you really can't be more tactful? Bei Yaoi was also dissatisfied with Luo Hong, but she didn't dare to vent her anger on Luo Hong, so she could only stomp her feet. Haha, Luo, always speak my mind. Your palace master is reluctant to part with even a few pieces of 10,000-year-old black jade, so he will surely not escape the disaster of extermination of his entire family. After laughing twice, Luo Hong suddenly said with a serious expression, Fairy Bei, do you want to be buried with Xianji Palace? Dao Luo, if you continue to be so outspoken, I will also be angry with you. There are many restrictions in this Zuling Palace. Even if there are a large number of transformed demon cultivators of the demon race, we can still resist them relying on the geographical advantage. The Palace Master and the Great Elder are both well-known late nascent soul cultivators, and their magical powers will not be much worse than that of Daoist Luo. Bei Yaoi frowned, stared at Luo Hong, and said very seriously, you don't believe it yourself when you say this, do you? Your eyes can't deceive people. You look fierce, but you are weak, and have no confidence. Do you know why this is the case? That's because you are only considering the best case scenario, and you haven't thought about what will happen if the worst case scenario happens. For example, the monster can ignore the restrictions of the Void Spirit Hall and kill directly into the interior. Luo Hong stretched out his sword finger and pointed at his eyebrows, revealing the thinking trap that Bei Yaoi set for herself. People always think about the side that is beneficial to themselves. Bei Yaoi's idea is human nature, but it is also the common nature of leaks. People who are rational and mature enough will consider failure before success, leave a way out before taking action, and will not gamble unless it is absolutely necessary. Senior, how is this possible? The Void Spirit Hall is the forbidden hall left by the ancestor Bingpo. How can a mere monster bypass the restrictions and guards and break in? Even the female disciple in the foundation building period who was serving on the side didn't believe Luo Hong's words and couldn't help but refute the arrogance of the cultivators of the big sect. It was really not surprising at all. After all, Bai Yaoai was able to go around Kunwu Mountain with Han Lao Mo and return to the sect alive. She was still extraordinary. At least, she was willing to listen to advice. Although it was a bit unbelievable, she felt that the words of a great master like Luo Hong could not be treated with common sense. Why do you say that, brother Luo? Do you know something? As soon as the voice fell, a ray of fire flew in through the door and fell into Bai Yaoai's hand. Seeing that it was a communication talisman, an ominous premonition suddenly struck Bai Yaoai's heart. The result also proved once again what good things don't work, but bad things do. A large number of high-level monsters suddenly broke into the Zuling Hall, and a senior brother nearby asked her to go for support. Thinking of something in an instant, Bai Yaoai turned her head suddenly and looked at Luo Hong with fear on her face. Fairy Bai, please don't let your imagination run wild. I just saw a level 10 Ice Phoenix in the demon army, so I made that guess. After all, as far as I know, this Ice Phoenix's innate magical power is related to space. It's not a big deal to temporarily tear open a space channel, Luo Hong explained. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Bai Yaoai was confused at this moment. She wanted to accept this explanation reluctantly, but she couldn't help but think of Luo Hong's warning just now. What is the worst case scenario now? How should I deal with it if it happens? She glanced at Luo Hong again and found that he couldn't deal with it at all. She stopped her steps to support him and asked in a deep voice, fellow Daoist Luo, if I don't want to be buried with Xiaoji Palace, how can I do it? Good guy, he is quite insightful. She actually found a way to survive. Luo Hong's mind changed, and he looked at Bai Yaoai with a little surprise and said, since you have a history with junior brother Han, I will show you a way to survive. Leave the Zuling Palace and escape to Dajin. Is this Xiaoji Palace really hopeless? The palace master may come to ask for help from Daoist brother Luo later. Although Bai Yaoai cherishes her life, she also doesn't want to go down this road. Fairy Bai should know that it's time to change. Please forgive me for not accompanying you. Since Bingfeng has already entered the Zuling Palace, it's not far from the departure time, and Luo Hong must take action. Master Bai, At this time, the two female disciples in the foundation building period still remembered Liu Zipper's instructions and wanted to remind Bai Yaoai to stop Luo Hong. He wants to leave, no one can stop him. Bai Yaoai shook her head and didn't do anything stupid. As smart as she was, she naturally understood what Luo Hong said. That time refers to the time before the monster beasts attacked the Zuling Palace. Some 10,000-year black jades could make the other party take action. This time refers to the current situation when the building is about to collapse. If the other party just takes the opportunity to take some spiritual objects without hurting people, it is already a gentleman. After all, these things will benefit the monster clan after the Xiaoji Palace is destroyed. Whoever takes them away will be better than this result. The elder has not made any movement so far. It seems that there is a big problem in the Zuanai cave. Bai Yaoai only felt that she was extremely rational now, and she dared to think about something she didn't dare to think about before. Master Bai, what are you talking about? Don't scare the juniors. Everyone knew that the elder was in seclusion in the Zuanai cave. The female foundation building cultivator next to him felt cold hands and feet when he heard it. Let me ask you, do you want to be buried with the Xiaoji Palace? Suddenly, Bai Yaoai seemed to have made up her mind and looked at the two female foundation building disciples with a serious face and asked. Not long after leaving the private room, Luo Hong ran into a level 5 demon beast with two horns on its head, a horse face, and a human figure holding a green steel fork. He thought he would have to take action to solve this trouble, but he didn't expect that the demon beast would immediately put away its original fierce appearance after seeing Luo Hong and looked at his spirit beast bag timidly. It turns out that it was frightened by the breath of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. Well, it saves me trouble. The intelligence of the level 5 demon beast was not high. He thought that if he didn't take out the 10,000 demon order or kill it, he would be entangled by it, but he didn't expect the other party to be scared. In this case, give it the 10,000 demon order. As he said, Luo Hong patted another spirit beast bag on his waist and summoned the transparent spirit rat. This rat has been raised by Luo Hong for many years. Although it only eats the leftovers of Zyojin, it has grown to level 6. Due to the special race, its intelligence is almost the same as that of the transformed demon beast. Go find a place similar to the Sutra library and take away all the jade slips related to the formations and techniques. Use this order to dispatch any monsters you encounter on the road. Come back within 3 hours. Luo Hong handed over the 10,000 monsters order and a stack of forbidden breaking talismans. The bright spirit mouse nodded tactfully, took the token and talismans, and turned into a white shadow, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. After watching it leave, Luo Hong took a step forward, and his figure disappeared instantly. Despite this, the monster still shrank in place, and only continued to hunt the monks in the hall after the breath that made his soul tremble was really far away. Afterwards, some of the Zyagi Palace monks in the Zuling Hall encountered a strange thing. The monster that was clearly fighting fiercely with them suddenly trembled for no reason, and was easily killed by them. They could not notice Luo Hong, so they could only attribute this matter to the help of the seniors in the sect. In a blink of an eye, they stopped entangled in this matter, and went to support another battlefield. At the same time, Hanli, who had just escaped from the Zuanai cave, began to look for a chance to escape. Chapter 779 Secret Promotion. Hanli came to Zyanaji Palace to collect ice spirit flowers for alchemy, but it happened that the Hanli master was looking for a cold flame monk to help him break through the spirit transformation, and the purple extreme Luo Hong that Hanli had was just right. The elder of Zyanaji Palace invited Hanli to help him break through. After the matter was completed, he could give Hanli the secret method of the cold flame to break through the realm. Just by making an effort, he could get the secret method of breaking through the spirit transformation in the favor of a future spirit transformation monk. Hanli agreed, after considering it for a few days. Then, he entered the Zuanai cave with the other 4 cold flame monks and Hanli master. However, Hanli master's foundation was insufficient after all. Even if he used the secret method, he still failed to break through. The matter should have ended here, but Zyanaji Palace was the sect founded by the Ice Soul Fairy, and the Zushending, and the Kyanlan Ice Flame were also left by this fairy. So when Hanli Master saw Hanli's purple Luo Hong, he found that it was refined from the Kyanlan Ice Flame. In the world, apart from the Zyanaji Palace, only the Zushending still had the Kyanlan Ice Flame. Because of this, Master Hanli immediately determined that the Zushending was on Hanli and wanted to use the formation he set up when he was impacting the spirit transformation to force Hanli to hand over the Zushending. This undoubtedly touched Hanli's reverse scale, and the two sides immediately turned against each other and fought. In the end, Master Hanli and the other 4 nascent soul cultivators who cultivated the extreme cold flame were killed by Hanli in the Zuanai cave. The extreme cold flame they cultivated was also swallowed by the 5 sons of the concentric demon he had just subdued. After searching the soul of Master Hanli's nascent soul, Hanli broke the restriction at the exit of the Zuanai cave and returned to the Zuling Palace. While no one knows about the things in the Zuanai cave, I have to leave this Zuling Palace first. The teleportation array to get out is in the main hall. I should take this road. Hanli pondered for a moment, searched Master Hanli's memory, and immediately fled to the Zuling main hall. Along the way, he encountered many monsters and sporadic transformed monster cultivators, but none of them could stop him at all. If the other party forced him to stay, he would be killed in an instant. The fleeing Hanold demon is definitely the most terrifying Hanold demon. Half an hour later, Hanli finally passed through the many restrictions and came to the periphery of the main hall of Zuling. Fellow Daoist Han. At this moment, a surprised cry came from the side. Hanli's mind moved, and he immediately recognized the person. His eyes flashed twice, but he did not sacrifice the green bamboo becloud sword. Fellow Daoist Bei, why are there so many monsters in the Zuling Hall? Bei Yaoie, who was with 2 female foundation building disciples, was shocked when she saw Hanli. After all, Han Li's appearance probably meant that Master Han Li and others had come out of retreat. At this time, she had already made up her mind that it was impossible to do anything and flee far away from Dajin. If Master Han Li came out of retreat to turn the tide, she would be in trouble. After forcibly calming down, Baoai said in an impatient tone, "The demon beast army has used a trick to cross the outer defense line of the Void Spirit Hall and sent a large number of high-level demon beasts to attack the interior of the Void Spirit Hall. This palace has been caught in a situation of being attacked from both inside and outside, and the situation is not optimistic. Fellow Daoist Han, I wonder where the Great Elder of this palace is. Is he with you to come out of retreat?" They actually directly crossed the restrictions outside the palace? Han Li's doubts were immediately resolved. Only in this way could the situation of Xianaji Palace deteriorate to such an extent in just a few days. After all, normally speaking, even if Xianaji Palace could not defeat the Demon Beast army, it could at least rely on the terrain to hold out for a period of time. It is impossible that it would not be able to fail in a few days. Fellow Daoist Han Li and the others are too busy to split themselves now. Don't expect them to come out to help in a short time. Han Li naturally couldn't say that he killed everyone else, so he could only evade it like this. I see. Baoai didn't feel disappointed when she heard this, but instead felt inexplicably relieved. Strange, her reaction was not normal. Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly, keenly aware of Baoai's abnormality. Fellow Daoist Han, you came to the main hall. Do you want to leave the Void Spirit Hall through the teleportation array? Baoai's expression suddenly condensed, and she looked directly at Han Li and asked, "So what?" After noticing that the other party was abnormal, Han Li couldn't help but secretly alert, and at the same time he regretted that he didn't kill the other party when they first met. Otherwise he wouldn't be worried at this moment. Han Li was not tempted by her beauty, but because he saw that this woman had helped him several times, he didn't take ruthless action at the first time. Fellow Daoist Han, to be honest, can the Great Elder of this palace still leave Zuanao Cave? Combined with Luo Hong's previous words, Baoai suddenly realized something and asked bluntly, "Where did I reveal my flaws? I must not let this woman publicize this matter, otherwise I'm afraid I can't leave the Void Spirit Hall." With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, Han Li immediately prepared to take action. But at this moment, Baoai said again, "Daoiao Luo is right. If I continue to stay here, I will only be buried with Xianaji Palace. Daoiao Han, let's unite." Sensing the murderous intent at that moment, Baoai immediately determined that Master Han Li would never be able to leave Zuanao Cave in this life. She also knew that she was playing with fire, so she mentioned Luo Hong as soon as she opened her mouth. In addition, she didn't think that Luo Han and the others had any conspiracy in advance. Luo Hong's inference should be due to his understanding of his junior brother. After all, with the magical powers of Luo Han and the others, there was no need to make things so complicated. Hearing the three words fellow Daoist Luo, Han Li's murderous intent disappeared instantly, and he immediately said in surprise, "The fellow Daoist Luo, that fellow Daoist Bei mentioned, is it my senior brother Luo Hong? Is he also in the Zuling Palace now?" "Yes, fellow Daoist Luo should have gone to my palace's treasure house now. He came here to ask for the 10,000-year mysterious jade and happened to run into this battle." The palace master of this palace originally wanted to ask fellow Daoist Luo for help, but he was sure that this palace would lose this battle, which angered palace master Liu, so the cooperation was not reached. Having said that, Baoai took a deep breath and sighed. I guess fellow Daoist Luo expected that fellow Daoist Han would conflict with the Great Elder, so he asserted that, and the facts are indeed as he expected. "If there is any hope, I will fight for Xianaji Palace, but now there is no hope at all, and I can only think more about myself." Hearing this, Han Li was not too surprised. After all, Luo Hong knew that he was carrying the Zushinding. It was not difficult to guess that Master Han Li would turn against him. However, senior brother Luo, do you have such confidence in me? After a bitter smile in his heart, Han Li looked at Baoai with a serious face and said, "Palace Master Liu of your palace is also a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. With her in charge, why did fellow Daoist Bate say that Xianaji Palace has no hope? You should know that in front of a late-stage cultivator, the sheer number of people is not very useful. Fellow Daoist Han, you don't know that I have just gone to the main hall to take a look. The palace master is being entangled by 2 level 10 monsters. He can't take charge of the overall situation at all, and may even lose at any time. Baoye risked saying so much to Hanli because she had no confidence that she could rush through the battlefield in the main hall and open the teleportation array. It can be imagined that, as soon as she appeared, the 2 level 10 monsters would definitely kill her. Even if she was lucky enough to escape, the moment she stood on the teleportation array, Liu Zipe would discover the fact that she had escaped and would definitely take action to clean up the mess. In other words, as soon as she entered the main hall, she would be beaten up by 3 late nascent soul cultivators at worst, and there was no chance of survival. After hearing Baoye's introduction, Hanli also felt it was very difficult. As a human cultivator, he knew that at first sight, it was impossible for him to negotiate with the 2 level 10 monsters. If they were discovered, a conflict would inevitably break out. And it was impossible to activate the teleportation array and leave without being exposed. This was obviously a dead end. Otherwise, why not take the risk first and talk about it after meeting with senior brother Luo? However, as soon as he had this thought, Baoye's face suddenly changed, and she took off a token from her waist, only to see that there was a crack on it without knowing when. No, one of the teleportation arrays in the main hall has been destroyed. What? We can't delay any longer. If we want to survive, we must take a risk. Otherwise, when both teleportation arrays are destroyed, we will be trapped. Harley has never been a cultivator who would give his life to others. After finding that the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse, he no longer thought about it and decided to take Baoye to take a risk. From Master Hanli's memory, there were 3 teleportation arrays in the main hall, 1 large and 2 small. The large one has never been used since the founding of the sect, and the other 2 small ones are used by the inner palace cultivators to enter and exit on a daily basis, connecting the north and south of the ice city. There is no complicated reason why Hanli chose to bring Baoye with him, just because the forbidden token in her hand can activate the teleportation array faster. After saying that, the 2 of them turned into escaping light together and disappeared into the passage. As for the 2 female foundation building disciples, they were naturally left behind. After all, Baoye couldn't even protect herself now, so how could she take care of them? After the 2 girls came to their senses from their shock, they immediately looked around in bewilderment, and just in time they saw Luo Hong appearing from the corner. Senior Luo, save us. We don't want to be eaten by the monsters. The older female foundation building disciple knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to beg. Senior, help me. After the other one came to her senses, she also knelt down to beg. However, Luo Hong didn't even look at them and walked past them. At this moment, a white shadow flashed from the other end of the passage and flew directly into the spirit beast bag on Luo Hong's waist. You are late. Squeak, squeak. Well, I'll give you a credit. After a confusing exchange, Luo Hong suddenly grabbed a token, and with a push of his magic power, he shot out 2 beams of light, which went straight into the backs of the 2 kneeling girls. Those monsters won't hurt you now. Find a place to hide. Senior Luo, this is. The 2 female foundation building disciples turned around at the same time, wanting to ask in detail, but saw that there was nothing behind them, and Luo Hong had already disappeared. The 2 girls immediately looked at each other, shook their lips, and decided to hide as Luo Hong said. At this time, Luo Hong was on his way to the main hall. Saving the lives of the 2 female foundation building disciples did not leave much of an impression in his heart. To Luo Hong, he could save these 2 lives or not. The reason he took action was only because they were quite respectful when they served tea and water before, and the Tangming spirit rat happened to come back with the 10,000 monsters order. This meant that the 2 of them were not destined to die, so they could be saved. Fellow Daoist Luo, where did you go before? Why did you suddenly ask me to destroy a teleportation array? The voice transmission of Bing Feng in the Yuanshan kept ringing, and it could be heard that she was full of doubts now. Luo has dealt with the Hanli master as agreed. Although the process was a little unexpected, the result is what we wished for. As for the teleportation array, it was naturally because Luo Hong noticed that a Yuanying elder from Xianji Palace was planning to escape without a fight, so he reminded fellow Taoist, "You also want to kill all the cultivators of Xianji Palace, right?" Luo Hong did not have the slightest consciousness of doing something in secret and said it very righteously. But in fact, when he was hiding in the dark just now, he found that Han Lao Mo was very hesitant, so he pushed it a little. After this voice transmission, for some reason, Bing Feng did not respond again, but suddenly her roar came from the direction of the main hall. "Dry blue ice flame. You are also a cultivator of Xianji Palace. Don't think that you can hide it from me." After mutating this ice flame, the dry blue ice flame was the famous magical power of the Ice Soul Fairy back then. Bing Feng also had a deep hatred for this fairy, so she couldn't help but transfer part of this hatred to Han Li. Listening to the increasingly fierce fighting in the main hall, Luo Hong couldn't help but curl his lips. He didn't want to tease Han Lao Mo, but in order to open the teleportation array connected to Zushan Hall, Han Li had to use Zushending. Only with the aura in this way could the ancient teleportation array be finally opened. After waiting outside the main hall for a while, Luo Hong felt that the time was almost up, so he appeared at the entrance of the main hall. At this time, most of the hall had completely become a glacier due to the phoenix's phoenix flame. The air was full of white mist and extreme cold, and the white jade paved ground and the tall hall pillars were all covered with a thick layer of ice. And one after another, small icebergs as high as dozens of feet stood in the hall, which were undoubtedly the traces left by the Ice Phoenix's magical powers. The other half of the hall was covered with heavy green light, and the ground was full of deep claw marks. A huge wolf was standing in the air, confronting the beautiful woman surnamed Liu. Turning his eyes, Luo Hong looked at the only jade platform in the hall, which was more than 100 feet wide and 60 to 70 feet high, and saw Han Lao Mo fighting with Bing Feng. Although Bai Yaoi also helped, she was too weak. She was in a hurry to deal with just a ray of ice flame from Bing Feng. I don't know if the two battlefields were too fierce or Luo Hong's key condensation technique was too powerful. Even if he appeared at the door of the hall, he did not attract the attention of any person or monster. And Luo Hong was happy with this, quietly waiting for the opportunity to teleport. At this time, a string of extremely unpleasant laughter suddenly came from the King Bai Kanglang. He finally came out. "This time you have to move around well. You will never go back easily before you have fun." Luo Hong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of green misty Yanqi floating beside Liu Zippy, and a woman's figure flashed in it. Chapter 780, Yellow Spring Ghost Mother. Where did this ghost thing come from? Luo Hong did not remember the origin of this ghost, which made him feel very strange. After all, although this green ghost did not look good, its aura was indeed that of the late nascent soul stage. Such an existence should not be unknown. Just as Luo Hong was searching his memory, the blue-backed Kang Wolf had already jumped back and distanced himself as soon as he saw the ghost. The pair of slender wolf eyes were full of fear, obviously knowing the background of the ghost and knowing how powerful it was. Although Liu Zippy directly forced the blue-backed Kang Wolf to retreat with this move, there was no joy on her face at this time. Instead, she said in a gloomy tone, "Keep the kid surnamed Han for this palace master, and don't let him escape." The moment Bing Feng forced Han Li out, Liu Zippy had an ominous premonition. If Master Han Li had come out of retreat with Han Li, he would not have arrived here later than the other party. But now she only saw Han Li, not Han Li, and the answer could only be that the latter had not come out of retreat. In addition, the fact that this person went straight to the teleportation array as soon as he appeared made her feel even more uneasy. Moreover, this uneasiness did not only come from the safety of Master Han Li, but also from the worry about Luo Hong, a cultivator of the same level. After all, Han Li had already been in trouble, and as his senior brother, he might also be detrimental to Xianji Palace. It was precisely because of the powerful enemies that Liu Zippy had to release the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother. You know, it is easy to release this ghost thing, but it is difficult to take it back, and she doesn't know how much she has to pay. Thinking of this, it would be strange if Liu Zipri was in a good mood at this time. And she wanted to deal with Han Li so actively because she wanted to get information about Luo Hong's real purpose from him. Of course, if she could make Luo Hong hesitate after controlling the other party, it would be even better. Seeing that the green ghost and Liu Zipri both abandoned him and fled towards Bingfeng, the blue-backed wolf's face suddenly became stern, and he said in a harsh voice, "Yellow Springs Ghost Mother, you dare to meddle in the affairs of my 10,000 Demon Valley? Aren't you afraid that the Valley Master will find trouble with you?" Hearing the blue-backed wolf directly mentioning the name of Sheol Demon, the ghost's figure paused and then laughed sinisterly. If Sheol Demon's deity was here, this old mother would naturally not dare to meddle. But you are just a deputy Valley Master. Even if I kill you, can that Sheol Demon still come out of the mountain to seek revenge on this old mother? After all, his lifespan should be over. How could he focus on things that have nothing to do with his own ascension cause? Yellow Springs Ghost Mother? Are you the ghost cultivator who single-handedly destroyed several immortal sects in Dajin? Seeing the new variables, the fight between Bingfeng and Han Li could not help but stop. A solemn expression appeared on her beautiful face, and she asked in a deep voice, how rare. This ghost mother hasn't been born for 1,000 years, and the contemporary Lord of the Ice Sea actually knows my name. I remember that when this ghost mother just transformed her corpse, you could advance to the spiritualization stage, but until now you are still at the 10th level of cultivation. I guess you are afraid that the heaven and earth will extract your essence, so you suppress it hard. TSK, it must be uncomfortable to suppress your cultivation. I wonder how many years you can hold on. The old ghost in the green mist seemed to have not spoken to anyone for many years. At the moment, he was talking too much, constantly making sarcastic remarks, laughing at this and scolding that. This palace master let you out, not to let you talk nonsense with others. Hurry up. Liu Zipri had something on her mind, and she didn't want to gossip. She couldn't help but urge with veins bulging on her forehead. Really? Why are you so anxious? There are no divine transformation cultivators here. With this ghost mother here, it's easy to save your life. The Yellow Spring Ghost Mother said in dissatisfaction in the green air, but for some reason, her body obeyed Liu Zipri's orders and immediately pressed towards Han Li. Seeing this, Han Li felt bitter and regretted his previous decision. But he really didn't expect that the Ice Phoenix would be so sensitive to the dry blue ice flame. She was almost aware of his presence as soon as he approached. At this moment, this palace master Liu was even more unreasonable. With 2 level 10 monsters in front of him, he was determined to make things difficult for him. Isn't this a joke? Exclamation mark. Only Luo Hong in the dark watched this scene and laughed secretly. You can hold on, junior brother Han. This is a test given to you by senior brother. If you can't do it, quickly sacrifice the Void Heaven Cauldron. With a thought, Han Li's back thundered loudly, and with a flash of lightning, the whole person disappeared. Bingfeng, who was standing by, didn't hear the voice transmission between Liu Zipri and Huanquan Go's mother. She had already determined that Han Li, who was carrying the blue ice flame, was a monk from Xianaji Palace. She thought that Liu Zipri was trying to save people, so she couldn't let her succeed. Don't even think about it. With a cry, Bingfeng flicked her 5 fingers and condensed the extremely cold magic power in her body into 5 white sword ki that shot out. The Huanquan Go's mother, who was surrounded by green yin ki, immediately flashed and blocked in front of Liu Zipri. She smiled sinisterly and stretched out her ghost hand and slapped her palm lightly. However, the 5 extremely cold sword ki suddenly shattered inch by inch at a distance of 10 feet and turned into spiritual light spots with the wind. At the same time, in the flash of lightning, Han Li's figure appeared in another intact teleportation array. Bai Yaoi had stood in the center of the array without knowing when. At this time, holding the forbidden token, she activated it without hesitation when she saw Han Li appear. It turned out that Han Li saw that the situation was getting more and more chaotic, so he simply tried his best and wanted to teleport away in the chaos. A black shadow also escaped from behind him at this time. It was the humanoid puppet equivalent to the late nascent soul cultivator. In order to delay the activation of the teleportation array, he was ready to use all means. Sure enough, the movement of the teleportation array activation immediately made all the people and demons in the hall turn their eyes to him. The blue-backed wolf immediately swung its front paws and shot out 6 claws several feet long, trying to stop the teleportation. The humanoid puppet immediately fought back, and the red short bow in its hand flashed, and dense fire arrows shot out like a torrential rain, blocking the 6 green claws. Seeing that Baiyoi was betraying and helping Hanli escape, Liu Zipai was furious and immediately ordered, "Destroy this teleportation array, and don't let him escape." Although this sentence did not specify who it was, everyone knew that it was definitely Hanli who was standing in the magic array. Upon hearing this, the yellow spring ghost mother, who was flying on the jade platform, laughed sinisterly again, and was about to use some magical power towards the teleportation array below. However, Hanli had been on guard against her. Seeing that this ghost thing was going to harm him, he immediately flipped his palm and sacrificed the 8 spirit ruler, and then pointed it at the yellow spring ghost mother without thinking. A colorful Buddha light spread out, and a silver lotus flew out of the 8 spirit ruler and smashed towards the yellow spring ghost mother. Buddhist spiritual treasure. Seeing this, the yellow spring ghost mother, who had always looked down on the people and monsters present, actually screamed, as if she had met a natural enemy. She immediately stopped casting spells, flashed, and hid away. After forcing the yellow spring ghost mother back, Hanli moved his eyes to Bingfeng. At this time, he had prepared 72 sword energies, waiting for the other party to make a move and then stop her, so that he could buy enough time. This was a brilliant counterattack. In a flash, Hanli, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul, temporarily withstood the fierce attacks of 2 late-stage nascent souls, and still had enough energy to deal with the third. However, although he had performed well enough, if he had replaced the Ice Phoenix with any other late-stage cultivator, he could have teleported away smoothly, but it was the Ice Phoenix with the spatial talent who wanted to stop him. The beautiful woman in white was floating dozens of feet away at this time, with no intention of approaching, but a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she stretched out a jade hand and grabbed Hanli. Suddenly, a translucent phoenix claw appeared above Hanli's head, covering the entire teleportation array, but it was just covering it, and not closing it. Although this transparent phoenix claw looked harmless, Hanli did not dare to gamble. With a thought, the prepared sword energy flew out immediately. A golden sword light merged into a sword dragon, and slashed straight at the center of the transparent phoenix claw. However, although Hanli's magical power was very powerful, the golden sword energy seemed to have encountered an invisible object, and all of them flashed by without any hindrance, without hurting the transparent phoenix claw. The next moment, under Hanli's worried face, the teleportation array finally started, and the white spiritual light flashed, and he and Baiyoi's figures disappeared in it. At the same time, Bingfeng's expression was condensed, and her right hand trembled slightly, as if she was controlling an unfamiliar magical power. The transparent phoenix claw on the teleportation array also slowly retracted, and the teleportation spiritual light that had originally dissipated lit up again in the center of its claw, as if to reverse the previous scene. Seeing this, Liu Zipai on the side couldn't help but think wildly in her heart, and finally couldn't resist the temptation to severely injure the powerful enemy, so she sent a voice message to Huangquan Ghost Mother, and at the same time, she raised her bare hand and shot out more than a dozen silver nails flashing with cold light. Bingfeng was shocked when she saw this. She wanted to kill the descendant of Bingpo Fairy so much that she didn't think much when she used her magic power. Now she found herself in a dangerous situation. What was even more uncomfortable was that the magic power she was using was not something that she could master at her current level. She relied on her own talent to barely use it, so it was not something that could be broken at the moment. Seeing a piece of silver nails flying towards her, she suddenly let out a phoenix cry. Her cheeks became unusually red because of the forced extraction of magic power. 2 ice wings condensed behind her instantly, protecting her. Ding ding ding. After a series of crisp sounds, all the silver nails were embedded on the ice wings of Bingfeng. Explode. But with a loud shout, the more than 10 silver nails exploded at the same time, turning into more than 10 dazzling silver flames, instantly swallowing up Bingfeng. After this attack, the half-closed transparent phoenix claw on the teleportation array immediately dissipated. After a flash of white light, Hanli and Baoi's figures unexpectedly reappeared in the teleportation array. Shaking his head, Hanli felt that the teleportation just now was unusual. It seemed that he was always circling in one place and had never left. At this time, among the people and monsters, except for Bingfeng herself, Luo Hong in the dark was probably the only one who understood what had just happened. Hanli did not actually teleport successfully, but took the initiative to enter the temporary space constructed by the transparent phoenix claw. If Bingfeng had allowed the transparent phoenix claw to close completely, Hanleo and Baoi would probably have been torn to pieces by the space storm when the temporary space exploded. This magical power is quite powerful. Maybe I should learn it. You dare to destroy my magical power, die. Just as Luo Hong sighed, the voice of Bingfeng's furious voice came from the silver flame ball, and white ice flames rolled out from the inside, swallowing all the silver flame balls completely, revealing the figure of Bingfeng with blood at the corners of his mouth. In the case of using self-defense means, in fact, the silver nails of Liu Zipai did not hurt her much. But the disordered breath at that moment directly caused her spell to be interrupted, and then she was backfired and her vitality was seriously damaged. This ghost mother said that, unless there is a god transforming cultivator here, no one can kill her. You didn't hear it. The extremely unpleasant female voice sounded behind Bingfeng at this moment. It turned out that Liu Zipai knew that she couldn't kill Bingfeng by herself, so when she made a move, she let Huangquan ghost mother escape behind Bingfeng and was about to attack. The ghost in the green mist pinched a spell with both hands, and the crazy and elegant green long hair on her head suddenly seemed to come alive, and thousands of strands shot out together, directly piercing into the white flames around Bingfeng. At this time, a terrible scene appeared. Bingfeng's Fengli Bingayan, which could freeze everything, seemed to have lost its magical power and could not affect these green long hair at all. It was about to be pierced with holes. Huangquan ghost mother had a grimace on her face, as if she had seen Bingfeng's tragic death. Ghost-faced silk? Suddenly, a male voice sounded in the hall, like a basin of cold water poured on the heads of all the people and monsters in the hall. Who is here? Liu Zipai immediately used her spiritual eyes to look around, but saw Luo Hong standing abruptly in the center of the hall, looking up at the white jade platform. Not good. Seeing that the other party was looking in the direction of Huangquan ghost mother, Liu Zipai was shocked again, and turned to look at Bingfeng. However, as she expected, the fatal blow had changed. The millions of green hairs that could not be heard by Fengli Bingayan were like encountering a transparent wall, and all stopped less than half a foot away from Bingfeng's back. The power of heaven and earth. Who are you? Huangquan ghost mother was obviously a connoisseur, and she did not feel sorry at the moment. After attracting her magical power, her body turned into a green light and fled to Liu Zipai's side. No wonder you wanted to slaughter those daj insects back then. It turned out that you wanted to collect evil spirits to refine ghost face silk. Not bad, not bad. You refined this thing very well. Luo Hong looked at Huangquan ghost mother with shining eyes, talking to himself. So that thing is called ghost face silk. Since you know it so clearly, don't you have it on you? Huangquan ghost mother narrowed her eyes and asked back unkindly. Oh. Do you want to kill people and steal treasures? It just so happens that Luo has the same intention. After saying that, Luo Hong's eyes became fierce, and the sword pointed at Huangquan ghost mother. Brothers, it's another full day. Chapter 781, Yellow Springs Heavenly Ghost Gate. After retreating to Liu Zipai's side, Huangquan ghost mother felt that she had offended Tsui by coming out this time. First, she ran into a boy holding a Buddhist spiritual treasure, and then ran into a madman who practiced the power of heaven and earth. Either she could restrain her ghost body, or she could restrain her magic weapon. The evil soul silk she refined with the ghost face silk obtained by chance has the characteristics of being impervious to water and fire and extremely tough, and it also has the magical power of not being affected by anything after being tempered by Yunqi for thousands of years. It can be said to be the world's first-class sinister magic weapon. In the past, when she used it, even if the opponent was a great monk in the late Yuanying period, she had been injured by this magic weapon in one encounter. However, although this treasure is not affected by all laws, it will still be controlled by the power of heaven and earth, and cannot play any role. Perhaps seeing that Huan Quan Ghost Mother was afraid of Luo Hong, Liu Zipai immediately secretly transmitted a message. It is true that this person has the power of heaven and earth, but there is a big problem with the treasure of heaven and earth he refined. I think it cannot be used easily, and it can't exert much power. Huan Quan Ghost Mother was delighted when she heard this, and when she heard Luo Hong mention the name of the ghost face silk, she became even more greedy. Seeing that Luo Hong was about to make a move, Huan Quan Ghost Mother was not to be outdone. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it, and all the green hair on her head flew into her palm, entwined with each other to form a green spear with a whistling wind. Let's see how powerful your power of heaven and earth is. Although the power of heaven and earth restrains the yin sha silk, if one side is too weak, the restrained side is not without a chance of winning. With a flash of thought in her mind, Huan Quan Ghost Mother swung her right arm violently and threw the green spear fiercely. At the same time, Luo Hong's sword finger was also pointed at Huan Quan Ghost Mother, and a command came out of his mouth. Stop. It was just a light word, but Huan Quan Ghost Mother's body suddenly stiffened, and a strange force covered her invisible ghost body, which made her feel strangely restored to a physical body in an instant. However, this physical body was not free, but seemed to be cast into fine steel, and even her eyeballs could not move. Suddenly, Huan Quan Ghost Mother was glad that she had just attacked. As long as a soul-killing spear delayed for a moment, she could break free from this strange bondage. However, the next scene completely shocked Huan Quan Ghost Mother. Luo Hong's right palm, which pointed out the sword finger, did not retract, and suddenly turned black, and at the same time, the power of heaven and earth burst out from his palm. The soul-killing spear, which should have been invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, trembled violently, and was forcibly taken into Luo Hong's right palm. Just as the dark wind wrapped around the spear was about to erode his palm, countless ghost heads appeared on the black glove-like magic weapon, swallowing up the dark wind, as if it were a tonic. Looking at the soul-killing spear in his hand, Luo Hong couldn't help but sneer at the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother who was trying to break free from the immobilization spell, and then secretly use the law of power, and with a little force on his right palm, he crushed the spiritual consciousness on the soul-killing spear. Without the yin attribute magic power and spiritual consciousness, this soul-killing spear completely became an ownerless object. Good guy, you delivered it to my door before I even made a move. Really good. Luo Hong originally wanted to first immobilize the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother, then take the opportunity to severely injure her, and then slowly seize this treasure. However, things are unpredictable, and the opponent's heaven-defying operation allowed him to get there in one step. However, because of this, Luo Hong wasted the control of the immobilization spell, and the next moment the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother resumed her free movement. What kind of evil magic did you use? Give me back my magic weapon. Huan Quan Ghost Mother was going crazy. She had never seen such a method of taking away someone's magic weapon. She was not dead, so how could the spiritual imprint be so fragile? But how could she know the domineering power of the law? As long as it was not a spiritual treasure, whether it was a magic weapon or an ancient treasure, it could not withstand Luo Hong's pinch just now. Fortunately, Huan Quan Ghost Mother was still sensible. She did not expect that Luo Hong would return the magic weapon with just one word. She suddenly inserted her ghost hand into her abdomen. With a cry of pain, she pulled out her ghost hand, holding a square object in her hand. Seeing Luo Hong put the magic weapon that she had tempered for thousands of years into the storage bag, Huan Quan Ghost Mother's face became particularly ferocious. She immediately shook her wrist and sacrificed the object in her hand. Suddenly, a gloomy wind blew in the hall, and a huge green door appeared in front of Huan Quan Ghost Mother. The door is about 10 feet high and 8 feet thick. It seems to be made of bronze, and the surface is rusty. On each of the two doors, there is an engraving of a huge, ferocious ghost head, which makes people shudder at the sight. Sensing the breath of this door, Luo Hong's face straightened, and he said in surprise, "The Tongshan Ling Bao of the Ghost Dao. Since you know how powerful it is, then return the magic weapon quickly, otherwise I will use the magical power of the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate, and you may lose your life." The Yellow Spring Ghost Mother threatened without seeing her. Luo, you are so kind. Even though I have offended you like this, I'm afraid that there is something wrong with this treasure and you cannot use it freely, or there is a major hidden danger. Although he did not know the details of the ghost Daoling Bao in front of him, Luo Hong would not be scared by it. No matter how strange the magical power of this treasure is, it is backed by Han Lao Mo's 8 spirit ruler, and it is impossible to endanger his life. Therefore, while he spoke in a cold voice, he had already sacrificed the water and fire bagma plate. The power of heaven and earth is the most useful to deal with the intangible existence. No. Do you want to kill me? Liu Zipper's terrified voice came from the battle group not far away. He forced me to do it. After this battle, this old mother will catch the sun essence fire for you. Huangquan Ghost Mother was determined to kill Luo Hong and take back the magic weapon. She ignored Liu Zipper's obstruction, roared sharply, and pressed her palm on the bronze ghost door. With a squeak, the Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate opened a gap, and the yin energy in the hall immediately became 3 times thicker. Humph. Do you think Luo will let you use your magic power? Close it for me. Tang Shenling Bao will involve the power of laws. Luo Hong dared not be arrogant in this regard. He immediately fled into the air and summoned the water and fire Pisces. With a slight turn, the power of heaven and earth surged out. Suddenly, the bronze door, which was only 1 foot wide, stopped suddenly. The green yin energy around the yellow spring ghost mother was scattered, as if it had been hit hard, but she herself was not overwhelmed by the power of heaven and earth. Luo Hong immediately realized that something was wrong. When he was observing the other party's magical body, he suddenly heard Liu Zipper's extremely resentful voice from a distance. Stop. Stop. Luo Hong looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Liu Zipper, who was originally fighting with Han Lao Mo, Bing Feng and King Bai Kanglang, had paid some price and left the battle group. This is. After seeing Liu Zipper's current appearance, Luo Hong couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He saw that the woman's originally delicate face had shriveled and wrinkled, and her long black hair was rapidly turning white. So that's it. This woman is the real owner of this treasure. No wonder the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother is controlled by her. With a change of mind, Luo Hong understood the relationship between Liu Zipper, the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother, and the Ghost Magic Treasure. Liu Zipper is the master of the Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate, so once this treasure moves, her lifespan will be lost rapidly. This is the common price of using ghost magic weapons beyond a level. In this way, the promise to capture the sun's fire must be related to Huang water. The Huangquan Ghost Mother is similar to the existence of this treasure, so she can bypass Liu Zipper, the master, to forcibly drive this treasure, and she can also be shrouded by the power of heaven and earth without any problems. After all, the existence of this ghost thing has been bound to the Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate. When she summons this treasure, all attacks will be borne by this treasure. The cause of this relationship between the three is not difficult to guess. It is probably that the Huangquan Ghost Mother has been restricted after attaching to the spiritual treasure, and she needs Liu Zipper, a normal cultivator, to help her do things. This is the situation where the Huangquan Ghost Mother is more powerful, but has to obey the supernatural Liu Zipper, and Liu Zipper dare not interfere too much with the Huangquan Ghost Mother. After all, one of them is the master of the weapon spirit and has a certain degree of control, and the other is stronger. If they are forced, they can choose to change people. After thinking all this through in an instant, Luo Hong immediately realized that he had the initiative. As long as the situation continued to stalemate, Liu Zipper would soon die of exhaustion. At that time, Huangquan Ghost Mother alone would definitely not be able to drive the ghost spiritual treasure as she wished. But obviously, Huangquan Ghost Mother also realized this. A fierce look flashed on her face, and she suddenly opened her arms and merged into the bronze ghost gate. Although this move would deepen her connection with Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate and greatly increase the difficulty of regaining freedom in the future, she couldn't care less at the moment. Sensing the sudden change in the breath of the bronze ghost gate, Luo Hong knew that the other party was going to change his tactics, and immediately prepared to deal with it. Sure enough, the next moment, a pale ghost hand stretched out from the ghost gate like lightning, ignoring the barrier of the power of heaven and earth, and stretched the arm super long to grab him at a high speed. Luo Hong immediately realized that the other party had used the law of the ghost spiritual treasure, otherwise this abnormality would not have occurred. With a thought, Luo Hong summoned all 72 divine swords in one breath and slashed at the ghost hand. As a result, all the divine swords were slashed on the phantom and passed through the pale ghost hand. It's difficult. If I use the water and fire rate diagrams plate with all my strength, I may destroy the ancient teleportation array. If I'm not careful, I can only take some risks. Luo's eyes focused, and he didn't choose the safest strategy. Instead, he left the 8 diagrams plate, and his body flashed, teleporting 100 feet away. The pale ghost hand followed closely without stopping, obviously locking onto his aura. Seeing this, Luo Hong's expression did not change. He kept summoning talismans and some unimportant magic weapons, trying to delay time. After all, Liu Zipi was obviously about to die of old age. After several teleportations, the ghost hand's escape speed became faster and faster, and the talismans and magic weapons had proved that they could not affect the opponent, and met the same result as the divine sword. Gan, the magical power of the ghost is really weird. I can only try my best with the law of force. If it doesn't work, I will use the Thunder Immortal Body technique to smash this broken door. Luo Hong had just recovered his vitality. If it wasn't for the last resort, he really didn't want to heal his wounds again. With a change of mind, Luo Hong stopped dodging and punched the pale ghost hand. As he expected, once it came into contact with him, the pale ghost hand immediately became a physical entity. Luo Hong felt a cold air penetrating his heart and lungs, as if it was going to coagulate his blood, causing his body to stiffen. You can't run away. If you are locked by the black evil ghost hand, you will only end up being swallowed by the ghost gate, unless your evil spirit can surpass the ghost gate. Seeing that Luo Hong was finally caught by the pale ghost hand, the ghost mother of Huangquan laughed sinisterly. However, before she finished her words, Luo Hong suddenly burst into laughter and couldn't help but yelled in exasperation, "You can still laugh when you are about to die. Yellow Spring Ghost Mother, huh? Today, I will teach you a lesson. Villains always die because they talk too much." In the laughter, Luo Hong stopped the action of condensing the 5-element divine thunder, and after mocking the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother jokingly, he closed his eyes. "Look, this is Luo's evil spirit." As Luo Hong's eyes suddenly opened, a black evil spirit that seemed to be real rose from his body. At this moment, the hearts of all the people and monsters in the void spirit hall jumped suddenly, as if they had encountered an unparalleled evil demon, and they looked towards the direction of the main hall and trembling. If it is said that the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother is indeed unlucky, she could have met Luo Hong at any other time, but it happened to be less than a year after he destroyed the Pure Land sect. Originally, after a while, the evil spirit brought to Luo Hong by the countless low-level Buddhist cultivators who were killed in the Battle of the Pure Land sect would have dissipated on its own. Now, Luo Hong is carrying the power of exterminating the sect, and his evil spirit is at its peak. These evil spirits have been suppressed by Luo Hong's body, so they are not obvious, but once they erupt, they will definitely be earth-shattering. At this time, a kai sound came from Luo Hong's right fist, and it was the pale ghost hand that was eroded by Luo Hong's evil spirit, and the fingertips of the 5 fingers had already turned black. The pale ghost hand seemed to have a conditioned reflex when it was burned, and it wanted to retract without thinking. However, with a snap, Luo Hong, who had been prepared, turned the tables and changed his fist into a claw, grabbing it tightly. "Let go. You devil, let me go." Huangquan Ghost Mother no longer had the arrogance just now and screamed in fear. However, Luo Hong ignored this ghost thing at all, and his right palm suppressed the pale ghost hand like a mountain, preventing it from withdrawing even a little. At the same time, the black evil spirit on Master Luo's body also quickly eroded the pale ghost hand, and the black air spread along the scary arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it had already penetrated deep into the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate. No. This is impossible. With an unwilling scream, the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother was silent. It was unknown whether she was completely swallowed by the evil spirit or completely integrated into the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate. At this time, Luo Hong suddenly felt his hand lighten, as if he could pull the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate over with just a slight tug. Humph. You still want to take back the magic weapon? Come here too. Luo Hong also pulled with his spiritual sense, and the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate shrank and flew towards Luo Hong. When it fell into his palm, the treasure had become its original small appearance. At the same time, a very resentful look fell on him. Liu Zippy, who had turned into an old woman, was staring at the magic treasure in his hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782, Entering the Zushan Palace Again. As an ordinary disciple of Xianji Palace, Liu Zippy can become a late-stage Yuanying master now, and the help of Huangquan Ghost Mother accounts for most of the credit. She loves and hates Huangquan Xiangguimen, a ghost spiritual treasure. Now that both Ghost Mother and the spiritual treasure have been obtained by Luo Hong, if they are not taken back, the loss is secondary, but the Huang water is out of the question. And without Huang water, with her current lifespan, she will not live long. Therefore, even if Luo Hong repeatedly shows amazing strength, Liu Zippy also intends to fight hard. Want to fight to the death. Just by looking at each other, Luo Hong felt Liu Zippy's determination, and his eyes could not help but condense, and he reached out to recall the water and fire bagua plate. The magical power of this Liu Palace Master is average, but her identity is there, and she must have a lot of strange things in her hands. Now is a critical moment, and Luo Hong does not want to miss the opportunity to teleport because of negligence. However, at this moment, a green light was reflected on Luo Hong's side face, and a violent spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came from the white jade platform. Oh, the time has come. Luo Hong knew that the plan was complete, and he disappeared in an instant after a light laugh. A while ago, Han Li was exhausted from dealing with the attacks of 3 late nascent soul beings. Even with the help of humanoid puppets and Liu Zippy sharing some of the pressure, he felt more and more overwhelmed. After all, although his magical powers and magic weapons are strong, his magic power is still a long way from that of late nascent soul beings. If he can't come up with a decisive means, he will be in danger this time. Although senior brother Luo has also come to the main hall, he is afraid that the strongest ghost cultivator among all the monsters will not be able to help him. After thinking about this, Han Li suddenly focused his eyes, raised his head, and opened his mouth, and sprayed out an antique little tripod. After the green little tripod spun around, countless slender green hair flew out from the lid of the tripod. After some interweaving, it condensed into a huge light net, protecting Han Li and Bai Yaoyi. Zushanding. The next moment, Han Li heard the exclamation of Liu Zippy, who had just suddenly withdrawn from the battle group. He couldn't help but frown. The reason why he had not sacrificed the Zushanding was that he knew that the palace master of Xianji Palace would definitely recognize it. The fact was as he expected. Seeing this personal spiritual treasure of the Ice Soul Fairy, Liu Zippy's old face suddenly showed an incredible look. Then she immediately stopped looking for the missing Luo Hong, and instead, she flicked her 10 fingers wildly at the teleportation array under Han Li's feet, as if she was desperate to keep her. 10 dazzling silver long rainbows shot out immediately. Although Bingfeng hated Liu Zippy more now, the other party was obviously in big trouble, so it was not urgent to take revenge on her. Instead, Han Li sacrificed another trump card, and still looked like he was going to run. She immediately pinched the sword formula, and countless ice sword ki appeared behind her. Go. After a cry, the sword energy turned into a crystal rain of swords, all slashing down. Han Li had long expected that, if he tried to teleport again, he would be besieged, so not only was the humanoid puppet ready, but the 5 heart demons also surrounded him with grey demonic energy. But none of them expected that at this moment, the Zushanding, which was spewing out countless green spiritual threads, suddenly shook violently, and emitted a dazzling green light. Not good. Han Li suddenly lost his mental connection with the Zushan Palace, and he was very anxious. But then he found that the loss of control of the Zushending was not caused by anyone, but was actually related to the teleportation array next to it. I saw that the green spiritual threads that originally formed a green net all fell down at this moment and sank into the ancient teleportation array in the middle. Then, the formation made a loud noise, and a green spiritual light appeared, condensing into a green light curtain, covering the entire white jade platform. At this time, the 10 silver rainbows and countless icy sword ki all shot out, but the cyan light curtain seemed indestructible. The silver rainbows and sword ki hid it, but they couldn't even cause the slightest ripple. Bing Feng was slightly stunned when she saw this, and then her figure flashed to the vicinity of the cyan light curtain, and was about to tear open the space to pull Han Li out. Liu Zipei knew this ancient teleportation array better, and knew that it had never been opened since the palace was built. Who knows where it would lead to? If it was a GD, she would be dead in her current situation. After hesitating for a moment, she saw Luo Hong's figure suddenly appear on the cyan light curtain, and her eyes were immediately red with anger. However, before she could make any move, the cyan light curtain suddenly flashed. When the spiritual light dissipated, Luo Hong, Bing Feng, Han Li and Bai Yaoai on the high platform were all gone. Liu Zipper's heart was chilled. After a moment of impotent rage, she almost lost her mind and stared at the equally stunned blue wolf. Sensing the killing intent, the blue wolf's eyes immediately became stern, and he turned to face Liu Zipper. After a moment of confrontation between the man and the demon, they suddenly flashed at the same time and fought with each other with their magical powers. For a while, the roar in the main hall of Zuling was endless, and various colors of spiritual light appeared alternately. However, for Luo Hong, whether it was the battle between the human and the demon in Xiaoji Palace or the grudge with Liu Zipei, they were all out of reach. At this moment, he was in a stone house of 30 feet long and wide, standing in a magic array that was almost exactly the same as the ancient teleportation array in the Zuling Hall. Obviously, he had successfully arrived at the place he was supposed to come to, and there was no accident in this teleportation. Unlike Luo Hong, who was in a very happy mood, Han Li did not dare to relax at all at this time, and confronted Bing Feng with a stern face. Bai Yaoai on the side, retreated weakly to the side. In the previous fight, she had already discovered the fact that she was a waste. Fellow Daoist Luo, don't rush to explore here, come and help me kill the descendant of the Ice Soul Fairy. Bing Feng asked Luo Han for help, and thought to herself that she was unlucky. She noticed something was wrong before the green color suddenly appeared, and wanted to use her space magic to escape immediately, but unexpectedly, the space power condensed by the ancient teleportation array was stronger than she imagined, and she was mixed into the teleportation. If Han Li's Bai Yaoai came from the middle of the road, then Luo Han walked on the side of the road, and Bing Feng was miserable. She was flying against the green belt. If it weren't for her own space talent, it would be hard to say whether she could stand up at this time. Now she is gritting her teeth and holding on. After all, she had suffered the backlash of magic before. If Han Li was an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, even in her current state, she would kill as many as she could, but the opponent's magic and magic weapons were extremely powerful. Even though she was a quasi-god transforming cultivator, she still felt that the other party was extremely difficult to deal with. Humph. As expected of that woman's descendant, he is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, I have a monster helper, so I don't have to be afraid of him. Bing Feng smiled coldly, and suddenly felt that being able to kill such a powerful descendant of the Ice Soul Fairy was not worth mentioning, even if Luo Hong spent 100 years refining treasures. Senior brother Luo, do you know this fairy? Han Lao was also a person with high emotional intelligence. He called Bing Feng monster in his heart for a long time, and when he found that the situation had changed, he immediately changed his words to fairy. Compared with Han Li's surprise, Bing Feng was shocked at this moment, looking at Luo Hong in horror and unable to speak. It turns out that you are also the descendant of the Ice Soul Fairy. Feng Daoao, don't think too much. Luo has nothing to do with the Ice Soul Fairy. When Luo Hong saw Bing Feng's look, she knew that she had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. Then, before the two of them could ask, he took the lead and said, I'm still confused. How did you fight with Brother Feng? I saw you fighting fiercely when I just entered the main hall, and I thought you had some personal grudges. Humph. This makes me angry. I have never seen this fairy before, but she was so cruel as soon as she saw me that she wanted to take my life. Han Li was not without temper. If Bingfeng hadn't intervened, he would have taken Bai Yaoi away long ago. How could he come to this strange place where there was no idea what dangers there were? If you are not the descendant of the Ice Soul Fairy, how do you explain your kind and ice flame? As far as I know, the only other person in the world who controls this flame is the Great Elder of Xianaji Palace, Master Han Li. You said you have nothing to do with Xianaji Palace. How can I believe it? With Luo Hong as a witness, Bingfeng actually realized that she was probably mistaken, but she was the Lord of the Ice Sea after all, and she had to save face, so she had to be justified in her mistakes. Well, this is really easy to explain. Junior brother Han's blue ice flame was obtained from the Zushending in his hand, and this Zushending was obtained from this place. Luo Hong pointed to the ground, as if it had nothing to do with him. What? Senior brother Luo, you mean this is Zushan Palace? Why can you be so sure? Han Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately put aside his grudge with Bingfeng and asked happily. Although Zushan Palace is not a good place, it is at least a place he is familiar with, and it is much better than the ghost place like Yunming Land. Luo Hong stretched out his hand and patted his forehead, and the half of the Jink Jade book slowly flew out. It was completely different from usual, flashing with milky white spiritual light. This thing was obtained by my brother in Zushan Palace, and it is closely related to this palace. Now it has such an abnormality, there can only be one reason. This is Zushan Palace. So that's it. Very good. Very good. Han Li clapped his hands happily. After proving that he was in Zushan Palace, he immediately relaxed a lot. Although this place has many powerful restrictions, he is no longer the little giant and cultivator he was back then. With Luo Hong and Bingfeng by his side, it is very likely that he can get out of here. What is Zushan Palace? Why is the name so similar to my Zuling Palace? Bai Yaoi listened for a long time and finally couldn't help asking. My palace? Bingfeng was angry and suddenly found that there was a really Yuanying elder of Xianaji Palace here, so she couldn't help but said coldly. Bai Yaoi shrank her neck immediately when she saw this, regretting why she had said too much just now. She should have honestly reduced her presence. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Feng, fellow Daoist Bai has already betrayed Xianaji Palace, and is no longer an elder of Xianaji Palace. Besides, she has some friendship with Luo and junior brother Han, so please don't make things difficult for her. Luo Hong spoke up. To help at this time, not for Bai Yaoi, but for the future ascension of Han Lao Mo. If Bingfeng kills Bai Yaoi in front of Han Lao Mo today, there is no guarantee that they will not form a group to sneak through the space node because of this grudge in the future. At that time, Luo Hong estimated that he would have ascended long ago, and it would be impossible to save him, even if he wanted to. Therefore, he has to protect Bai Yaoi now. Humph. She saw the opportunity quickly and knew to abandon the dark and join the light in time. Bingfeng snorted coldly, turned his eyes away, and observed the stone house. In fact, everyone in the stone house knew that the reason why Bingfeng let Bai Yaoi go was definitely not the reason she said. Facing Bai Yaoi's grateful eyes, Luo Hong nodded lightly and then introduced the situation of Zushan Palace. Of course, he concealed the part about the ancient demon. After listening, Bingfeng completely believed that Han Li was not the descendant of the Ice Soul Fairy. After all, Luo Hong said so much in detail, it would be extremely easy to verify. If this is a lie, then the level is too low. So, we just need to get out of this stone house first, and then go to the giant tower, to find a stone room, and then we can teleport out from here. Bingfeng looked around, and found that this stone house was quite strange. There was not even a door around it, and the stone wall was as smooth as a mirror, without a single crack. Obviously, it would take some effort to get out. And she heard Luo Hong's description just now. It seemed that, after getting out of the stone house, it would be easier to teleport out of the Zushan Palace. This is the law. When the Zushan Palace appears in the world, it is still far from the time to appear in the world. The Zushan Palace should still be in the space debris, so this method cannot be sure to work. Luo Hong shook his head, indicating that it would not be that easy. In any case, we have to get out of this stone house first, and explore it carefully first. Whether it was the timing or the relationship with Luo Hong, Han Li couldn't conflict with Bingfeng at the moment, so he simply didn't think about it, and focused on how to get out of trouble. Seeing his proposal, the last trace of gunpowder in the stone house disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and began to explore each wall. Luo Hong probed his spiritual sense into the stone wall, but was immediately rebounded by a powerful force, which showed that the wall was protected by some powerful prohibition, which was very consistent with the decoration style of Zushan Palace. We can't waste time here, we have to check the seals of those ancient demons quickly. The escape of the powerful demon made Luo Hong feel a little uneasy, so he frowned and punched the wall in front of him. Pop, with a sound like a bubble bursting, a large hole as wide as two people was blasted out in the mirror wall in front of Luo Hong. This made the two people and one demon who had just started to explore twitch their mouths. After leaving the stone house, everyone came to an empty hall and encountered a door full of runes. However, this time, before Luo Hong could open the way with force, the half piece of the Golden Palace Jade Book held in his left palm suddenly shot out a milky white beam of light, which immediately opened the door. Chapter 783, The Sealed Trouble. The half of the Jade in fellow Daoist Luo's hand can actually open the restriction here. It seems that it is not as simple as having a connection with this place, Bingfeng said without showing any joy or anger. Soon after I got this item, I was teleported out of the Zushan Palace, so I don't know its wonderful use. But now, this is undoubtedly good news. As he spoke, Luo Hong and Han Li, who were walking in front, had already stepped out of the door and came to an intersection. After a glance, the two saw a series of crisscrossing bluestone passages, dividing this place quite neatly. Both sides of the passage were exactly the same tall stone walls, and like the stone walls of the stone house, they also blocked the spiritual consciousness. Seeing the appearance of this passage, Han Liomo suddenly showed a look of nostalgia, thinking that when he first came here, he was still coerced by Ji Yin and other Yuanying demon cultivators, but now none of these people are his opponents. It is indeed the Zushan Palace. This should be the inner hall, but I don't know which floor it is on. Han Li nodded and turned to look at Luo Hong. The inner hall of Zushan is a 5-story tower. Only the first floor has a stone chamber that can teleport people out. Since there is no such chamber here, we should look for the teleportation array to the next floor. However, the suppression of spiritual consciousness here is severe, and the environment is like a maze. I don't know if there will be puppets blocking the way. It will take some time. Luo Hong naturally couldn't reveal the fact that he already knew how to escape, so he could only pretend to be ignorant and speculate. If it's just to go to the next floor, there's no need to be so troublesome. Bingfeng, who was one step behind Luo Hong, suddenly said lightly, with a slightly weak tone. Oh, what's your trick, fellow Daoist Feng? There is also a space restriction here, Luo Hong said with a look of surprise on his face, and reminded him lightly. He didn't want Bingfeng to force herself, which would make her injuries worse, otherwise it would delay her work for him. Of course I know this, but I don't take this space restriction seriously. I can break it easily. Fellow Daoist Luo, don't worry. Bingfeng raised her chin proudly, and then with a wave of her jade hand, she easily tore open a space crack as high as a person. Then she spit out a stream of magic power from her mouth, causing the space crack to expand and stabilize rapidly. In just a few breaths, a space portal that could be used for people to pass through was formed. Looking through it to the other side, it was a similar bluestone passage. Luo Hong didn't say anything and stepped in. His spiritual sense probed forward and found a stone chamber with runes on the door. It seems that we are lucky. This is the first floor, Luo Hong said with his back to the three people who followed closely. There are treasures in each of these stone chambers. If we can get out, shouldn't we each choose one to go in? Bai Yaoai fully demonstrated what it means to be a thief who never leaves empty-handed. Before escaping from the predicament, she had already set her sights on the treasures in the stone chamber. Fellow Daoist Bai, don't expect it to be so good. The situation in the inner hall is a little unusual. Normally, we should have encountered puppets blocking the road or forbidden traps, but now it is dead and lifeless, as if most of the forbidden traps are asleep. It is not a wise move to put all our hopes on those stone chambers. Hanli had an exploration experience, so he soon realized that something was wrong with the inner hall. We have to give it a try. Let's go. There is a stone chamber in front. Although the result was not optimistic, Luo Hong was also curious whether it would be different with the half piece of Jink Jade book in his hand. They could not help but fly in the passage. The four of them flashed and came to the stone door that Luo Hong sensed. However, Luo Hong waited for a while, but did not see any reaction from the jade in his hand, so he knew that he could not take advantage of this. Hanli was not disappointed when he saw this. He casually chopped out a Kingyuan sword energy and broke the restriction on the stone door. The four people's consciousness simultaneously probed into the stone chamber and found that it was empty and there was no trace of treasure. Then Hanli walked in, and there was no spiritual light of the teleportation ban. He shook his head and said, "It really doesn't work. I guess only when the Zushan Palace is officially opened, these stone chambers will have treasures and teleport people out. What can we do? Do we have to wait here for 200 years? Bai Yaoi's face sank. She was not like Luo Hong and Hanli, who carried a lot of resources for cultivation. Being trapped here for 200 years would really be a waste of 200 years. That's not necessary. Luo's Taoist partner has a map of the Zushan Palace. From the map, it can be seen that there is a formation core in the giant tower of the inner hall. As long as it is found, we should be able to find a way out. However, although there are no puppets and traps in the inner hall now, its own magical power of suppressing spiritual consciousness is very troublesome. If we want to find the formation core quickly, we must act separately. Once they acted separately, Luo Hong was ready to check the situation of the seal. Okay, but this place is like a maze. We still need to decide on a meeting place. Why not choose the 5th floor of Hanli Terrace? That place is the easiest to find. Hanli also felt that this was the only way, so he added, "Okay, let's meet at Hanli Terrace." Seeing that Luo Hong agreed, Bai Yaoi, who was the most anxious, was the first to fly away and began to search on the 1st floor. When Han Lao saw that Bing Feng had no intention of moving, he knew that he should not be here, so he turned into a green light and returned to the 2nd floor through the space portal that had not yet closed. Sure enough, as soon as the others left, Bing Feng bowed to Luo Hong seriously and said, "Thank you for your help when we were in the main hall of Zuling. Otherwise, if that Huan ghost mother succeeded, I would be in danger of my life." Haha, this Bing Feng is also a true character, with a clear distinction between love and hate. Since fellow Daoist Feng has agreed to help me refine treasures, I will certainly not watch you get into trouble. Your vitality has been severely depleted this time, so take this Yuhe pill and you should be able to recover after a few months of rest. Bing Feng was suffering from a work-related injury, so Luo Hong would certainly not be stingy. This pill is indeed what I need urgently now, so I won't be polite to fellow Daoist Luo. I will do my best to refine the treasure, please rest assured. Bing Feng looked at Luo Hong with a complicated expression and took the pill generously, but then frowned and said, "But judging from the spatial fluctuations during the previous transmission, I think we are no longer in the scope of Dajin." Fellow Daoist Luo said before that he had to take me to a place to refine the treasure, but I'm afraid we can't go back in a short time. Haha, fellow Daoist Feng doesn't have to worry about Luo. When Luo refines the treasure, he only needs to find a place with abundant water spirits. He originally planned to look for it on the 5 Dragon Sea, but now we are in the Chaos Star Sea. It doesn't hinder anything. Luo Hong chuckled on the surface, but was secretly panicked. Oh my god, he almost got caught. That's good, I'll go explore the 3rd layer. Bing Feng smiled brightly, and then her figure flashed and disappeared to an unknown place. Seeing him leave, Luo Hong immediately became serious, and the 4-sided flying boots on his feet flashed with spiritual light. Following his memory, he fled all the way to the entrance of the Zushan Dark Palace. A familiar teleportation array appeared in front of Luo Hong. After a few spiritual stones were casually inserted, Luo Hong urged his magic power and was moved to a stone chamber surrounded by walls on all sides. The stone chamber was very spacious, but it gave people a crowded feeling, because there stood a huge altar in the center, with countless silver ancient runes and reliefs on it, simple and mysterious. This time, the Golden Palace Jade Book responded immediately, and a milky white beam of light shot out, and the whole altar seemed to come alive and glowed. Luo Hong was not surprised to see this, and stepped on it with familiarity. A spiritual light flashed in front of his eyes, and he was teleported to another place. Huh? Did you send me directly to the 5th floor? That's fine. Standing in the middle of the darkness, Luo Hong was not panicked at all. Feeling the familiar pressure of the divine consciousness, he knew where he was. Thinking back to when he came here, his spiritual consciousness couldn't even leave his body for an inch, but now he can probe out 20 or 30 miles, directly covering the 4-sided Ruai altar in the distance. This 5th floor is much smaller than I thought. The stone wall here seems a little strange. Luo Hong was just exploring casually, but he unexpectedly made an unexpected discovery. The stone wall of the 5th floor of the Dark Hall was completely different from the stone wall in the previous passage. The latter repelled all spiritual consciousness, which was equivalent to isolating the exploration of immortal cultivators, while the former was the opposite. Not only could the spiritual consciousness enter smoothly, but it was even amplified. Luo Hong immediately became curious and carefully probed a ray of spiritual consciousness in. Then he found that the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He saw several extremely tall green jade altars standing in the darkness, and the huge ancient demon's true body was imprisoned in them. Luo Hong was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to understand something and laughed. Haha, you are really a real person like Wentian. No wonder the powerful demon resisted so much when he was pressed on the 4-sided Ruai altar, and even scolded you as the old thief Wentian. You are really thoughtful. Think about it carefully. Those demon souls sealed in the 5th floor of the Dark Palace can see their sealed bodies day and night, but cannot get close to them at all. How terrible is the torment. This time, the old thief Wentian is killing demons and destroying their hearts. After laughing, Luo Hong took the opportunity to carefully investigate, and found that there were a total of 6 green jade altars, 5 of which were intact, but one had a big hole in it. It must be the one that suppressed the powerful demon. After confirming that the seal of the demon body was fine, Luo Hong went towards the blue light in the distance. With every step he took, a silver rune would light up under his feet, and then the Jink Jade book in his hand would flash, obviously responding to the restriction here. Soon, Luo Hong came to the 6 dragon pillars that sealed the demon souls, but saw that the blue ice on the 6 dragon pillars was a little lighter than 100 years ago, and the ancient light ball held in the dragon's mouth under the ice was a little more active than before. Seeing this, Luo Hong's face suddenly sank. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the seal here is broken. But there was also good news. Among the 6 groups of demon souls, the one belonging to the great power true demon was a little weaker than last time. Obviously, he made the most operations, and lost the most. When Luo Hong entered within 3 feet of the 4-sided Ruai altar, the Golden Palace Jade Book spontaneously shot out a milky white light column. Then, this 5-foot-high small altar shot out a green escape light, hitting Luo Hong's forehead. Suddenly, Luo Hong vaguely felt that his body and mind were much more relaxed, as if he had touched something imprisoned. This restriction is actually not detectable with my current consciousness. It is probably related to the law. No wonder it needs to be performed with the help of the Golden Palace Jade Book. I thought that this restriction was only for the Yuanshan, and it was dissolved by it by nearly half. I was just a frog in the well. Just as Luo Hong was sighing, the half of the Golden Palace Jade Book in his hand slowly flew to the 4-sided Ruai altar, as if it was going to return to it. Luo Hong frowned and snatched the treasure back. You're kidding. The more profound the cultivators are, the more they can understand the value of treasures like the Golden Palace Jade Book. How could Luo Hong let it return to the 4-sided Ruai altar? He also wanted to get the other half to see what changes would happen. However, his action undoubtedly triggered the restriction, and his body and mind, which had just been relaxed, were imprisoned again. Even this time it was even more fierce, not even giving him a time limit of 300 years, and directly limited him to return the Golden Palace Jade Book within 30 years, otherwise his soul would be destroyed. Even if I return it, it will only delay it for a few thousand years. Once the Zushinding and Kyanlun Bingayan on the 5th floor of the inner hall are lost, the seal is destined to be broken one day, Luo Hong said to himself with a serious look. He was not an extremely selfish person. If the only useful way now was to return the Jink Jade book, he would not hesitate. But this method was not the only one, and it was useless. Luo Hong felt that he had to find a new solution. After taking a deep look at the 6 demon souls, Luo Hong immediately turned around and left. Half a month later, Han Li, who had turned the 2nd floor upside down, did not find anything. He could only go to the 5th floor of the inner hall through the teleportation array. When he escaped to Han Lite, he saw Luo Hong was already there, sitting cross-legged on the high platform, and staring at a magic weapon in his hand. Without Zushinding and Kyanlun Bingayan, Han Lite no longer looked like it did in the past. There were no magic array restrictions, only some traces of the battle in the past. Brother Luo, did you find anything? After landing on the high platform, Han Li asked directly. There is no trace of the control formation on the 4th floor, but there is one here. Luo Hong put away the object in his hand, tapped the Han Li platform under him with his fingers. It's right here. Han Li's face suddenly showed surprise, and his spiritual sense suddenly probed out, trying to find some traces. Brother Han, don't bother. The control formation is very well hidden. If I hadn't seen a similar formation on Bingyuan Island, I wouldn't be able to detect its traces. Luo Hong shook his head and stopped Han Leomo from wasting his efforts. Bingyuan Island? That's the holy land of the Ice Sea Monster clan. Are Brother Luo and Fairy Feng so close? Han Li has always had this doubt in his heart. How can a monster, a level 10 monster, make friends with a human cultivator? Fellow Daoist Feng and I also got to know each other through fighting. I happened to need her help, so I didn't make things difficult for her at the time, and even promised to help her when she attacked Xyanagy Palace. P.S. There will be a 2nd chapter, but it will be very late. Chapter 784, The Master of Ghost Gate. It's interesting to say, I promised fellow Daoist Feng that I would defeat Master Han Li, so before the battle started, I entered the Zuling Palace to look for him. But I learned from fellow Daoist Bay that the Great Elder and Junior Brother Han entered the Zuanai Cave and never came out again. At that time, I guessed that he couldn't come out. That person is the descendant of the Ice Soul Fairy, and his magical powers are in perfect harmony with the Zushinding, so he definitely couldn't resist the temptation. And with Junior Brother Han's magical powers and personality, Master Han Li is definitely not his opponent, which makes me feel relieved. Luo Hong said with a smile. Brother Luo, you are praising me too much. I just had good luck this time. Although he knew it was useless, Han Li still habitually concealed his shortcomings, and then changed the subject. Since Brother Luo has found the control array, why don't you make it visible? Is there another difficulty? Fellow Daoist Feng has to do the summoning of the array. As the island owner, she is naturally very familiar with the array on her own island. For the sake of caution, we should wait for a few days. Luo Hong's words were half true and half false. For the control array, finding it is a difficult thing, and summoning it to appear is not very particular. However, Luo Hong is not concerned about this matter now, so he just waits for Bing Feng to come. Half a month ago, when he came out of the 5th floor of the Dark Palace, he went straight to Han Lite. After some investigation, he found that with the removal of Zushinding, the original sealing array had been destroyed. This ancient array is extremely complex, and Luo Hong's current array level cannot repair it. Therefore, even if Han Leomo put the Zushinding back to Han Lite, it would be useless. After careful consideration, there is only one way to completely solve the problem of the Devil Soul breaking the seal. That is to remove the firewood from the bottom of the pot and completely kill the 6 groups of Devil Souls. To be honest, this method sounds like nonsense. If these 6 groups of Devil Souls can be killed, the ancient cultivators will not keep them until today. After these ancient demons of the refining level came to the world, although their cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the transformation of the spirit, because of the relationship between the heavenly way, the strength of their physical body and soul is still at the level of refining the void. In simple terms, if this kind of ancient demon is only defeated, there is a good chance that it is extremely difficult to kill them. This is like a foundation building cultivator hitting the aura shield of a Yuanying cultivator. The damage caused is not as much as it can recover. Perhaps some of the resources that rely on the support of the spirit world have been destroyed, but the rest can only be sealed at a huge cost. But today, it is different. After tens of thousands of years of sealing, the 6 demon souls have undoubtedly entered the weakest state, and the powerful demon soul has even made himself half crippled. If the powerful demon soul is used as a breakthrough, perhaps this impossible thing can be done. Luo Hong actually has mastered a lot of magical powers to restrain the soul of the primordial spirit. Take the Black Crow True Flame for example. This fire is extremely yang and fierce. If ordinary ghosts and evil spirits approach, they will be burned by its fire. In addition, although the control of the Zuanai on the primordial spirit is not as strong as that of ghosts, the divine light of the eye can also imprison and dissolve the primordial spirit that has been separated from the body. There are also the 5 element of divine thunder and other slightly weaker restraints, so there is no need to say more. However, although these magical powers are not bad, Luo Hong is not sure that he can use them to kill the demon soul instantly. Once the demon soul escapes, it will immediately communicate with the demon world to summon the true demon energy to restore itself, and then Luo Hong will not be able to win. After discovering that his own methods are unsolvable, Luo Hong immediately thought of the ghost magic treasure he had just obtained. Since he was transferred from the Void Spirit Hall to the Void Heaven Hall, he had not had a moment's leisure, and therefore had not taken care of the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate. When he remembered it, he flipped his palm and took out a jade box from the Wanbao bag. After all, there was a ghost cultivator in the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate whose life or death was unknown, so Luo Hong would naturally not be unprepared and put it into the Wanbao bag. With a breath of spiritual energy, the soul sealing talisman on the jade box flew up, and Luo Hong's mind moved, and he took out a small bronze door. Then, without saying a word, Luo Hong probed his spiritual consciousness into it and searched for traces of the Yellow Spring Mother. It didn't take him much effort, as the Yellow Spring Mother actually showed up directly. The internal space of this spiritual treasure was a dark ghost den, and the only light was the dark green spiritual light emitted by the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother. "You're here." Surprisingly, after seeing the illusory figure condensed by Luo Hong's consciousness, Huangquan Ghost Mother actually seemed very calm, and she had completely lost her previous madness of wanting to kill him. "You seem to be fearless. Aren't you afraid that Luo will come here to destroy your soul and spirit and eliminate your future troubles?" Luo Hong asked with a murderous look. "You won't." However, Huangquan Ghost Mother was still very calm, staring at Luo Hong with helpless eyes. "Oh, why now?" Luo Hong was really curious now. "Because no one will refuse a ghost slave in the late nascent soul stage. Since you have become the new master of Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate, you can naturally command and control me." Huangquan Old Mother sighed, looking unwilling but helpless, and could only choose to submit. "That's it. Then I'd better kill you. After all, I don't need a ghost slave as ugly as you." Luo Hong shook his head and said with a hint of sneer on his face, "What on earth did this ghost thing misunderstand to use this as a bargaining chip? My scorpion is better than you, right?" The Yellow Spring Ghost Mother was stunned when she heard this. She didn't know what she wanted to say. She looked at Luo Hong in astonishment, as if she was accusing him of not playing by the rules. But after seeing Luo Hong's serious look, she backed off. So, with the rolling of green yuan qi, the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother turned into a girl, but her skin was as white as a ghost. Of course, she was a ghost, so there was nothing she could do. "This is what I looked like when I was young. Can I still be in your eyes?" the pale girl said with some anger. "Just barely." Luo Hong replied casually, and then suddenly said with a serious face, "You said you are already Luo's ghost slave, but what proof do you have?" The pale girl heard the words and directly dispersed the green mist like yin qi in the clothes that had changed around her body. On her bare chest, a huge ghost head was printed on it like a tattoo. Luo Hong was very familiar with this ghost head tattoo. It was the one carved on the door of Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate, with a green face and fangs, very ferocious. After the battle with fellow Daoist Luo, this ghost mother has been completely detained by Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate, and has become an evil ghost in this gate. No matter who becomes the master of this gate or thought can activate the restriction, allowing this spiritual treasure to extract the yin shakti from this ghost mother's body. For a ghost cultivator, the end of losing all the yin shakti, I believe fellow Daoist Luo, is very clear. The soul will fly away and will not enter the reincarnation. Luo Hong said lightly. Although the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother claimed that he was the master of the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate, Luo Hong did not have the power, she said. However, this is not difficult to understand. After all, Luo Hong did not even leave a spiritual mark on this door, and he did not practice the Tong Baoju, so he naturally could not drive this treasure. Like the Zushending, some spiritual treasures will obtain the Tong Baoju after leaving the spiritual imprint. Huangquan Ghost Mother is in this attitude, so Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate must be the same, otherwise she would not give in so quickly. Logically speaking, whether it is to enhance his own strength or to solve the problem of the devil soul, Luo Hong should leave his spiritual consciousness on Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate as soon as possible. But when he thought of Liu Zipper's appearance when her lifespan was madly drained that day, he couldn't help but hesitate. 6,000 today and 8,000 tomorrow. Chapter 785, 30 Years Agreement. This spiritual treasure is very evil. I'm afraid it's not prepared for normal cultivators. We must treat it with caution. With a thought, Luo Hong began to fully explore the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate. Perhaps because of his evil spirit, this treasure did not resist his divine thoughts at all, and every inch was seen by him clearly. However, the restrictions of this treasure are quite complicated, and Luo Hong can't figure out any tricks in a short time. Before he could open his head, Han Lao Mo flew over, so he simply put the matter aside for the time being. Anyway, there are still 30 years to spare. Brother Luo is not wrong. Then wait for a few days. Controlling the formation is their only hope of escaping the predicament, and Han Li also feels that it is not advisable to take risks. By the way, Brother Han, do you have any plans for ascension? It is not an easy task to sneak through the space node. The opportunity is rare. Luo Hong thought about it and prepared to consolidate the timeline. Well, junior brother, although I have some confidence in breaking through the late nascent soul stage, the state of transformation is still out of reach. Ascension is really not something that junior brother can consider now. However, senior and the others are exploring the space nodes left by Linglong, and I believe there will be results within 100 years. Senior brother Luo can discuss ascension with them. Han Li was stunned for a moment and felt that it was quite strange that the topic suddenly changed from escaping from trouble to ascension, but he still provided his opinion seriously. Junior brother Han, you have misunderstood. I'm not considering myself. In fact, I'm exploring another way to ascend, but this method is too special and cannot benefit others. Otherwise I would definitely share it with junior brother Han. Now that junior brother Han's cultivation is also approaching the ascension mark, I want to point out a clear way for junior brother. Luo Han shook his head slowly, looking at Han Lao Mo solemnly. Another way to ascend? A clear way. There was too much information, and it was too heavy. Han Li pondered for a while, before he bowed his hands and said seriously, please give me some advice, senior brother Luo. With the information left by the exquisite demon concubine, it is not difficult to find the right space node. The difficult part is how to resist the space storm when sneaking through the space node. That thing is extremely dangerous. Even if a divine transformation cultivator encounters some particularly fierce ones, he will die. However, Brother Bingfeng's innate magical power can sense the space storm, which must be of great help when sneaking through. Luo Hong said in a pretentious manner. Senior brother Luo means that junior brother and the Ice Phoenix should ascend together? Han Li frowned and said with some resistance. Yes, this should be the most appropriate way. Junior brother Han, please don't fight for the moment. Seeing that his expression was not right, Luo Hong immediately persuaded him. Senior brother taught that the matter of ascension really does not allow for disputes over feelings. Junior brother will consider it carefully. Han Li nodded, bowed his hands again to express his gratitude, and also sat down on the high platform. There was no conversation for the next 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Bai Yaoi and Bingfeng actually came to the 5th floor together. Fairy Bai, you look so bad. Did you encounter any accident? Seeing Beiyoi's pale face, Han Li couldn't help but frown and asked. To be honest, when I was searching on the first floor, I found a stone door with runes that was different from other stone chambers. Then I forcibly broke this stone door without thinking carefully, and as a result, many wolf-shaped puppets rushed out of that stone chamber. Although I tried my best to destroy some of them, there were too many puppets, and the space in the passage was very narrow. After a long time, I suffered some losses. Fortunately, fellow Daoist Feng suddenly appeared when my magic power was about to run out, blocked the passage with ice flames, and brought me to the second floor, which saved me from danger. After Beiyoi said this with shame, she looked at Bing Feng gratefully. Good guy, this is poking a puppet nest, too careless. Luo Hong shook his head secretly. This former elder of Xiaoji Palace must be anxious. Fairy Feng, why are you on the first floor of the inner hall? Aren't you responsible for searching the third floor? Han Li asked with some doubts, glancing at Beiyoi, obviously suspecting that she still had murderous intentions towards Beiyoi. If that was the case, Han Li would have to decline Luo Hong's kindness. Humph. Of course I don't trust you. I don't have to worry about the fourth floor that fellow Daoist Luo is responsible for searching, but I'm worried about the places you two are responsible for, so I have to search them myself. Otherwise, with my magical power to travel freely in the inner hall, why would I come to meet you at this time? Bing Feng did not hide her contempt, and then looked at Beiyoi arrogantly and said, as for my rescue, it was just because I considered that you might need to help when you get out of trouble. So I took this effort, so you don't need to thank me. That being said, Beiyoi suddenly didn't know what to say, and felt timid and angry. Ahem, since there was no danger, there is no need to worry too much. Fellow Daoist Feng, take a look. Does this platform under Luo Hong look familiar? In order to avoid an argument, Luo Hong decisively diverted Bing Feng's attention. This platform does look familiar, and it is exactly the same as the priest's place on my Bingyuan island. Could it be? Bing Feng's face flashed with suspicion, and halfway through her words, she suddenly flew above the platform and tapped several places in the air above the Han Li platform with both hands. Suddenly, there were several crisp sounds of porcelain breaking in the void, and several dazzling white spirit balls appeared in the air. I saw that these white spirit balls trembled a few times and suddenly grew larger, expanding to the size of a wheel in an instant, and then rolled towards the middle at the same time, and soon merged into one. Then, the huge fused light ball began to rotate slowly. In the shocked eyes of Han Li and Beiyoi, Bing Feng continued to cast spells, and her 10 fingers flicked quickly, casting one spell after another. As these spells sank into the light ball and disappeared, the huge light ball suddenly made a loud noise and turned into 12 snow-white formation flags. These formation flags just spun twice in the air and then turned into 12 dazzling white rainbows that shot out in all directions and then disappeared into the ground in a flash. A moment later, a roar came from under the Han Li stage. After a violent shaking, a hidden huge formation emerged and the gorgeous spiritual light flashed in it. There is no doubt that this is the control formation they are looking for. Friend Han, please sacrifice the Zushending. That spiritual treasure is the key to open this formation. Bing Feng was overjoyed to see that she had actually summoned the control formation after a casual try, and she said it quite forcefully. Han Leomo naturally would not do whatever she said, but first looked at Luo Hong on the side and saw that he nodded solemnly before spewing the Zushending out of his mouth. Go. With a thought, the Zushending was placed in the center of the giant formation by Han Leomo. Before he could make the next move, a green beam of light shot out from the center of the giant formation, covering the Zushending. Suddenly, Han Li's consciousness was shaken, and he once again disconnected from the Zushen Palace. Fortunately, Luo Hong was there to watch the formation, so he was not panicked, and waited quietly for the changes in the giant formation. With a buzzing sound, the Zushending immediately expanded, and soon became the size of a house. The various patterns of flowers, birds, insects and fish on it seemed to come alive, turning into phantoms, and began to flow with the giant formation. The formation has been unlocked. Everyone output mana with all their strength. After a hasty reminder, Bing Feng pointed with one hand, and a white beam of mana light shot out from the fingertips. hitting the body of the Zushending. As the owner of the Zushending, Han Laomo did not have to do anything at this time, and the Zushending had already sucked his mana. Luo Hong and Bei Yaoi then each fired a beam of mana to share the pressure for Han Laomo. However, even if the four of them combined their strength and output a huge amount of mana equivalent to that of 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, it seemed that they could not fill the Zushending at this time. Soon, Bei Yaoi, who had the weakest cultivation, could not hold on. After her mana beam was withdrawn, Han Li suddenly felt the pressure and looked at the giant formation with an unpleasant face, but saw that only some runes appeared in the giant formation, and there was still a long way to go before it was fully activated. Junior brother Han, take back the Zushending. It seems that with our current cultivation, we cannot activate this giant formation. Luo Hong's voice seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Han Li no longer insisted after hearing it. With a thought, he took back the Zushending. As soon as the Zushan Palace was withdrawn, the green beam of light that spewed out from the eye of the formation also disappeared, and the runes that appeared in the giant formation gradually dimmed. Not long after, it was completely restored to calm. Damn it, this huge formation is obviously not something that a nascent soul cultivator can control. Even an ordinary early stage spiritualization cultivator would not be able to withstand the drain of mana from this formation for long. The disappointed Bing Feng's eyes flashed with anger, and then he looked at Luo Hong and said, Dao Luo, at this point, I'm afraid that only Senior Ming can help us out. Han Li and Bei Yaoi couldn't help but frown when they heard that this formation could only be activated by a spiritualization cultivator, but then they heard that Luo Hong had a way, and they couldn't help but show joy and looked at each other. Luo advises you not to hold too much hope. Ming's situation is more special than ours, and she may not be able to activate this formation. Although he said so, Luo Hong also knew that they would not give up unless they saw it with their own eyes, so he moved his mind and summoned Lu Zhu and Ming from the portable Jade Palace. Master, Uncle Han, Senior Feng. Lu Zhu called out to people as soon as he appeared, not worrying about where he was. Fellow Daoist Luo, this place looks very familiar to me. Could it be Zushan Palace? Ming looked around and said with a smile, it is the Zushan Palace that needs the help of Daoist fellow Ming. The restrictions here are too strong. If we want to get out without waiting for 200 years, we can only use this control formation. However, the mana required to control it is at the level of God transformation. If possible, please help me once. Luo Hong expressed the thoughts of Han Laomo and the others. Fellow Daoist Luo, you really know how to give me a difficult problem. Logically speaking, if you have a request, I should help. However, the situation of Zushan Palace and me is special, so this time I can't do what you want. Ming pouted and complained. Senior, can you please explain clearly? I think you don't want to sit here for 200 years. Although Han Li was shocked that there was a strange divine transformation cultivator beside Luo Hong, he was still focused on getting out of the tunnel. Haha, brother Luo's illusion is really powerful. Look at me again. Ming chuckled and urged her spiritual power to break the illusion that Luo Hong cast on her. Han Li only felt a flash in front of his eyes and saw that Ming, who originally had a beautiful face, suddenly turned into a lifeless puppet. The lively eyes and the blood color of ordinary people all disappeared like bubbles. Senior is actually a puppet. Han Li was shocked. He thought that his human puppet had reached the pinnacle before, but he didn't expect that someone could refine a puppet at the divine transformation level. There is really a mountain to climb. It's a spirit puppet, not an ordinary puppet. Ming corrected it emphatically, and then began to explain, as a spirit puppet, I don't drive the magic power like you, but the unrefined spiritual power. Although it is not difficult for me to control this giant formation with my cultivation, due to the difference between spiritual power and magic power, this giant formation will inevitably be damaged after it is opened this time. And this formation is the forbidden center of the Zushan Inner Palace. Once damaged, it will affect the entire Zushan Inner Palace. The consequences at that time will only be more serious than sitting here for 200 years. I can't explain this in detail, but I believe that fellow Daoist Luo knows it. Hanli pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then suddenly remembered something. His face suddenly gloomy. If it's because of that, it's really not advisable. Fellow Daoist Luo, it seems that you concealed a lot of things in your previous introduction. Bing Feng frowned slightly, and said with a little dissatisfaction. That's not a good thing. If possible, Luo would rather know nothing about it, so there is no need to be bothered by it. Luo Hong smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Since it is a headache for Daoist Luo, I really don't know. But what should I do next? Although I have a long lifespan, and don't care about these 200 years, I would not be willing to waste them. Surprisingly, Bing Feng believed Luo Hong's perfunctory words and asked calmly. In fact, it is not completely hopeless to rely on ourselves. After all, we have opened a small part of the giant formation without any preparation. If we recover from the injury, practice for a few decades, and finally use some secret techniques to temporarily increase the mana, it may not be impossible to completely open this formation. I believe that with Daoist Feng's innate magical powers, this formation only needs to be opened for a moment to teleport us all out. In the original time and space, Han Leoemo took drugs and practiced hard in Zushan Palace for more than 80 years. After breaking through the late stage of Yuanying, he and Bing Feng used secret techniques to temporarily increase the mana and finally escaped from Zushan Palace. Now that there are 4 people here, it will undoubtedly be easier to use this method. 30 years. Let's practice for 30 years each, and then come back here to try. Luo Hong suggested with a purpose. If we are only trapped here for 30 years, it's acceptable. If I practice the Kigen of Huoyu and Zuan, I can increase my magic power by more than double in a short period of time. Baiyao I agreed first. Chapter 786, Conspiracy. Brother Luo, I'm practicing in the stone room, where I found the 10,000-year-old spirit milk. If you need anything, you can come to me. In that case, I will go to heal my wounds first. Having made the decision, everyone did not hesitate. After leaving a message, they flew away. In an instant, only Luo Hong and his apprentice, Ying Ming and 3 others were left on the 5th floor. Master, is this the Zushan Palace you told me about? Why is it so desolate? It doesn't look like a place of opportunity at all. Lu Zhu looked at the traces of the battle on the Hanli stage. There was no bright spiritual light around, and he couldn't help but say with some doubt. This place has not been officially opened yet, and the opportunity here has been taken by someone, so it is naturally like this. This time, your master got some top-level ice-attributed skills from Xianergy Palace. You can take them to comprehend. Some of the secrets are quite useful. Your master has picked out 3 for you. You can go back to the Jade Mansion to practice. There are many restrictions in the Zushan Palace. For a cultivator in the early stage of Jinden, even if most of the restrictions are not activated at this time, it is still very dangerous. Therefore, after Luo Hong handed 6 or 7 jade slips to Lu Zhu, he sent her back to the Jade Mansion. Your master wants to retreat, so you have to retreat too. Fellow Daoist Ying Ming, you seem to know a lot about the Zushan Palace, but have you ever been here with Wenshan Zenran? Wenshan Zenran obviously participated in the construction of the Zushan Palace, so Luo Hong wanted to try to find out some information. Fellow Daoist Luo has taken out the half of the Golden Palace Jade Book, and the task of slaying demons has been completed. He knows as much as I do, so let's not test him in this regard. Although the Golden Palace Jade Book is good, it is better for Daoist Luo to return it to the 4 directions Ruai altar after comprehending it. Otherwise, if those demon souls escape, the human world will suffer another disaster. Ying Ming seemed to be able to sense the restrictions on Luo Hong, and immediately persuaded him bluntly. Speaking of demon souls, Luo Hong's face sank, and he sighed, and shook his head and said, to be honest with you, Daoist Luo has been to the 5th floor of the Dark Palace a few days ago, and the seal of the demon souls is not optimistic. Even if Luo puts the Golden Palace Jade Book back, I'm afraid that those demon souls will escape sooner or later. My friend, this is not a joke. Are you sure this is not an excuse? Suddenly, an old voice sounded on the high platform. Daoist fellow Ying Ming, you. Luo Hong, who had not noticed anything beforehand, was startled and quickly fled 100 feet away, looking at Ying Ming warily. It was because the voice came from her. Don't panic, my friend. I'm just a soul of Wenshan. After tens of thousands of years of time, I have no magical powers left. I can only barely maintain my existence in this sachet. If you calm down, answer my question quickly. The soul of Wenshan in the sachet said solemnly. Why did you suddenly say that you don't want the soul power you have worked so hard to accumulate? Ming frowned and complained. Senior is the soul of Wenshan? Daoist fellow Ming, why have I never heard you mention this before? After learning the identity of the old man, Luo Hong's fear was greatly reduced, and she was even a little excited. The master's soul has long been so weak that it cannot leave the soul nourishing sac. It is usually in deep sleep most of the time. What difference does it make, whether it is said or not? Besides, can't I, Ming, have a secret? Ming retorted with his hands on his hips. You really don't look like the kind of person who has secrets. Luo Hong recalled Ming, who had revealed all his secrets in just a few words, and complained in his heart. After sensing it, the spiritual consciousness emitted by the sac was indeed very weak, hidden in Ming's spiritual consciousness. No wonder Luo Hong had not noticed anything before. Senior, what Luo said just now is absolutely true. The blue ice on the 6 coiled dragon pillars has become much thinner. I believe that, even if the Golden Palace Jade Book returns to its place, the demon soul will break the seal and come out thousands of years later. Senior, please look. Luo Hong's figure flashed back to the Hanli platform. While speaking, he pinched out a spell with one hand, opened the Mirage Spirit Eye, and presented what he saw that day with an illusion. This is the situation caused by the formation being damaged, and the ice spirit leaking out. But there is no reason for this. Although the inner hall and the dark hall are connected, the taking of the Zushending was expected, and within the tolerance range. It is impossible to cause such irreversible consequences. The soul of Wentian saw through the sachet, and knew where the problem was. He also confirmed that what Luo Hong said was true. After all, the other party did not understand the formation he had set up, and it was impossible to fake it so similarly. My friend, it seems that the problem lies with you. Tell me in detail, how did the demon body of the powerful demon escape? The soul of Wentian did not think that there would be any problem with the formation he had set up, so there must be acquired factors that led to the accident. Luo Hong did not hide it at the moment, and told the story of how he was possessed by the demon soul, and went to the 5th floor of the Dark Hall to fight for his life. Where is the magic weapon? The soul of Wentian immediately grasped the key point. I have been carrying that magic weapon with me. You can have a look at it, but please don't bring it in the Zushan Palace. After saying that, Luo Hong flipped his palm and sacrificed the magic bell drum. This drum can trigger the sound thunder of extermination, and its magical power is not small, but because of its strange origin, Luo Hong has hardly used it. So that's how it is. The ancient demon is really cunning. It actually gathered the restrictions left by the old man as a spear to break the seal formation I set up. This is really not my fault, my friend. Once this magic weapon is completed, it is only a matter of time before someone uses it. As soon as he saw the magic bell drum, Wentian's soul saw his own method of setting restrictions, and immediately understood what the ancient demon was planning. The ancient demons used their own demon bodies as materials to refine the magic bell drum. Having nothing to use was only the superficial reason. The deeper reason was that they wanted to demonize the restrictions in their flesh and blood, gather them into a tower, and then use Wentian Zenran to defeat Wentian Zenran. What a cruel race. After Luo Hong understood this, he couldn't help but sigh. The demons are not only cruel to the cultivators of other races, but even crueler to themselves. They are really terrible opponents. Is this a racial war? It seems that the spiritual world will be more cruel than the human world. Seeing the leopard in the cage, Luo Hong has a deeper understanding of the pattern formed by the hundreds of races in the spiritual world. My friend, I see that what you did in Ziling's also has the right way in your heart. Do you have any way to remedy it now? Wentian Fenlin interrupted Luo Hong's random thoughts and asked in a deep voice. The seal formation here was set up by the senior. How dare Luo take over the job? I should listen to the senior's wonderful method first. Luo Hong did not have a very high means to solve this matter, so he said modestly, my friend, please don't look down on me. After all, I'm just a soul, and I have no magical powers. The damage to the seal formation may seem small, but it is widespread. To repair it is tantamount to rearranging it. This is impossible in terms of operation difficulty and resources. And the seal formation cannot be repaired, so the help I can give is quite limited. You still have to rely on yourself. Wentian's soul said the truth helplessly. Damn. I really don't have the luck to reap the fruits of others' labor. Luo Hong cursed in his heart, but he was not depressed for too long. After all, the appearance of Wentian's soul was unexpected. Before the senior appeared, Luo Hong's idea was to try to kill those demon souls, but he felt that he was not sure, so he was very hesitant. Haha, young people are really bold. Even the monks who participated in the siege of the Six Guys never thought of completely killing them, and they were even opposed to all proposals to unlock the seal and deal with those demon souls separately. You are so good, you dare to do what your predecessors dared not do right away. Wenshian's soul did not laugh at Luo Hong when he heard this, but said with admiration, the senior once used a wisp of demon soul to refine an ancient treasure. I wonder how he hurt the demon soul at that time. Luo Hong has always had a question in his heart. Since Wenshian Zenran can refine the dazzling magic mirror, why not refine a few more similar ancient treasures to completely dismember the soul-stealing demon? Oh, that ancient treasure also fell into my hands, my friend. Haha, my friend and I are really destined to meet. Yes, the dazzling magic mirror was indeed made by me, but that wisp of demon soul was not peeled off by me, but the soul of the soul-stealing true demon that split apart when it sensed something was wrong, when it was suppressed. This wisp of demon soul wanted to control me silently, but it misjudged the realm of my soul and was captured by me instead. The only way to kill those ancient demons is the demon-slaying golden spear talisman brought down by the reinforcement from the spirit realm. The number of this talisman is limited, and the battle in the Chaos Star Sea was the last tough battle at that time, so the stockpile had already been used up. This made the 6 demon generals of the Chaos Star Sea demon army unable to deal with it, and they could only spend a lot of manpower and material resources to transform the original aerial fortress, the Zushan Palace, to seal them forever. That means there is no hope. Luo Hong was disappointed again. If there was no other way, he could only return the Golden Palace Jade Book to delay the time for the demon souls to break the seal. When he ascended to the spirit world in the future, he would let the real person Wenshian in the spirit world worry about this matter. However, after being sealed for such a long time, these demon souls should have been extremely weak. What they couldn't do back then may not be possible today. My friend, if you don't mind, why don't you let me see the means you prepared? Wenshian's soul didn't say anything final, and said with a try and see attitude, then please give me some advice, senior. After Luo Hong responded politely, he first summoned the Black Crow True Flame. A black and red fire crow appeared on Luo Hong's right palm, and its mere existence made the surroundings become abnormally hot. Yes, this flame has developed intelligence, and has swallowed a wisp of the power of the law. With this flame alone, you can occupy a place in the ancient world of immortal cultivation. However, the refining void demon soul has also comprehended the superficial principles of the magic power, and it is much easier to use it than to swallow it. This flame is difficult to refine the demon soul. Wenshian's soul denied the Black Crow True Flame, but he was not disappointed. After all, this was only the first method Luo Hong used. According to his observations during this period of time, this friend who had a good relationship with him had many hidden methods. It was beyond his expectation that the first one could be so powerful. When the human cultivators cultivated to the refining void realm, they must have achieved the unity of the 5 element. At that time, even the guys with the worst comprehension could comprehend a little bit of the 5 element. Therefore, the refining void realm is also the realm where cultivators officially begin to contact the power of the law, which is an important watershed. The cultivation system of the demon race is based on demonic energy, which is completely different from that of the cultivators. Luo Hong did not understand it very well, but he had already considered the situation that the refining void demon soul would master the law. Therefore, he sacrificed the Black Crow True Flame. Not because of the wisp of earth fire law that was devoured by trickery. Senior, this spiritual flame of Luo has another unique magical power, so watch carefully. As he spoke, Luo Hong took out a small black bottle, and with a flick of his finger, he unlocked the restriction on the bottle mouth, and immediately a wisp of black demonic energy floated out. At this time, the black and red fire crow flapped its wings and flew up, opened its mouth to suck the demonic energy, and swallowed it all into its stomach. The next moment, it opened its mouth again, and spit out a ball of pure spiritual energy. Demon washing magical power. Your spiritual flame actually has the magic power of washing demons. How is this possible? How can there be such a heaven-defying thing in the world? Wen Xianfenlin shouted in shock, and his cognition was shaken for a while. Calm down quickly. Do you want your soul to fly away? Yingming realized something was wrong and immediately input spiritual power into the sachet. Senior, this flame is not naturally formed, but was created by Luo using a special method, so it has such an abnormal magical power. It is just an isolated case, don't think too much about it. Luo Hong also hurriedly comforted him. At this time, he actually understood Wentian's soul better than Yingming. If the Black Crow true flame existed naturally, it would mean that the law of conservation of mass and energy in the world of immortal cultivation was falsified, and all the laws of immortal cultivation collapsed. A scholar-type immortal cultivator would easily get stuck in a dead end when encountering such a thing, and it would not be surprising to think about it and go crazy. With the current state of Wentian's soul, if he is not awakened, it is basically certain that his soul will be scattered. If it was just an isolated case caused by human intervention, it would be fine. You gave me a big scare. However, since this flame has the magical power of cleansing demons that only exists in legends, it can suppress the demon soul for a moment after it breaks the seal. This time will not be too long. The demon energy coming from the demon world will increase, and after a dozen breaths, it will exceed the speed of your spiritual flame cleansing. Luo Hong's comfort was sharp, and Wentian's soul quickly recovered and analyzed rationally. Afterwards, Luo Hong successively revealed the Eye of Zuanayan and the Purple Thunder, but the answers given by Wentian's soul were similar. They were all restrained for a while, and could not be killed. Finally, after hesitating for a moment, Luo Hong took out the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate. How can this treasure be preserved until now? My friend, may I ask where did you get this ghost gate? As soon as he saw the appearance of the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate, Wentian's soul said in a very surprised tone. What? Have you seen this treasure? I, Luo, also got this ghost treasure recently. I just refined it with evil spirit, and haven't really let it recognize its master yet. Even when Xian Zhenren valued Huang Quan Xian Gui Men so much, Luo Hong couldn't help but be more curious. It's good that it hasn't recognized its master yet. This magic treasure is very evil and strange. It is definitely not a good thing for cultivators like us. Wen Xian's soul seemed to be relieved when he heard it, and then continued. The cultivator who refined this magic treasure is Huang Quan Zhenren, an ancient cultivator of the same generation as me. Although this person is a cultivator in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit, his magical powers are evil and strange. Even cultivators in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit are unwilling to provoke him. Chapter 787 Hope and Problems. This Huang Quan Zhenren is an outlier among outliers. What he seeks is the peak of the ghost way. He acts extremely cruelly and has offended many forces. But because he is a loner, his whereabouts are erratic, and he has great magical powers, he has been safe. However, during the ancient war, this person neither joined the coalition to resist the ancient demons, nor surrendered to the demons, and betrayed the human world. Instead, after every war, he would take the souls of the ancient cultivators and ancient demons who died. And what he did was to refine the Huang Quan Xiangguimen in your hand. This move undoubtedly aroused the anger of the coalition of cultivators and the army of the demons. After a dragnet-like search, the coalition finally found this person's secret cave. I participated in it at that time, and witnessed the power of this spiritual treasure with my own eyes. When 10,000 ghosts came out together, Huang Quan Zhenren could form an army by himself. Even if there were many besiegers, it took a lot of effort to finally kill him. After Huang Quan Zhenren turned to ashes, the Huang Quan Xian Gui Men he left behind immediately became a hot commodity. After all, it was an extremely rare spiritual treasure suitable for war, which was exactly what was urgently needed in that situation. Huangquan Zenren's mistake was that he should not have collected the yuan shen of cultivators indiscriminately. If he only targeted the demons, the coalition forces would only protect him. He couldn't understand such a simple truth, which only showed that he had problems with his training a long time ago, and his mind was greatly affected. When Xian Fenlin said with some sighs, as if he felt sorry for the death of Huangquan Zenren, "Since it is a hot commodity, why did the senior say that this treasure is not a good thing? Is there another hidden danger?" Luo Hong asked directly to the point. When the coalition obtained this treasure, it immediately arranged for a fellow Daoist who had reached the state of incarnation to recognize it as its master and used it in subsequent battles to gather the souls of the demons, trying to raise an ancient devil army as the coalition's war foundation. But soon the fellow Daoist who had reached the state of incarnation had problems, and every time he used the Yellow Springs Heavenly Ghost Gate, he would be eroded by a bit of yin shaki. Because this gate had already recognized him as its master, this erosion went straight into the origin of that fellow Daoist, and it could not be eliminated unless he reduced his own cultivation. And if left alone, he would be forced to become a ghost cultivator in a few years. Once he sets foot in the ghost path, he will not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and no one would take such a desperate risk if there were other choices. So after discovering that something was wrong, this fellow Daoist did not plan to use the Yellow Springs Heavenly Ghost Gate again. But even so, the situation did not improve. The real magical power of the Yellow Springs Heavenly Ghost Gate is not to control ghosts, but to raise ghosts. It is actually the treasure for achieving enlightenment that the Yellow Springs Immortal prepared for himself. Although the fellow who had attained the state of incarnation was aware of the danger, the ancient demon spirits that had been previously taken into the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate devoured each other with the help of the restrictions in the spiritual treasure, causing some of the evil ghosts to become increasingly powerful. Not long after, a ghost with a higher level of cultivation than that of the fellow who had attained the state of incarnation appeared in the gate. When Xian Fenlin said this, Luo Hong couldn't help but think of the relationship between the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother and Liu Zipi. The situation that the senior who had attained the state of incarnation in ancient times encountered was almost exactly the same as that encountered by Liu Zipi. The only difference was that the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother had not been completely taken into the Ghost Gate before. Because of this, Luo Hong immediately guessed the fate of the senior who had attained the state of incarnation, and when Xian Fenlin's subsequent narration was indeed as he had expected. When this kind of ghost appeared, it actually took away the control of most of the Ghost Gate from the hands of that fellow Taoist who had attained the state of God transformation. The evil ghosts could even forcefully open the Ghost Gate. Although they could not hurt that fellow Taoist who had attained the state of God transformation, the Ghost Gate that was opened at this time did not use the evil energy to corrode its owner, but directly devoured everything of its owner to nourish the Ghost King. Fortunately, that fellow Taoist was decisive enough at that time, and he immediately gave up a part of his cultivation and forcibly gave up the Yellow Springs Heavenly Ghost Gate. Although this caused his cultivation to drop a level and return to the early stage of God transformation, he managed to save his life. If that were the case, wouldn't it be better to let the cultivators who have already devoted themselves to the Ghost Dao control this treasure? Luo Hong touched his chin and said solemnly, "So I said before that Huangquan Zenren had practiced his mind badly, and the spiritual treasure he refined actually had no real owner at all. Even if the ghost monks subdue this treasure, they are not afraid of the erosion of the yin shaki, and can even benefit from it, but they will always face the backlash of the evil ghosts in the gate. Unless they can soar into the sky and break through the bottleneck of refining the void, they will always be on tenterhooks. What's more troublesome is that as the number of evil ghosts in the gate continues to decrease, the Ghost Gate's confinement of ghosts will become stronger and stronger, and it will become more and more difficult to transcend. At that time, no ghost monks dared to fight, so I heard that the coalition forces finally planned to destroy this treasure to avoid poisoning future generations. But it is obvious that the person who supervised this matter at that time had other ideas. After asking the sky to split the soul, Luo Hong also basically understood the Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate. It is not wrong to say that it is a treasure for enlightenment. Generally speaking, magic weapons can be roughly divided into two types: attack and self-defense. Suppression and bewitching are just subdivisions of these two. However, there is a kind of magic weapon that can be classified as a treasure for enlightenment due to its special use. Only cultivators who are clear about the path they are on can refine this kind of treasure. For example, Luo Hong's own Kaiang Kunzu is a typical treasure for enlightenment. No matter how strong its attack and self-defense ability is, it is only secondary. Luo Hong hopes that it can help him achieve a quality path in the future. Huangquan Xiangguimen is a treasure for enlightenment prepared by Huangquan Zenren for the heavenly ghost path he longs for. But I don't know whether he has gone too far or is too crazy and he actually refined his treasure for enlightenment into an existence like a gladiatorial arena. As the master of spiritual treasures, Huangquan Zenren is also a gladiator, but he can control the number and quality of gladiators obtained from the outside world. Huangquan Xiangguimen will raise ghosts, but it will only raise the strongest ghost. After the souls taken into the ghost gate fall into the ghost path, they will become the food of the ghost gate and be slowly refined and devoured. Part of these powers are attained by the ghost gate itself to enhance its ability to imprison ghosts, and the other part is transferred to the ghost gate master to improve the ghost gate master's ghost cultivation. If this mechanism continues to operate benignly, it can indeed enable the ghost gate and the ghost gate master to continue to improve on the heavenly ghost road. However, the evil ghosts in the ghost gate will never sit and wait for death. They must devour the weak madly, on the one hand, to resist the loss of power and maintain their own existence, and on the other hand, to try to seize the position of the strongest ghost. Therefore, the risk of losing control is not ordinary. As for the upper level evil ghosts in the gate, as long as the power obtained does not exceed the upper limit of the ghost gate's imprisonment power, they cannot transcend. Once the ghost in the gate is devoured, and only he is left, the ghost gate will immediately turn against him, and refine and absorb this evil ghost. Among the control of the ghost gate that the upper level evil ghost can seize, it is allowed to use the ghost gate to display many magical powers, but the only thing that cannot be collected is the soul of the original spirit. This is obviously designed by Huangquan Zenren, so that even if he fails, he will never let other ghosts get away with it. Haha, so even if you become the master of the ghost gate, you can't decide the life and death of the ghosts in the gate. Luo Hong smiled coldly and said with some understanding in his heart, "Of course not. The restrictions of the ghost gate do not include this aspect. Even directly attacking will be restricted by the restrictions." Wen Shai and Fenlin said in a strange tone, "He has made it clear enough. Could it be that little friend Luo has not understood it yet? Humph. I knew it was like this. Fortunately, I was careful at that time, otherwise I would have really fallen into the trap of the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother." Luo Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, and murderous intent rose in his heart. Wen Shai and Fenhan, looking at your appearance, could it be that you have been deceived by the ghost in the gate? I wonder how many ghosts are there in this ghost gate now? To be honest with you, senior, there is only one ghost cultivator in the late nascent soul stage in this ghost gate. When Daoist fellow Yingming and senior were in the Jade Mansion before, this ghost once tried to deceive Luo to let the ghost gate recognize its master. Fortunately, Luo was hesitant until now because of some concerns. However, if senior had not appeared, Luo would have subdued the ghost gate. After hesitating for a while, Luo would like to thank senior for his advice. Thinking about it now, Luo Hong couldn't help but sweat coldly. Once he fell into the trap of the ghost gate, his fate would certainly be the same as that of senior Guxiu, forcing him to abandon the ghost gate at the cost of a drop in cultivation. At that time, the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. If he was not careful, he might really die. Damn. This ghost dared to be more sinister. If there is only one ghost, this Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate may be the key to solving those demon souls. Wentian Fenlin suddenly said in a deep voice. Speaking of demon souls again, Luo Hong immediately calmed down, and after thinking carefully, it was indeed the case. From ancient times to the present, Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate has swallowed countless souls, including human, demon, and monster, and no one has ever transcended. In other words, these countless souls were actually refined and absorbed by this ghost magic treasure. Its own ability to imprison the soul is likely to suppress even the refining virtual demon soul. With the help of it, the possibility of success in killing the demon souls of the 6 demon generals is very high. However, after a brief rehearsal, Luo Hong found many problems. First, the ghost gate cannot collect souls by itself, and must be driven by the master, and becoming the master of the ghost gate is equivalent to stepping into the ghost gate. Second, once the refining virtual demon soul is taken into the ghost gate, it must be the strongest ghost. Although it cannot transcend the ghost gate, it can gain a certain degree of freedom. When the attack begins, everyone in the Zushan Palace will surely suffer. Luo Hong still has a solution to the first problem, but the second problem stems from the gap in hard power, and there is really no way to solve it. Senior, even if the ghost gate can refine the demon soul, it will be a long process. It only limits the time for him to wreak havoc in the human world, and cannot completely stop him. Luo Hong shook his head, thinking that this was a bad idea. My friend, don't be so absolute. No matter how powerful this Huangquan heavenly ghost gate is, it is just a dead thing without intelligence. All its magical powers are designed by cultivators, so there are naturally loopholes. Wentian Fenlin said very confidently. Chapter 788, Ghost Cave and Rahu. Haha, what the senior said is right. Even the way of heaven has loopholes, not to mention a spiritual treasure refined by a cultivator. It's Luo's state of mind that is in chaos. Luo Hong immediately reflected on himself and found that he seemed to have an inexplicable resistance to the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate because he was almost tricked, so he easily gave up his efforts. This treasure is scary, and once it is activated, even the refining void demon soul will be affected. But it is not scary either. As long as there is no ghost in the gate, and no master outside the gate, it is harmless to humans and animals. The solution to the first problem has been given by the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother. She used the magical power of the Ghost Gate when she was neither the master of the Ghost Gate nor the ghost of the Ghost Gate, and almost pulled him into the Ghost Gate. Obviously, she took advantage of the loophole. According to the information currently obtained, the evil spirit in the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate has definitely reached a very terrifying level. Although the evil spirit on me is powerful, it can't compare to the Ghost Gate that has swallowed countless ancient cultivators and demons. So it was not the Ghost Gate that fought against me, but the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother. So it seems that the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother's state at that time should be the same as his current state. She used evil spirit to refine the Ghost Gate, but did not make it recognize the master. However, she herself is a ghost cultivator, so the connection with the Ghost Gate is deeper and more controllable, forming a similar existence to the spirit of the weapon. But obviously the Ghost Gate does not need a spirit of the weapon, so after my evil spirit overwhelmed her, she immediately became a ghost in the gate. Although I know very little about the ghost system, it is extremely difficult to find loopholes in it, but the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother is so deliberate, she must have some ambitions. If I can know her original plan, it may be a breakthrough point. While mumbling, Luo Hong had already made up his mind. Fellow Daoist Ming, please protect Luo for a while. Taking the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate in front of him, Luo Hong asked Ming Dao. Since it is something that the master is also concerned about, this does not count as a single move. Ming nodded and said calmly. As a spiritual puppet, she would not worry about it, because she did not want the demon soul to break the seal, because of Wenqian Zenren. Thank you. After responding, Luo Hong probed his consciousness into the Ghost Gate, and came to the ghost space without sky and earth again. Have you thought it through this time? If it were not for the fact that the ghost body of this ghost mother could not control this spiritual treasure, how could it be given to the girl of the Liu family? I have to say that brother Luo is careful enough. No wonder he has such a heaven-reaching cultivation. It's just that you really thought too much this time. The pale woman transformed by the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother appeared immediately, still looking helpless and unwilling. Good guy, I met a powerful person this time. Luo Hong secretly reminded herself to be careful of this 1000-year-old ghost, and said coldly, the Tangshan Lingbao is indeed an irresistible temptation for my generation, but Luo is not without other Lingbao in his hands, so there is no need to rush to subdue Huangquan Xiangguimen. After learning the truth, Luo Hong was very clear about the situation that Huangquan Ghost Mother was facing. As the only ghost in the Ghost Gate at this time, the original balance had been broken. As long as Liu Zippy died, she would be refined by the Ghost Gate. So, don't look at her as steady as an old dog on the surface. In fact, she has been panicking for a long time. Sure enough, when she heard Luo Hong's words, her eyes couldn't help but flash, but then she smiled and said, Luo Dao Iao, don't joke. If you don't have the heart to subdue the Ghost Gate, how can you be here at this moment? You can't be interested in this Ghost Mother, right? The pale woman deliberately stretched out a big white leg from her green skirt, licking her red lips with her tongue to tease. HMPH, the ghosts are getting more powerful. Indeed, I have encountered some troubles recently, and need to get out of a place where evil ghosts linger. If I can get help from the Ghost Gate, it will be much easier. Luo Hong deliberately let her thoughts be exposed, showing weakness to the enemy, and then using a large number of ghosts to lure her, so as to facilitate the following tricks. The more ghosts in the Ghost Gate, the safer it is for Huangquan Ghost Mother. So after learning this news, she couldn't help but become more anxious. There is no ghost in the world that cannot be conquered by the Ghost Gate. As long as fellow Daoist Luo conquers the Ghost Gate, he can travel freely in any ghost land. However, fellow Daoist is hesitating like this. What are you worried about? Since it has come to this, then Luo Hong will speak frankly. What Luo Hong is worried about is the Ghost Mother. Luo Hong stared at the pale woman with burning eyes. Me? Fellow Daoist Luo, do you want me to take off my clothes again? I have been imprisoned by the Ghost Gate. I will rely on you to survive in the future. What else should I be afraid of? The pale woman said with a puzzled face. Haha, isn't Palace Master Liu also the master of the Ghost Gate? He was harmed by the Ghost Mother and lost his lifespan. Now he is not sure whether he is alive or dead. Luo Hong sneered, and his eyes gradually showed murderous intent. Oh no, he wants to get rid of me. The pale woman's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately understood Luo Hong's idea. Compared with a ghost slave in the late nascent soul stage, he wanted a heavenly spiritual treasure with no hidden dangers. This is a different time. This Ghost Mother was not restrained by the Ghost Gate at that time. Of course, I could take over and force the Ghost Gate. But now this Ghost Mother has become a ghost of the Ghost Gate. Daoist Luo, have you ever seen a ghost in the Ghost Luo banner drive the Ghost Luo banner? This Ghost Mother wanted to let the girl of the Liu family become the master of the Ghost Gate before, just to not be controlled by the Ghost Gate, but also enjoy the Ghost Gate's ability to raise ghosts. This spiritual treasure is called Huangquan Heavenly Ghost Gate, which is not a random name, but there is really a possibility of raising a heavenly ghost. Haha, she is anxious, and I'm about to succeed. Yin and Yang alternate, the 5 elements circulate, no such power can appear out of thin air. If you benefit, others will certainly suffer. According to what you said, Liu Zippei is the victim? Damn, this Luo guy is really difficult to deal with. The pale woman cursed inwardly, but still smiled and said, the lifespan of the cultivator is not what Ghost Gate really needs. This Ghost Mother chose the girl from the Liu family to be the master of Ghost Gate. First, because Ghost Gate must have master, this Ghost Mother can use it to display some magical powers. The second and more important reason is that I have to rely on the girl from the Liu family to slaughter monsters and refine a large amount of yin shaki to supply Ghost Gate. Of course, if you can find 1 or 2 soul stones, it will be even better. By the way, there were a lot of soul stones in ancient times, but now it is an extremely rare resource. I wonder if fellow Daoist Luo has heard of it? I have heard a little about it. Luo Hong frowned and suddenly fell silent. Why is there only this little reaction? What I said is the truth. He should not be able to find any flaws. The pale woman thought anxiously. After a moment, Luo Hong suddenly showed a strange look, as if the clouds had been cleared and all the doubts were solved. So that's how it is. Luo will take his leave first. Ghost Mother will wait for good news. After saying this, Luo Hong's illusory figure disappeared in the ghost space. The pale woman was not happy at all when she heard it. Instead, her face suddenly became gloomy, and she had a bad premonition. On the Hanley stage, as soon as Luo Hong opened his eyes, the soul of Wentian in the sachet asked, "How is it? Have you found any useful information?" Before answering this question, Luo would like to ask the senior. Most of the puppets in the Zushan Palace are driven by soulstones. Could it be that soulstones were common in ancient times? Luo Hong stood up and bowed, asking seriously, "Is the ghost gate related to the soulstone?" Wenxian Fenhan made a guess, but did not delve into it. He continued, "It is difficult to define the rarity of the soulstone. After all, when it was first discovered, it was almost everywhere on the island, so the price was very low at that time. But since the first discovery of the soulstone, until my body ascended, there has been no new production area for this spiritual material. Since you asked this, it seems that the production area of the soulstone has not increased after my body ascended. Not only has the production area not increased, but now the soulstone has become an extremely rare thing, and the ancient puppetry has been directly cut off, because the soulstone has been used up. Of course, these are not important now. What is important now is this." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong suddenly spit out a stream of black and red true flames from his mouth, which actually directly wrapped up the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate. After being wrapped by the black and red spiritual flames, the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate immediately showed its true form and turned into a 10-foot high bronze giant gate, standing firmly on the Hanley platform. "My friend, have you given up, and are you going to destroy this treasure?" Wentian Fenhan exclaimed immediately, wondering why the topic of soulstone just now would lead Luo Hong to such a fierce action. "Don't panic, senior. As the saying goes, there is no construction without destruction. This treasure is a ghost spiritual treasure, which is very different from the orthodox cultivation system. If we stick to its own framework, it will be difficult for us to make any achievements. It is better to dismantle it, and we should be able to get something interesting." Luo Hong did not explain too much, but just pointed his sword repeatedly, shooting out a series of mana beams, increasing the firepower of the black and black true flames. Suddenly, the black and red spiritual flames covered the entire bronze ghost gate, gradually turning it red, and the two ghost heads on the door roared non-stop. "Huh. This treasure is so strange. A great and dignified spiritual treasure. Why is it so weak after being burned for such a short time?" Wentian Fenhan exclaimed lightly, noticing something wrong. However, even if the soul of Wenxian could hold back and not question Luo Hong, the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother in the ghost space did not have such leeway. As the two ghost heads changed from roaring to wailing, a green ghost shadow suddenly came out of the door, staring at Luo Hong with sharp eyes and screaming, "Luo, are you crazy? You actually want to destroy a spiritual treasure that reaches the sky? How can the ghost mother be angry? Luo just did what you wanted to do, but the means were different." Luo Hong chuckled and said in a relaxed tone. Although his mana was taken up by the Black Crow True Flame, Luo Hong had many ways to deal with the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother in her current state. "Fellow Daoist Luo, you must have misunderstood something. This Ghost Mother would never think of destroying a spiritual treasure of the Ghost Way. Isn't this cutting off the path to immortality?" The Yellow Spring Ghost Mother also knew how powerful Luo Hong was, and tried her best to suppress her anger, and comforted her in a gentle voice. "Let's not beat around the bush. Since the Ghost Mother has already seen that the Ghost Cave space is the root of the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate, why bother hiding it? Could it be that she thinks that Luo Hong is easy to fool?" In the Ghost Cave space, when the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother mentioned the Soul Stone, Luo Hong couldn't help but recall the Yinming land, and then suddenly felt that this so-called Ghost Cave space was very similar to the Yinming land, except that there was no absolute spiritual key. This can't be blamed on Luo Hong's late realization, mainly because in the Yinming land, his spiritual consciousness could not leave his body, so he didn't leave a deep impression. During the period of silence, he was actually comparing some data recorded in the physical examination form, the Yinming land and the Ghost Cave space. The results were consistent with his feelings, and the data were surprisingly consistent. In this way, the answer is very obvious. the main spiritual material used in the Yellow Spring Heavenly Ghost Gate refined by Huang Zenran must be related to Luo Hong. This is also the reason why this spiritual treasure is so evil. After all, the materials on the true spirit are not something that old cultivators can control. Forcibly refining it will inevitably cause some problems. It is a very simple truth. If you can refine a spiritual treasure that can refine the soul and feed back to its master, even a fool would be willing to do so. Only when you have no choice will you choose to take risks. Although Huang Ghost Mother did not know it so clearly, she also realized that, in order to truly control Huang Heavenly Ghost Gate, she had to refine the ghost space, otherwise she would be swallowed by the ghost space in the end. The method she used is relatively classic, that is, like refining magic weapons. She slowly grinds it with her own yin ki. The yin shaki and soulstone refined by the demon solar auxiliary props to accelerate this process. After Luo Hong exposed her biggest secret, Huang Ghost Mother suddenly lost her good face and had no time to chat with Luo Hong anymore. The opponent's spiritual flame could not affect the ghost space, but it would refine the restrictions on her body. As long as the ghost head restriction disappears, the ghost space will show its fangs to her. Immediately, Huang Ghost Mother stretched out her ghost claws without thinking and rushed towards Luo Hong, wanting to take advantage of his distraction to hit him hard. However, Luo Hong, who was well prepared, would not be afraid of her desperate behavior. She opened her eyes between her eyebrows and pierced out with a black sword. Covered by this black light, Huang Ghost Mother screamed immediately, and the yin ki in her body seemed to rebel, trying to rush out of her body frantically. Ah, this ghost mother will fight you. The green ghost knew that it was the end of the road and immediately screamed frantically, and a ball of green yin ki gathered on her chest, which looked extremely unstable. Want to die together? You are not worthy. Fix it for me. As soon as the fixation spell came out, Huang Ghost Mother felt the despair she had in the void spirit hall again. Without her suppression, the crazy leaking yin ki tore her ghost body to pieces in an instant. Before she could cast a spell to reunite the ghost body, the scattered limbs disappeared in the dazzling divine light. Since then, this old ghost who had lived for thousands of years officially fell in the Zushan Palace. After solving the little trouble of the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother, Luo Hong's output of mana suddenly increased, making the Black Crow True Flame more vigorous. The Bronze Ghost Gate gradually began to drip, copper liquid like wax, and the two ghost heads on the door became blurred. In this way, time passed day by day, and soon it was 49 days later. After so many days of refining, the Bronze Ghost Gate had completely lost its original appearance, leaving only the last layer of blue-black restrictions to resist. However, this layer of restrictions seemed to be the most deeply connected with the ghost space, so it was quite difficult to deal with, and could not be broken for a long time. At this moment, Luo Hong suddenly retracted his mana, and then the lightning on his right hand surged, and he suddenly grabbed the blue-black restriction. Give me some. With a loud shout, Luo Hong secretly used the Law of Power, and tore it violently, pulling out a layer of green thin curtain. As soon as this layer of green thin curtain was torn off, it disappeared in the Black Crow True Flame. The remaining layer of black thin curtain also dimmed quickly, and turned into an irregular giant skin. At this time, Luo Hong opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all the Black Crow True Flames back into his stomach, and then circled around the black giant skin. Is this an animal skin? Why is the breath so strange? I have never seen anything like it. When Zenran once collected all the treasures in the human world and thought he had seen all the spiritual objects in the world, but he didn't expect to encounter things beyond his knowledge in recent days. That's right, this is the skin of Luo Hong. Luo Hong's eyes lit up and said with great certainty, Luo Hong? Luo Xiao, that is the legendary true spirit. Why are you so sure? When Xian Fenlin said with some disbelief, his senior, you may not know that I was once eaten by Luo Hong. I will never forget this breath. Luo Hong said with inexplicable pride. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789, Yellow Spring Ghost Hand and Escape. This young friend actually has such an opportunity, which really makes me admire him. How can I not admire him for being able to escape after entering the mouth of a true spirit? Exclamation mark. There is nothing to admire. Luo Hong just took advantage of the loophole. The real object of Luo Hong is not a cultivator, it is useless to it, and it is as small as an ant, which gives Luo Hong a glimmer of hope. After coming out of the dark land, Luo Hong also consulted ancient books and flipped through the notes, but only glimpsed a scaly claw of Luo Hong in legends and myths. In fact, Luo Hong's existence is contrary to common sense, both for the human world and for itself. A true spirit level existence, like it has far exceeded the power of the god, and the human world should extract its vitality. Even if the true spirit has great magical powers, and is not afraid of the extraction of vitality, it is not a good thing to stay in a low spiritual environment for a long time. Yaoshan Kunpeng, who is also a true spirit, just stretched out a claw in, and the heavenly way of the human world was so excited that it directly condensed the chain of laws to block it. But how can Luo Hong, who is so big, come and go freely in the sea of the human world? The heavenly Dao is like a blind man, with no reaction at all. Luo Hong has always kept this doubt in his heart, but now that he sees this piece of Luo Hong skin that exceeds the limit of the human world, he suddenly understands it. The key difference between Yaoshan Kunpeng and Luo Hong is that one devours the vitality of all worlds, and the other devours the turbid air of heaven and earth. The thinner the spiritual energy is, the more turbid air there is. After long-term accumulation, it may even cause disasters in the interface and changes in the heavenly Dao. Therefore, the existence of Luo Hong is beneficial to the human world, and vice versa. The human world is also the perfect canteen for Luo Hong. The two have mutually beneficial relationship. Because of this, the spiritual objects related to Luo Hong can break through the limit of the spiritual level of the human world. One is because of its own strong ability to lock spirits, and the other is because of the leniency of the heavenly Dao. Young friend Luo refined the ghost gate, and took out this animal skin. He must be planning to use it as the main material, to refine a new Tangshan spiritual treasure. Well, not bad. If this is successful, the 6 demon souls can be transferred into the skin of Luo Hong. But it is not easy to refine such a Tangshan spiritual treasure. Does young friend Luo have other yin attribute spiritual materials? The grade must be extremely high. Luo Hong's thoughts were not difficult to guess. Wentian's soul became excited after realizing it. After all, his memory was limited to before Wentian Zenran ascended to heaven, and he had never come into contact with true spiritual materials. Luo does have some ideas, but the specific details need to be carefully considered. Since the senior is interested, why don't you help Luo to study it? It would be great if Wentian's soul was willing to help. Luo Hong immediately moved his mind and took out a large number of spiritual objects. Among them were the Rakshasa ghost hand, the evil soul silk obtained from the yellow spring ghost mother, and piles of soul stones and yin attribute spiritual materials. Speaking of these yin attribute spiritual materials, we have to thank the elders of Yin Luo sect in the Black Domain, who contributed 60% to 70% of this pile. Luo intends to use the skin of Luo Hong as the body, the ghost face silk to refine the bones, and the thousands of yin souls as blood, to refine a glove-shaped Tangshan spiritual treasure. I wonder what the senior thinks. Luo's Xiaoyao has quite a complete set of spiritual materials. Some minor shortcomings can be made up with the help of the 4-sided Ruai altar. If you plan well, the probability of success is quite high. Seeing the spiritual materials that Luo Hong took out, Wentian Fenlin was even more surprised, and he had the idea of doing a big job immediately. Can the 4-sided Ruai altar be used like this? Isn't it only for refining monsters? Luo Hong said in surprise. Haha, if you can refine monsters, refining spiritual treasures is naturally no problem. It just needs to adjust the restrictions. This is a piece of cake for me. Wentian Fenlin chuckled and said proudly. So that's how it is. Thank you, senior. Luo Hong was roaring in his heart at this time. I finally have my own grandfather. Time flies. 30 years have passed in a hurry, and Zushan Palace is still extremely silent and lifeless. Suddenly, a long green rainbow crossed the long blue stone passage, and escaped into a teleportation array. With a dazzling white light flashing, Hanli came to the 5th floor of the inner hall. After a few flashes, he stood on the Hanli platform. On the high platform, a young man in a Confucian robe was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. There was a forbidden light curtain surrounding him within 10 feet. His face was as calm as water, and he was obviously immersed in cultivation. This aura. Brother Luo's cultivation has made great progress in the past 30 years. He has reached the peak of the late nascent soul. It seems that in at most another 60 years, Brother Luo will be able to become a god. Hanli was shocked, but he was not surprised. After all, he had helped Luo Hong identify a batch of ancient pills, and many of them could improve his cultivation. Huh. Where did you get that magic weapon on senior brother Luo's right hand? Why have I never seen it before? Seeing that Luo Hong had not finished his practice, Hanli naturally would not disturb him. However, after seeing the black leather glove on his right hand, he could not help but exclaim, "The Rakshasa ghost hand does not look like this. Could it be that senior brother Luo has practiced this treasure again?" The densely packed runes can be vaguely seen on the black leather glove, which is dazzling. On each of the 5 fist peaks, there is a vivid and terrifying demon face of different sizes. Just as Hanli was observing, the magic formula on Luo Hong's hand suddenly changed, and it was obvious that he was going to finish his practice. However, when he turned his right palm, Hanli saw that there was a demon face with huge eyes in his palm. As soon as they looked at each other, Hanli saw that the corners of his mouth were raised, and he made a grim smile. The next moment, Hanli felt a sharp pain in his soul, and looked away in shock. Just looking at each other can hurt my soul. What the hell is that thing? Junior brother Han, I haven't seen you for 30 years. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul, and you are only one step away from the late stage. It's really a cause for celebration. Luo Hong's greeting temporarily dispelled Hanli's doubts. Anyway, he had never seen through senior brother Luo, so it was not difficult to accept that there were more mysteries today. Compared with senior brother Luo, junior brother's progress is really not worth mentioning. If you want to congratulate, it should be junior brother congratulating senior brother. Hanli responded with a bow. Haha, junior brother, you are polite. I'm just one step ahead. I believe junior brother will catch up soon. Now that the 30-year period has come, it is time for us to leave this Zushan palace. I don't know what the situation is like in the Chaos Star Sea now. Are our old acquaintances still alive? Luo Hong turned his head to look at the formation and said leisurely. Hanli fell silent after hearing this, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. I don't know who he was thinking of. After a few breaths, a space wave came from above the two people's heads, and then a beautiful woman dressed in silver fur appeared out of thin air. It was Bingfeng, who was in the quasi-transformation realm. Fellow Daoist Luo, fellow Daoist Han. After landing on the high platform, Bingfeng greeted them coldly. Not long after Bingfeng arrived, Bai Yaoi also appeared from the teleportation array. After 30 years, the four finally reunited on the 5th floor of the inner hall. Looking at each other who had not seen each other for 30 years, everyone couldn't help but recall their own experiences in the past 30 years. In terms of excitement, Luo Hong's experience was naturally the most exciting. In the first 10 years, with the help of Wentian Soul, he successfully used the four-sided Ruai altar to refine his first heavenly magic treasure in his life, Huangquan Ghost Hand. Then, Luo Hong used the magical powers such as Black Crow True Flame to suppress the released demon souls one by one for a short time, and collected them into the ghost space of Huangquan Ghost Hand. His plan was very successful. During the period, there was no accident, and the hidden dangers of the 6 groups of demon souls were solved. In the ghost space with a higher power level, the 6 demon souls could not escape, and were constantly corroded by the evil spirits. They only lasted for a year, before they all fell into the ghost world. Although the power of the 6 demon souls increased a lot, after falling into the ghost world, the ghost space's confinement on them became stronger. Therefore, although Luo Hong did not dare to release them, he could borrow some of their power. It's just that this part of the power is not easy to control. As long as he is not careful, the demon face will do some small moves. Fortunately, the impact is not great. In the following 20 years, Luo Hong also began to take drugs and practice calming down to improve the total amount of mana, and preparing to enter the realm of transformation. Today, Luo Hong has completed his merits in the nascent soul realm. It's time for everyone to leave this place, let's do it. Hearing Luo Hong's words, Bing Feng and Bai Yaoai performed secret techniques to temporarily increase their mana. Han Lao Mo opened his mouth and spit, and then sacrificed the Zhu standing above the giant array. Suddenly, the familiar scene reappeared, but this time the four of them were fully prepared. With the continuous input of mana, more and more runes appeared on the giant formation, and finally a buzzing sound was emitted after 3 hours. At this time, the prepared ice phoenix's eyes ignited with white flames, and a phoenix cry came out of its mouth, and the four people were wrapped in white light. After a loud bang, the four people disappeared at the same time. At the last moment, Han Li's mind moved, and successfully took back the Zushending. When the light dissipated, the giant formation fell silent again, and Zushan Palace returned to peace. On a spiritual vein island called Falling Star Island in the Chaos Star Sea, two groups of cultivators with completely different clothes were fighting fiercely. As long as any local cultivator in the Chaos Star Sea was here, he could see at a glance that the two forces of the Anti-Star Alliance and the Star Palace were fighting again. In the past 200 years, although the battle between the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance had intermittent periods, it had never stopped and presented a strange situation. After a long period of fighting, the Star-Reverse Alliance, relying on its united sects, overwhelmed the Star Palace in terms of power, and even occupied more than 20 of the 26 islands in the inner sea. But every time a war broke out, the Star Palace, which almost huddled in the Xiangxing Island, always won. However, after the Star Palace won, it was difficult to counterattack, so the defeated Star-Reverse Alliance was able to recover its strength and make a comeback every time. Because of this, the flames of war have been burning in the Chaos Star Sea for nearly 200 years, and there is no sign of extinguishing. Falling Star Island is not one of the 26 islands in the inner sea, but it is also an outer island of a large island occupied by the Star Palace. For the Star Palace, which has lost most of the large islands, Falling Star Island is small, but it cannot be lost. Therefore, the two sides fought quite fiercely. At this time, the protective formation of Falling Star Island had been broken. On the ground, thousands of key refining disciples dressed in different costumes, led by hundreds of foundation building monks, either defended the stronghold or gathered in formation to attack, and the battle was very lively. 100 feet above their heads, more than 20 giant and monks from both sides were fighting each other with their own magical powers. Just like the low-level monks on the ground kept watching them from time to time, these giant and monks would look up at the clouds whenever they had a chance to catch their breath. It can be seen that there were 3 different colors of spiritual light appearing alternately in the clouds, and they're always endless. Hun, old devil, if you have the guts, don't let Jiang, old thief, intervene. I will definitely kill you with my sword. Suddenly, an elder of the Star Palace broke through the clouds and cursed at the two figures in the distance. Elder Lu's flying sword is sharp. Hun, I dare not face it alone. If Elder Lu feels that he cannot defeat you, why not surrender early? Sooner or later, this Chaos Star Sea will belong to our Anti-Star Alliance. As the voice sounded, a Yuanying early stage monk with skin as black as charcoal appeared. He was surrounded by a cloud of fire, and the momentum was very shocking. Old Demon Hun, don't waste your time talking to him. The disciples below haven't attacked yet, and the interference array we set up in advance is about to run out of empty stones. If we delay any longer, once the reinforcement from the Star Palace arrive, you and I will have to die here. The cultivator surnamed Jiang was a fat man with a fat head and big ears. He held a sparkling trident magic weapon and spoke like thunder. Although he was also an early nascent soul cultivator, his cultivation was obviously better than the other two. Master Jiang is right. It seems that Hun has to show some real skills today, otherwise I'm afraid I can't eat this piece of fat meat surnamed Lu. The old demon's eyes were fierce, and the fire cloud around him suddenly rose. Humph, you want to kill Lu to get the reward? It's not that easy. Elder Lu was fearless. He shouted and sacrificed his life-threatening flying sword, ready to use his life-threatening magic. The fat man surnamed Jiang who was 100 feet away, waved the trident in his hand and was about to join the battle. Suddenly, a loud sound like the thunder of the nine heavens came, which made his heart jump suddenly. What's going on? Could it be that the two saints of Xianxing are coming to kill? Such a huge movement immediately stopped the offensive of the three people. After vigilantly pulling away from them, they looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. In the sky more than 10 miles away from Luoxing Island, a large area of gorgeous clouds like sunset clouds were rolling endlessly, and waves of roaring sounds like thousands of horses galloping kept coming. With this change, a huge wave of 100 feet high suddenly rose on the nearby sea surface, spreading rapidly to the surroundings. On the ground, the low-level monks of both sides also noticed the arrival of that tsunami. At this time, both the monks of the Anti-Star Alliance and the Crossing Palace gave up fighting and sacrificed their magic weapons to fly into the air. In addition to several giant and guardians of the Crossing Palace who hurriedly fled to a hall in the center of the island, the giant and monks of the Nixing League had gathered together, pointing and talking at the amazing celestial phenomenon in the distance. What an amazing celestial phenomenon. Could it be a transformed monster stirring up the wind and clouds? Not likely. I think a treasure has appeared. There are hidden treasures around Xianxing Island. They are too well hidden. Just after discussing for a while, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly surged out from the gorgeous clouds, which immediately made the giant and monks break out in cold sweats and shut their mouths tightly. Chapter 790, Falling Star Island and Old Acquaintances. The spiritual pressure coming from the gorgeous clouds was so huge that, even though they were so far away, the giant and cultivators were still terrified. Their mana was not flowing properly, and they almost couldn't control their bodies. Not good. Save people. After finally catching their breath, a blue-robed cultivator suddenly changed his face and fled downwards at a high speed. Seeing him like this, the other giant and cultivators also looked down and saw that those low-level cultivators were falling to the ground like dumplings. Originally, the low-level cultivators' flying tools were not very high, and they had mana to protect them. Even if they fell, they would only be injured, and their lives would not be in danger. But at this time, the huge waves were surging and surging. If they were left alone, these low-level cultivators would definitely die. Fortunately, these low-level cultivators were their own disciples brought by the giant and cultivators in the air. Seeing this situation, they immediately injured the discomfort caused by the huge spiritual pressure and used various means to save people. Compared to the chaos below, the three nascent soul cultivators in the clouds could barely keep their composure, but as the gorgeous clouds rolled, the spiritual pressure was still rising rapidly, not only messing up the nearby sea surface, but also causing the falling star island to tremble slightly. What on earth caused the celestial phenomenon, and why hasn't it appeared for so long? Luo looked at the gorgeous clouds in the distance with a ferocious face, and his heart was tangled. We can't wait any longer. The reinforcement from Xingan will arrive at any time. Luo, quickly evacuate with the sect master. The fat man surnamed Jiang roared with a painful face. He did not forget that he and others were still within the sphere of influence of Xingan. Although the treasure that can cause such a celestial phenomenon is good, you have to live to enjoy it. Master Jiang, are you going to hand over this treasure to Xingan? Luo said unwillingly. Such an opportunity is rare in a lifetime. How can he give it up? You are still thinking about treasures at this time, old demon. I think you have lived too long. You wait here by yourself. I will not accompany you. The fat man surnamed Jiang was frightened at this moment, and he did not want to stay here for a breath. He could not understand the thoughts of the old demon. These demon cultivators, every one of them, has a bad brain. As soon as the voice fell, the fat man surnamed Jiang turned around and was about to escape without hesitation. However, at this moment, the elder surnamed Luo of the Star Palace suddenly flashed in front of him and said jokingly, "Come as you want, leave as you want. Do you think Luo is a dead man?" The fat man surnamed Jiang cursed inwardly and was about to call on the old demon to deal with the elder surnamed Luo. But when he turned his eyes, he saw that the old demon had turned into a beam of light and went straight to the beautiful clouds. Crazy. Fatty Jiang was extremely angry, but he suppressed it and said in a deep voice, "Elder Luo, the old demon Hun went to get the treasure. You are now entangled with this master, and it is your Xingan who will suffer." Humph. Whether our Zingan will suffer or not, Master Jiang, don't bother to worry. Such an amazing celestial phenomenon must have been discovered by the surrounding islands. I'm afraid that even the sound transmission node has reached Xiangxing Island. Even if the old demon Hun won the first place, it would only be one more way to die. Elder Lu sneered, without even looking at the old demon Hun who was going away, and said without any intention of giving in this case, let's see the truth with our hands. Fatty Jiang's face became stern, and he stopped talking nonsense. He waved his trident, and fought with Elder Lu. As for the old demon Hun, just as he fled to the vicinity of the gorgeous clouds with a crazy face, a large piece of dazzling white light suddenly exploded from the center of the clouds. Then, half of the sky above Hun Leomo's head twisted, and the spiritual pressure suddenly increased several times. In the blink of an eye, a huge palace, that seemed to be made of white jade emerged from the void. Before everyone could marvel at the palace, a thick green light column suddenly shot out from under the palace, and pierced directly into the sea like a long sword. Wherever the green light column went, the sea water avoided it, and in an instant, a huge vortex formed on the sea surface. In the upper part of the green light column, a white magic circle with a diameter of dozens of feet was suspended in it. As the magic circle flashed, the figures of 2 men and 2 women appeared in it, but it seemed that the transmission had not ended, so the 4 people did not make any moves at the first time. Hun Leomo and the fire cloud saw this scene, and suddenly woke up. This celestial phenomenon was not caused by the birth of a treasure. After realizing that something was wrong, Hun Leomo retreated without saying a word. But at this moment, there was another loud explosion above his head, and the white jade palace and the green light column disappeared without a trace in an instant. It seemed that the changes caused by the disappearance of the white jade palace would affect the performance of the escape technique. Hun Leomo stumbled, and fell out of the escape light. You wanted to attack us just now. A cold female voice sounded, and Hun Leomo's heart jumped suddenly, when he sensed the spiritual pressure on the other party. 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Could they be the twin saints of the stars? Exclamation mark. Hun Leomo didn't dare to think too much, and wanted to set up the escape light to escape from here. Bing Feng frowned. She was just asking Hun Leomo casually, because she was unhappy with him, but seeing that he was so guilty, she shook her long sleeves, and hundreds of crystal sword lights rushed out from her sleeves. Suddenly, most of the sky was filled with gloomy cold light, sweeping straight towards the fire cloud. The speed of the crystal sword light was extremely fast. After a few flashes, it easily caught up with the fire cloud. After a simple staggered pass, a scream came from the fire cloud. The next moment, the fire cloud quickly dissipated, and only a piece of dirty blood fell from the sky, and there was no trace of the old demon. Although Bing Feng killed people in front of Luo Hong and the other 2, their expressions did not change at all. After all, the unlucky one was obviously a demon cultivator. The 3 of them claimed to be righteous, so they would not sympathize with the demon cultivator. Because the scene of the death of the old demon was really too shocking, the fat man surnamed Jiang and the elder surnamed Lu, who had already hit the real fire, stopped at the same time, and looked at the 4 people with extreme vigilance. As a result, they were shocked to the point of being cold all over. The existence of 2 late-stage Yuanying was enough to subvert the situation of the entire Chaos Star Sea, but they appeared here so strangely. For a while, the 2 did not dare to make any moves, for fear that they would accidentally anger each other, and bring about a disaster of death. Fellow Daoist Luo, there are quite a lot of cultivators here. Should we leave first? Baoye frowned as she looked at the many cultivators as small as ants gathered on the peaks below. After all, this is a strange place. As foreign cultivators, they have no roots and no wings, so they naturally have to keep a low profile at first. Luo Hong did not respond immediately after hearing this, but first calmed down the magic power that had been aroused to open the control array, and then slowly said, I wonder what plans fellow Daoist Bay has for the future? The war here in Chaos Star Sea has nothing to do with me, and I naturally don't want to get involved. I think it's better to be a casual cultivator, practicing while looking for a way to return to Dajin. Although continuing to follow Luo Hong will definitely not be afraid of the local forces in Chaos Star Sea, she has had enough of being cautious in front of Bing Feng. and according to Luo Hong's description, with her cultivation in the middle stage of the nascent soul, as long as she doesn't provoke a few scary people, she is enough to be free and easy in chaos. C. Where is junior brother Han? Luo Hong nodded and turned to look at Han Leo Modeo. Junior brother is also unwilling to participate in the conflict between Xingang and Nixing League. Although I don't know whether the limelight of Zhu Xianding has passed, for the sake of safety, I'd better go to the outer sea as soon as possible. Harley now just wants to find a place to retreat in order to break through the late nascent soul stage. As for the ancient teleportation array near Kixing Island that can connect to Xianan, it is a secret shared by him and Luo Hong. Since Luo Hong didn't mention it at the moment, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. Brother doesn't want to stay in the inner sea either, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. In this case, fellow Daoist Bay might as well leave first. If Luo and the other two want to go to the outer sea, they must be entangled with the forces below. Fellow Daoist Bay had better not get involved. Bing Feng must be following him, so Luo Hong suggested so. Bai Yaoi also felt dangerous when she heard it. She didn't act with Luo Hong, but spread rumors that she was related to him. She would definitely be found by some people with ulterior motives. Thank you for your advice, brother Luo. We will meet again someday. After saying goodbye briefly, Bai Yaoi immediately turned into a white light and flew away to the northwest. Brother Luo, are you planning to use the Star Palace's teleportation array to go to the outer sea? But aren't we being so ostentatious? Isn't it a little imprudent of us to do so? Harley knew that he and Luo Hong both had some problems with the Anti-Star Alliance, but he had some friendship with brother Leng Yuling of the Star Palace. He didn't need to think too much about who to choose to borrow the teleportation array. He was just a little worried about the Star Palace's attitude towards him. After all, his appearance represented the birth of the Void Sky Cauldron. If the Star Palace's high-level officials were greedy, they might surround and kill him. Looking at the cultivators on the island, it is obvious that the two major forces are still at war, and the teleportation array to the outer sea must be restricted. Moreover, our existence has been seen by the Elder of the Star Palace below. If we don't kill him to silence him, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream for us to sneak into Xiangxing Island and borrow the teleportation array. After all, the Xiangxing Twin Saints are not in vain. So, instead of sneaking around, it is better to go to the island openly. I think with brother Wendy and fellow Daoist Feng here, the Xiangxing Twin Saints will not dare to embarrass us. From the sphere of influence of the Star Palace on the map, it can be seen that the Star Palace is now entirely supported by the Xiangxing Twin Saints. Any place that is too far away from Xiangxing Island has been abandoned, while those islands closer to Xiangxing Island have not been lost. In this situation, no matter how conceited the Xiangxing Twin Saints are, they dare not rashly make enemies with the two late nascent soul beings. After all, even if they are only injured in the conflict, the Anti-Star Alliance may seize the opportunity to completely destroy the Star Palace. More than 10 miles away, Jiang and Lu watched the four people talk for a while, and then a white rainbow suddenly disappeared. Then the remaining three talked for a while, and suddenly looked at them. Although it was just a look, the two couldn't help but feel dry mouth. It's not that they are cowardly, but the other party killed them like cutting melons and vegetables, and they couldn't help but be afraid. Just as they were frightened, a young man in a Confucian robe among the three disappeared in an instant, but after a trance, he appeared several feet in front of the elder surnamed Lu. The elder surnamed Lu's body froze, but before he could think of a way to deal with it, he heard the visitor say in surprise, "Huh. It turned out to be brother Lu? I didn't expect you to break through the nascent soul, which is really good. Every acquaintance on the road to immortality is quite rare. After all, it is very likely that all acquaintances will be buried in the ground when you are in seclusion." The Xingang elder in front of him at this moment was Lu Zhengai, one of Leng Yuling's direct descendants. He had an intersection with him and helped him find the lost Fan Mengai. Hey, speaking of this silly disciple, I wonder if she has drunk all the spiritual wine in my cave. You are brother Zuo. But how did you become a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage? Lu Zhengai couldn't believe his eyes. You know, the last time they met, the other party was only in the late stage of the core formation stage. As a result, after only 200 years of not seeing each other, the other party has become a great cultivator. It's really too scary. It's been a long time since I used the name Zuo Bufan. Luo Hong almost didn't react. After a moment of stunned, he said, it's just a coincidence. I wonder if fellow Daoistling is okay. The young master has also broken through the nascent soul stage. If she knew that brother Zuo showed up here, she would definitely be very surprised. Master Jiang, what are you doing? Lu Zhengai was about to test and confirm whether the person opposite was really Zuo Bufan, but Fatty Jiang, who had just fought with him to death, quietly approached. Haha, Elder Lu, don't be nervous. Jiang is here to surrender. In fact, Jiang has suffered from the Anti-Star Alliance for a long time. After a fierce battle with Brother Lu, he suddenly came to his senses and now wants to turn from darkness to light. Please give me a chance. While licking his face and smiling, Fatty Jiang handed over his life treasure. He actually wanted to turn against the enemy. Although his actions looked funny, they were actually the best way to save his life at the moment. This late-stage Yuanying cultivator who suddenly appeared had already called Lu Zhengai his brother. Whether he fled or fought, he would not be able to escape death. Only by surrendering immediately could he have a glimmer of hope. Even if he would become cannon fodder for the Star Palace later, Fatty Jiang could not care so much. After looking at Luo Hong, Lu Zhengai immediately understood Fatty Jiang's thoughts and couldn't help but laugh secretly. I haven't confirmed the identity of the person in front of me, but you are so active. Can you react faster? Brother Zuo, if I'm not mistaken, the White Jade Palace just now should be the Zushan Palace. But the Zushan Palace only opens once every 300 years, and the time is far from here. How could Brother Zuo and the other four come out of it? Lu Zhengai ignored Fatty Jiang. As long as Zuo Bufan in front of him was real, he would naturally not be able to stir up any trouble. If he was fake, he and Fatty Jiang would probably be dead. It is indeed the Zushan Palace. Decades ago, I accidentally touched an ancient formation and ended up being teleported in there with several fellow Taoists. It took a lot of effort to get out. I haven't seen you for many years. Brother Lu, don't be too reserved. I also want to thank Brother Lu for helping me find my little apprentice back then. After seeing Lu Zhengai's distrust, Luo Hong took the initiative to talk about what happened back then. At this time, a silver light lit up beside Luo Hong, and then the figure of Bing Feng suddenly appeared. Fellow Taoist Luo, someone is coming. Chapter 791, Twin Saints of the Celestial Star. As soon as the voice fell, a spiritual light shone in a hole submerged by the sea, and then several nascent soul cultivators flew out and formed a formation in an instant to guard against possible sneak attacks. After a spiritual sense scan, Luo Hong couldn't help but secretly say it was a coincidence. It turned out to be from her own source. This Lu Zhengai is worthy of being her direct team. One of the three nascent soul cultivators was wearing a snow-white cloak and had a gorgeous appearance. It was Ling Yuling, the young master of Xingang. Your last name is Luo? Originally, Lu Zhengai had already lost 80% of his suspicion when he heard Luo Hong talk about Fan Mengai, but Bing Feng's words immediately made him nervous again. No, why did the young master come here in person? If this person has bad intentions, how can I explain to the old palace master? Just when Lu Zhengai was secretly worried, Luo Hong said slowly, Brother Lu, don't panic. Back then, Luo traveled in the Chaos Star Sea under the name of Zuo Bufan because he offended the Nixing League. He didn't mean to deceive you. Of course, now Luo is not afraid of the Nixing League. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Luo Hong, a casual cultivator. While speaking, Ling Yuling had already brought the other two nascent soul cultivators to the vicinity. She was very confused at this time. Didn't they say that Hun Lao Mo and Fatty Jiang would attack together? Why didn't Hun Lao Mo appear and Fatty Jiang looked so timid, as if he was captured alive? In addition, where did these three nascent soul cultivators who were not in the intelligence come from, and why did they seem to know Elder Lu? Luo Hong and the other two had already gathered their magic power at this time. With their cultivation and magical powers, even if they didn't deliberately hide their cultivation, ordinary nascent soul cultivators in the early stage could not see through it. Therefore, when Ling Yuling's spiritual sense swept over them, she felt that these three people were all in a fog and extremely mysterious. So she frowned, and her eyes lit up with jade-colored spiritual light, and she could see the appearance of Luo Hong and others from several miles away. It's fellow Daoist Zuo and fellow Daoist Han. Ling Yuling's face lit up with joy, and she quickly increased her speed of escape. After a few flashes, she came to Luo Hong and bowed and said, "Fellow Daoist Zuo, I haven't seen you for more than 100 years. Are you doing well? Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Ling, but Zuo Bufan is my pseudonym. I don't plan to use it anymore in the future. Please don't pursue the crime of deceiving me back then." In order to avoid further misunderstandings, Luo Hong confessed directly. No wonder Brother Luo answered so readily when Shinran asked him about his name. It turned out to be a fake name. It's okay. As a casual cultivator, it's normal for Brother Luo to use a fake name to travel in the Chaos Star Sea. Brother Luo, don't mind it. Ling Yuling was stunned at first, and then she remembered the scene in the Demon Clan Holy Land and couldn't help laughing. Haha, Luo was indeed a little frivolous back then. Speaking of the funny things of the past, Luo Hong couldn't help laughing. Brother Luo, this fairy is. Glancing at the indifferent Bing Feng floating beside Luo Hong, Ling Yuling secretly said that she was beautiful and then asked carefully, "Oh, it's my fault that I didn't introduce her to you. This phoenix fairy is my good friend. She was trapped with me before and just got out today. As a result, she happened to run into the Anti-Star Alliance attacking this place. Like me, she is also a casual cultivator. As long as Bing Feng doesn't transform into her true body, her appearance and aura are the same as those of a cultivator in her human form. The conflict between the demons and cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea is even more serious. Luo Hong vaguely remembers that in a few decades, the demons will take the initiative to start a war. Therefore, Luo Hong immediately decided to conceal Bing Feng's origin. Just a friend? That's fine. Ling Yuling smiled and saluted to Bing Feng gracefully. "I'm Ling Yuling, and I meet Phoenix Fairy." Yes. For Luo Hong's sake, Bing Feng responded reluctantly. Although Ling Yuling was rejected by her, she did not lose her composure. She turned to look at Luo Hong and said, "I was so moved when I met my old friend again that I almost forgot to congratulate Brother Luo and Brother Han on their nascent soul formation. I hope you will not blame me. However, does Brother Luo have any treasures that can resist the divine consciousness? I can't see through it." Ahem. Lu Zhengai coughed forcefully, and after grabbing the opportunity to speak, he immediately told Ling Yuling the true cultivation of Luo Hong and Bing Feng through voice transmission. What? Both of them are late nascent soul cultivators? Ling Yuling's face changed, and she exclaimed through voice transmission. Damn it, they said they were just friends, not Taoist couples. How could they have such cultivation in such a short time? This was the first thought that popped up in Ling Yuling's mind. It was just that there was a dual cultivation technique in the supreme secret method of the Star Palace, which could greatly increase the chances of men and women breaking through the late nascent soul, which led to the fact that every master of the Star Palace must be a Taoist couple. Fellow Daoist Ling, it's like this. The three of us want to go to the outer sea. I wonder if the teleportation array in Xingang is still open. The 100-year period agreed with Yaoshan Kunpeng has almost passed halfway, and Luo Hong just wants to complete this matter without stopping. And the first step is to teleport to Silver Shark Island in the outer sea. It seems that Brother Luo only thinks of me when he needs a teleportation array. Ling Yuling suddenly murmured with a depressed look. Luo Hong couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he heard it. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Counting this time, he has asked Ling Yuling for help with the teleportation array for the third time, which seems to be a bit excessive. This is completely treating the other party as a tool. However, before Luo Hong could figure out how to comfort Ling Yuling, she regained her spirits and smiled sweetly, saying, "If you want to borrow the teleportation array, Brother Luo, you have found the right person." Recently, in order to prevent the monks of the Anti-Star Alliance from the outer sea from sneaking into Shiangsing Island, all the teleportation arrays leading to the outer sea have been closed, except for the two spare ones. Moreover, unless there is a mission, even our own monks of the Crossing Palace cannot come and go freely. If you want to use it, brother Luo, you can only ask for it in person. Anyway, the danger of Luoxing Island has been resolved. Why don't you go to Xianxing Island with me? Ling Yuling's appearance is beyond words, and the more important thing is that she does not have a trace of feminine air in her words and deeds, but is like a gentleman. If Luo Hong needs to describe her in one word, it is cool. This charm alone is enough for her to win the hearts of most Xingang disciples. Even though Luo Hong is knowledgeable, he couldn't help but take a second look at her. But it was impossible to disturb his state of mind. As you wish, I dare not ask you. Then I will trouble you, brother Ling. Luo Hong bowed politely. Well, this place is in a mess. Please follow me to Xingsha Island. Ling Yuling nodded, turned around and led the way to the teleportation array of Luoxing Island. The 2 Yuanying cultivators who came with her stayed behind to take over from Lu Zhengai and preside over the cleanup work of the Battle of Luoxing Island. However, not long after flying, Ling Yuling realized that something was wrong. Looking back, she saw that Fatty Jiang was following them. She couldn't help but wonder, Master Jiang, what are you doing? Fatty Jiang had been ignored until now. Seeing that someone finally paid attention to him, he almost cried with joy. He immediately said from the bottom of his heart, fellow Daoist Ling, I, Jiang, was threatened by the villains of the Anti-Star Alliance and was forced to join them. I couldn't sleep at night every time I thought about it, and my inner demons were looming. Now I see that fellow Daoist is like encountering the light of day, turning away the haze in my heart and walking on the road ahead. I, Jiang. Okay, Master Jiang actually wants to surrender. Then follow us to Xingsha Island, and someone will naturally arrange for you. Ling will only warn you once. If you are a snake and a rat in the future, and you are attached and then betrayed, I will make you die and never reincarnate. Ling Yuling rolled her eyes and said with disgust. Although she looked down on him, under the current situation, this kind of nascent soul cultivator who took the initiative to betray the Anti-Star Alliance must be won over. Yes. Jiang will definitely keep it in mind. Fatty Jiang hurriedly thanked him, secretly feeling extremely proud. He felt that his defection was extremely clever. The Star Palace suddenly had 2 more Yuanying late-stage cultivators. The Anti-Star Alliance was undoubtedly a grasshopper after autumn. If they didn't abandon the dark and join the light now, when would they? Just as Luo Hong and the other 2 were leaving for Xianxing Island, a thin figure sitting cross-legged in an underground cave somewhere in Xianxing Holy Mountain suddenly reached out and grabbed. Suddenly, a little fire appeared in his palm, and as the 5 fingers closed, a talisman burning with spiritual flames condensed out. The thin figure explored with his spiritual consciousness and obtained all the information in the talisman. Then he rubbed his fingers, and the talisman immediately turned into fire and dissipated. What's going on? Why did Yuling use the escape talisman? This kind of talisman is extremely rare. She would not use it easily, unless it is an emergency. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came from another corner of the cave, and her tone was very worried. Yuling is fine, but something big is going to happen in the Chaos Star Sea. The thin figure also spoke, and his pronunciation was a little stiff, as if he had not spoken for a long time. Oh. What big thing can make you so moved? Could it be that someone in the Anti-Star Alliance has broken through to the late nascent soul stage again? The woman was relieved when she heard that Ling Yuling was fine. She raised her tone and asked curiously, do you still remember the Zushending that came out more than 100 years ago? It's related to the Tangshan Ling Bao, so I naturally remember it. Could it be that Yuling found the whereabouts of this spiritual treasure? But a mere spiritual treasure cannot affect the situation in the Chaos Star Sea. After all, our Yuan Si Shenshin is not much less. The woman exclaimed in surprise. Yes and no. I remember that after the cultivator named Hanli seized the Zushending, he had some encounters with another cultivator named Zuo Bufan and Yuling, and then the 2 and Wen Shanran disappeared at the same time. But just yesterday, Yuling met the 2 again on Luoxing Island, as well as another female cultivator. Madam, why don't you guess what their cultivation level is? The thin man was so surprised that he kept it a secret. More than 100 years ago, Han and Zuo were both in the Giant stage. Even if they practiced faster, they could only break through to the Yuanying stage at most. But Han Li got the Zushan Ding, and most of the opportunities in the Ding were also obtained by him. It is very likely that he is now in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. As for the female cultivator, she is probably at a similar level, otherwise she would not have mixed with the two. The woman didn't mind playing such a little game occasionally. After all, long-term seclusion was quite boring, and she carefully analyzed a passage. Madam's guess was also what I had in mind at the beginning, but Yuling said in the escape note herself that the cultivator with the alias Zuo Bufan and real name Luo Hong is already a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, and that female cultivator is also in the same realm, and she seems to be focusing on the other one, which shows that they are obviously related. As for Han Li, who Madam is most optimistic about, he does have the cultivation base of the middle nascent soul stage, but even if he has the Zushan Ding, he is nothing compared to the other two. The thin man smiled at first, but his expression became more solemn as he spoke. Two late stage great cultivators. No wonder you said that the entire Chaos Star Sea is going to change. If these two people join the Anti-Star Alliance, we can only find ways to preserve the Yuling bloodline. The woman was shocked when she heard this, and then after pondering for a moment, she said, according to the results of our investigation that year, that Han Li is very likely a cultivator from Dajin. And after he got the Zushan Ding, he returned to Dajin, and that's how he escaped the search of the entire Chaos Star Sea. So, Luo Hong and the unknown woman should also be cultivators from the top sects in Dajin. Otherwise, even if they are immortal cultivators that appear once in 1,000 years, it would be impossible for them to cultivate so quickly. Although the woman is one of the twin saints of the Star Palace, she is very familiar with the immortal cultivation world of Dajin. Whether they are Dajin monks or not, since they have come to Chaos Star Sea, they must have some purpose. Fortunately, Yuling and Luo Hong met when they were in humble circumstances, and they have some friendship. As long as we don't take the initiative to make enemies, these two people may become our Crossing Palace's helpers. Now Yuling has brought them to Shiangsing Island, and we should also go out to welcome them. As he said, the thin man stood up and walked from the darkness to the spiritual light, revealing a face that was ordinary except for his sword-shaped eyebrows. Haha, then I'll come for a while. As soon as the voice fell, a woman's figure appeared beside the man. She had white skin and black hair like clouds. She was quite similar to Ling Yuling, but her temperament was graceful and luxurious, so that people dared not look directly at her. Luoxing Island was not far from Shiangsing Island, and they all used the teleportation array to travel. So in just one day, Luo Hong saw the majestic Shiangsing Holy Mountain again. Thinking back to the past, he lived in this mountain for a long time and learned the art of refining weapons. Fellow Daoist Ling, is there still a person like Xian Huo Zenran in Shiangsing City? Memories came flooding back, and Luo Hong couldn't help but ask about this senior who had helped him so much in the past. Brother Luo, please accept my condolences. Xian Huo Zenran passed away 60 years ago. However, before his death, he accepted a disciple and opened a weapon refining workshop in Shiangsing City. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. If that little guy knew that he had a relationship with you, a late stage great cultivator, he would definitely be ecstatic. Ling Yuling's face sank at first, but soon she was beaming with joy. Well, since Xian Huo Zenran left behind a legacy, that's the best. But there's no rush to visit. I'll go see your father and mother first. Luo Hong suddenly looked up and looked forward, saying with a curled mouth. Chapter 792 Billing Island. Shiangsing City was covered by a super formation. Ordinary cultivators and Xingan disciples had to enter through the entrances in the south. However, Ling Yuling took them to the north of Shiangsing City this time. The sea here was completely different from the blue waves in the south. Instead, there were many reefs. Every time the waves hit it, they would stir up waves several feet high. But this time, after the waves fell, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared on the top of a reef. The people who came did not hide their cultivation, and they exuded the huge spiritual pressure of a cultivator in the late Yuanying period. However, even Han Lao Mo, who had the weakest cultivation among the three, did not show any discomfort, and there was no fear on his face. After all, although his cultivation was a little worse, his combat power was not even underestimated by Bingfeng. Through the data detected by the physical examination form, Luo Hong instantly found out the cultivation of the couple, which was basically the same as that of Himuleo No, and they were senior cultivators in the late Yuanying period. Even if these two were placed in Dajin alone, they would be ranked first. Moreover, they were Taoist couples, and they probably practiced the secret art of joint attack. If they attacked with all their strength, Luo Hong would have to be careful to deal with them. You two Taoist friends are the famous twin saints of Xianxing, right? I'm deeply honored to have you come to greet me. No matter how things would develop next, it would never be wrong to greet them politely. Since Taoist friend Luo is of the same level as my husband and I, and you are officially visiting me, my husband and I should certainly greet you. It's just that you came too quickly, and I didn't have time to prepare, otherwise I could have made it more dignified. My real name is Wenking, and this is my husband Ling Ocean. May I ask what the name of the Taoist friend next to Taoist friend Luo is? The elegant woman opened her red lips and said kindly, "Oh, this ice phoenix fairy is my good friend, but she is aloof and not good at speaking, so please don't blame me for not meeting you two Taoist friends yet." Luo Hong introduced them casually, because Ice Phoenix didn't like dealing with human cultivators anyway. However, he did not notice that Bingfeng glanced at him when he said this. "Fellow Daoist Luo, let's not beat around the bush. It would be fine if it was just fellow Daoist Luo, but with fellow Daoist Feng, with the power of our Xingdang, it is impossible for us to not get any information. So, the three fellow Daoists should not be from Chaos Star Sea, but from Dajin." Ling Xiaofeng guessed the origins of the three people as soon as he opened his mouth, and he was half right. Fellow Daoist Ling guessed right. Luo and the other two are from Dajin. Seeing that fellow Daoist is so familiar with Dajin, have you traveled to Dajin? Since the other party guessed so, Luo Hong was naturally happy to save trouble, so as not to say that he was from Xianan and then have to explain it. Hearing this, Ling Xiaofeng and Wenking nodded, showing a look of expectedness. Dajin is known as the holy land for cultivating immortals in the human world, so how could my husband and I not go for a trip? Although there is an ancient teleportation array leading to Dajin, there is always an elder from our star palace stationed near the teleportation array. If the three Daoists came from that teleportation array, my husband and I would definitely know about it. Besides, if the three of you are willing to fly for more than 10 years, you can reach the Chaos Star Sea, but the risk is extremely high, and the three of you are definitely not the kind of people who would do such a stupid thing. So, I wonder what means Daoist Luo uses to travel back and forth between the Chaos Star Sea and Dajin? Wenking asked with her beautiful eyes flashing. It's a coincidence that I have been to Chaos Star Sea twice. Each time, I was able to do it by chance, and the methods used were different. Just like this time, Luo and the other two were just accidentally touched an ancient magic array and were teleported to the Void Heaven Palace. If it weren't for the help of fellow Daoist Feng, I'm afraid we would have been trapped until the day when the Void Heaven Palace opened, before we could escape. So, fellow Daoists, don't worry, there will never be a large number of Dajin cultivators coming to Chaos Star Sea suddenly one day. Luo Hong knew very well what the Xianxing twin saints were worried about. If the Chaos Star Sea was completely connected to Dajin, it would definitely be a greater crisis than the Anti-Star Alliance. Ling Xiaofeng and Wenking looked at each other. They naturally received the information about the short-lived Void Heaven Palace, so they didn't completely disbelieve Luo Hong at the moment. But, twice in a row, is it really such a coincidence? Since fellow Daoist Luo has promised, my husband and I are willing to believe it. However, you three also know that this palace is in trouble, and those jumping clowns of the Anti-Star Alliance have the intention to destroy this palace. So even though it may be a bit rude, Ling still wants to ask, what are your plans next? Ling Xiaofeng stared at Luo Hong with a serious expression. After a conversation, he had completely understood that the other two were completely focused on Luo Hong. A single late-stage Yuanying cultivator, the couple would not be afraid. After all, no late-stage Yuanying cultivator could defeat them together. But if Bingfeng was focused on Luo Hong, the situation would be completely different. What they did, as he said before, would affect the situation of the entire Chaos Star Sea. If Luo Hong chose to stay in the inner sea, Ling Xiaofeng would have to consider whether he intended to seize the Star Palace from Ling Yuling. And if he ran to the outer sea, leaving aside joining the Anti-Star Alliance, Ling Xiaofeng would have to consider the possibility of Luo Hong establishing a sect. With the influence of two late-stage nascent soul cultivators, once they choose to create a force, Chaos Star Sea will change from a two-pole competition to a three-way competition in an instant. In short, Luo Hong's next answer will be particularly important. I have already told your daughter that we hope to borrow the Star Palace's teleportation array to go to the outer sea, and we don't want to participate in the war between your palace and the Anti-Star Alliance. Oh, by the way, we came to Chaos Star Sea unexpectedly without a specific purpose, but on the way, I heard your daughter talk about the major events that happened in Chaos Star Sea in recent years, and one of them aroused my interest. I heard that a high-level spirit stone mine was discovered on Billing Island before the Jazzy year. I wonder what the specific situation is? Luo Hong also did not hide his interest in the high-level spirit stone mine. In the original time and space, Han Leo Mo accidentally encountered Yaoshan Kunpeng and Luo Hao fighting on his way from Yunsha Island to Billing Island. In other words, in the next 50 years, Luo Hao will approach the sea area near Billing Island. Luo Hong only needs to wait on the island and he can confirm the approximate location of Luo Hao through the induction of the Bushan Stone. In this way, he can easily complete the mission of Yushan Kunpeng, which is a relief. You are interested in Billing Island. Is it because you are short of spiritual stones? Wen King asked casually, and then introduced in a calm tone. Billing Island was originally just an unnamed island, but the high-level spiritual stone mines on the island are mainly wood-based, so it was named this way. If you want to go to this island, the fastest way is to use my teleportation array to first reach Yunsha Island to the north of Billing Island, and then fly for more than a month according to the sea chart. If it were not so remote, this spiritual island would not have been discovered until today. Needless to say, I believe that you also know the value of high-level spiritual stone mines. Because it is located in the open sea, the current situation of Billing Island is quite complicated. It is jointly controlled by this palace, the Anti-Star Alliance and the Outer Sea Monster Clan. If you want to do something on this island, I can fully cooperate, but the Anti-Star Alliance and the Outer Sea Monster Clan may not be able to do so. In addition, because a large number of medium and high-level spiritual stones have been mined, several islands near Billing Island have also prospered. If Daoist Luo just wants to obtain a batch of high-level spirit stones, then he doesn't have to go to Billing Island to collect them. The nearby islands are more suitable. Wen King is worthy of being one of the two saints. His speech skills are quite powerful. He mixed a lot of private goods in his introduction. He not only tested Luo Hong's purpose, but also wanted to provoke Luo Hong's dissatisfaction with the Nixing League and the Outer Sea Monster Clan. Haha, I see. But I can only appreciate Madam Wen's kindness. Since there is indeed a high-level spirit stone mine on Billing Island, we must go to this spirit island. In addition, Madam Wen is right about one thing. The power of the Nixing League and the Outer Sea Monster Clan on the island is really a bit annoying. How about this? I will clean up these two forces to thank you for lending me the teleportation array. At that time, your palace will take 50% of the income from the spirit stone mine on Billing Island, and the remaining 50% will belong to Luo and the other two. Luo Hong laughed softly, but his words were cruel. To do what he said, I don't know how many lives will die. Brother Luo, isn't this a poorly thought out move? We could easily become the target of public criticism. Hanley, who had been silent all along, was suddenly startled. Luo Hong had not discussed this with him, so he immediately sent a voice message to dissuade him. Brother Han, that is a high-grade spiritual, or of the wood element. There must be a small amount of top-grade spiritual stones of the wood element. Such spiritual objects are unique in the human world. Luo Hong was not surprised by Han Leo Mo's attitude, and immediately sent a voice message to tempt him. Sure enough, Han Li frowned at first, but soon relaxed. His main cultivation technique, King Yuan Sword technique, is the top-grade cultivation technique of the wood element, and the top-grade spiritual stones of the wood element are spiritual objects that he cannot refuse no matter what. Bing Feng still looked indifferent at this time, as if he did not realize how serious the consequences would be if Luo Hong offended the two major forces of Chaos Stasi at the same time. Brother Luo, are you serious? Ling Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he confirmed with a very dissatisfied tone. Although in Luo Hong's proposal, their Xingang was the party that benefited, Ling Xiaofeng was not tempted by these superficial benefits. My guess was right. This person really wanted to establish a power in the outer sea. Is the great Jin cultivation world finally going to intervene? Exclamation mark. To establish a cultivation power, in addition to the presence of powerful cultivators, there must also be huge resources, otherwise the cultivators who come here will not stay for long. Of course, under normal circumstances, powerful cultivators themselves represent huge resources, so if Luo Hong and Bing Feng really have this idea, as long as they spread their names, a large number of cultivators will flock to them without thinking. And if Luo Hong gets the Spirit Stone mine on Billing Island, the speed of development of this new power will increase several times. In time, this power will definitely shake the rule of Xingang over Chaos Stasi. Therefore, although cooperation is beneficial to Xingang at present, and can weaken the great enemy Nixing League, it is a complete act of drinking poison to quench thirst. Ling Xiaofeng will never agree. Of course, Ling Daoyao, are you willing to cooperate? Luo Hong noticed that the other party's expression was a little wrong, but still said frankly, very good, then let Ling learn from fellow Daoist Luo, and see if you have the ability to occupy Billing Island. After saying this angrily, Ling Xiaofeng opened his arms, his face flushed, and a black hole with a diameter of 100 feet suddenly appeared under him. With a flash of grey spiritual light, a black boulder about 50 to 60 feet high, pointed at the top and thick at the bottom, appeared at the feet of Ling Xiaofeng and Wenqing. As the grey spiritual light shone, the faces of Luo Hong and the other two changed. They felt that the 5 element of magic power in their bodies were very agitated, and they rushed wildly in the meridians. It took a lot of effort to suppress it. There is no doubt that the black boulder is the Yuan-Si divine mountain that has not been completely refined. Although Ling Xiaofeng suddenly summoned the Yuan-Si divine mountain, he did not attack immediately. Obviously, he wanted to give Luo Hong a warning, so that he would give up the idea of occupying Billing Island. Luo Hong also keenly sensed his intention, but he would never give in to the matter of Billing Island. He immediately clenched his right fist, and the demon face on the peak of the fist at the little finger suddenly came to life, showing a ferocious and furious look. Father, fellow Daoist Luo, if there is something, we can discuss it. There is no need to fight. Ling Yuling was shocked when she saw this, and hurriedly fled between the two and loudly dissuaded them. Yuling, you are crazy, why don't you get out of the way? Is your husband afraid of him? Madam, you. Before Ling Xiaofeng finished speaking, Wenqing suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his right wrist. At this time, the master of the Star Palace actually found that his partner was trembling slightly. Husband, you are too reckless. How can you fight before we have made it clear? Hurry up and put away the Yuan-Si divine mountain. Wenqing gritted his teeth and scolded angrily. Hearing this, Ling Xiaofeng's face immediately sank, but surprisingly, he actually sent the Yuan-Si divine mountain back to its original place. A conflict had not even started, but it was eliminated. Although Ling Yuling was very happy about this result, she was also very surprised. You know, usually the affairs in the palace were arranged by her father, and her mother would smile and rarely express her opinions. The situation just now was really too abnormal. My husband has a bad temper, is impulsive and easily angered, which is why he acted impolitely just now. I hope you can forgive me, brother Luo. After persuading Ling Xiaofeng, Wenqing smiled at Luo Hong. Since it didn't cause any bad results, I won't take it to heart. But I'm very curious, is there anything offensive about my proposal just now? Luo Hong loosened his right fist and said in a somewhat unhappy tone. It's not that there is no room for negotiation on the matter of Billing Island, but I want to know how long brother Luo plans to occupy Billing Island. Will you never return to Dajin in the future? Wenqing did not answer Luo Hong, but raised a new question. Fortunately, everyone present was smart and understood Wenqing's implication. Haha, so that's how it is. Fellow Daoist Ling is worried that I will stay in Chaos Star Sea and won't leave. Luo Hong smiled and shook his head, then suddenly looked directly at the twin saints of Star Palace and said, after becoming a spirit, I will leave. Chapter 793 Ling Mingju. Spiritual transformation. Could it be? Ling Xiaofeng's solemn expression changed, and he pointed at Luo Hong with a surprised look. That's right, Luo's main purpose of occupying Billing Island is not the high-level spiritual stone mine on the island. In fact, Luo has no shortage of high-level spiritual stones. But there is no doubt that due to the existence of high-level spiritual stone mines, Billing Island must be one of the most spiritual places in Chaos Star Sea. Trying to break through in such a place can increase the success rate. Haha, you two are also late-stage nascent soul cultivators who are close to the bottleneck of spiritual transformation. I believe you can understand Luo's feelings at the moment. Billing Island is a place that Luo must occupy, even if it means going to war with the entire Chaos Star Sea. Although Luo Hong has a very solid foundation, it is much more difficult to break through the spiritual transformation than normal in the human world. Therefore, even if it is a slight impact brought by the concentration of spiritual energy, Luo Hong will definitely not be vague. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Although I have overestimated the person in front of me to the maximum, I never thought that he was qualified to break through the bottleneck of spiritual transformation. A storm blew up in Ling Xiaofeng's heart. Shock, admiration, jealousy, resentment and other emotions surged in his heart. He is absolutely serious about what he said. After all, if it were me, I would also try my best to increase the success rate. It seems that, if we don't reach a cooperation, we will have to fight today. But, Ling Xiaofeng glanced at Wen King beside him, thinking in his heart, why is my wife so afraid of the other party? Can she only choose to take the risk and believe that the other party will leave the Chaos Star Sea after becoming a god? Wen King, so Dao Luo is doing this for his own immortal path. Such a big thing. My husband and I will naturally not stop him, but the current situation of my palace is not good, and I can't give Dao too much support. What? Why did you agree immediately without discussing it with me? Ling Xiaofeng's pupils were shaking wildly, and he didn't understand his wife's behavior just now. It shouldn't happen to her to believe everything others say. Husband, I wonder what you think? Wen King looked back and looked at Ling Xiaofeng with gentle eyes. Well, this, madam, what Ling Xiaofeng said, is exactly what I think. Although he didn't understand, Ling Xiaofeng didn't hesitate at this time, and chose to trust the woman who had been with him for nearly 1,000 years. Haha, the two palace masters are too polite. This is Luo's own business. Naturally, I have to solve it myself. How dare I ask you to work hard? Don't worry, during the period when Luo occupies Billing Island, you can get 50% of the spiritual stones, as long as you send people to mine. However, after Luo leaves, whether you can protect the interests of Billing Island depends on your own ability. Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction. For him, it is the best result to be able to cooperate with Xingan at this time. Otherwise, if they fight, it is likely to affect Han Leomo's chance of transformation and bring about some changes. I was really shocked. I hope Brother Luo can reach an agreement with my father. I don't know when Brother Luo wants to leave. The teleportation array can be used at any time. Seeing that the two parties reached a verbal agreement, Ling Yuling was relieved and asked in a gentle voice, I'm not in a hurry. I finally came to Xiangsing City. I plan to go to the market and buy a batch of special spiritual objects from Chaos Star Sea. Junior Brother Han, do you have any plans? This time, Luo Han will definitely not come back in a short time. It is natural to prepare a batch of supplies. Junior Brother also wants to take the opportunity to find a few spiritual herbs. Why not meet with Senior Brother in the Starry Sky Palace in 3 days? Han Li had a similar idea, but he wanted to act alone. Luo Hong nodded slightly in response, and then turned to look at Bingfeng. However, before he could speak, Bingfeng said calmly, I have nothing to do here. I will go with Daoist fellow Luo for the next 3 days. Well, it's up to you. Luo Hong was worried about letting Bing Feng enter Xianxing City alone, so he agreed casually and bowed to the Xianxing twin saints. Daoist fellows, Luo and others will go into the city to handle some personal matters first and will formally visit your palace in 2 days. Haha, it's okay. I will host a banquet for you three at that time. It will never be as shabby as today. Ling Xiaofeng said with a happy face, as if Luo Hong and the other two were his old acquaintances. Brother Luo, this is the map of Xianxing City drawn by me. There are many hidden places marked in it. I believe it will be helpful to you. Ling Yuling took out 3 jade slips at the right time and handed them to Luo Hong and the other two. Daoist fellow Ling is still thoughtful. Luo thanked me very much. See you tomorrow. After that, Luo Hong and the other two turned into 3 rays of light and rushed straight into the light shield covering Xianxing City. As they approached, the jade slips in their hands lit up at the same time, and then 3 holes appeared on the light shield that could allow people to pass through. After watching Luo Hong and the other two go away, Ling Yuling's face darkened, and she immediately fled to Wen Qing's side, holding one of her arms and said, "Mother, what happened just now? You and father's reactions are so strange." "Ah, mother, what's wrong with you? Madam, were you attacked by that Luo? I will heal you immediately." Before Ling Yuling finished her words, Wen Qing's body suddenly collapsed, and he was weakly half pressed on her, breathing heavily. Ling Xiaofeng, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this. He didn't notice Luo Hong's attack at all. He suppressed his anger and was about to inject his magic power into Wen Qing's body. "I'm fine. I just got a little surprised. You don't have to worry." Sure enough, after taking a few deep breaths, Wen Qing's face quickly improved and soon returned to normal. Seeing this scene, the father and daughter frowned at the same time, as if they were cast in the same mold, and were extremely confused. "Madam, why is this happening? Is there something wrong with your cultivation?" "There is nothing wrong with my body. It's just that when my husband and Luo Hong had a conflict just now, I used the Lingmingju to sense it, and some of the things I saw shocked my mind." Wen Qing patted the back of Ling Yuling's hand and said with a complicated expression, "Hasn't mother's Lingmingju been cultivated to perfection and can be used at all times? Why did mother only notice something unusual when brother Luo was about to take action?" Ling Yuling was very familiar with the magical powers of the Lingmingju, and she was even more confused at the moment. "My Lingmingju was indeed in operation. When we first met, I sensed that Hanli and Fairy Bingfeng were very dangerous, but I had no sense of Luo Hong, who was obviously the strongest of the 3. Therefore, it must be that this person practiced some kind of magical power that blocked the sense of Lingmingju. It was not until he was ready to attack and actively released his aura that I saw some images," Wen Qing said solemnly, and her left hand couldn't help but tremble again, as if she recalled those images again. But at this moment, Ling Xiaofeng's rough palm grabbed her jade hand and asked in a deep voice, "So, madam, what did you see with the help of Lingmingju?" "I saw that Luo Hong he beat us to death with one punch," Wen Qing said, holding Ling Xiaofeng's hand heavily. "What? Brother Luo?" Ling Yuling's face changed, and she looked in the direction where Luo Hong left in disbelief. She was stunned for a long time before turning around and said, "Father, do you think this can be true? The Lingmingju that your mother practices is one of the most mysterious techniques in this palace. My premonitions about such things are always 80% accurate and there will not be too much deviation. In this way, that Luo Hong is really quite terrifying, and he is worthy of being qualified to break through the bottleneck of the spirit transformation." Although Wen Qing's words were very mysterious, Ling Xiaofeng believed it quite a lot and immediately understood the other party's previous series of actions. "Madam, you saved my husband's life this time. Alas, if such a being comes to the Chaos Star Sea, I really don't know what kind of storm it will stir up in the future. Fortunately, Yuling is on good terms with him, and he is not a heartless person. This is a blessing in disguise for our star palace." Wen Qing sighed first, then touched Ling Yuling's head and said very abruptly, "Has Yuling fallen in love with that Luo Hong?" "Huh? Mother, I haven't." "Don't talk nonsense." Ling Yuling, who was still a little dazed, stepped back a little after hearing this and denied it flatly. "Humph. Your little trick, let alone your mother. Your father has seen it clearly. What else is there to hide?" Ling Xiaofeng did not forget that Ling Yuling suddenly appeared between him and Luo Hong to persuade them to stop fighting, and said very unhappily at the moment, "Yuling, you also know that the masters of the Star Palace in all generations are basically a man and a woman, and their purpose is to practice the unique dual cultivation secret technique of this palace. You are now a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, and you should have already decided on a dual cultivation partner, but there are only 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators of your age in the palace, and these people are nothing special, so I have not forced you to choose. Now that Luo Hong has caught your eye, and he looks like he is likely to break through the realm of transformation. If he becomes your partner, he will definitely help you to sit firmly on the position of the master of the Star Palace. This is a serious matter, and this is not the time for you to act like a little girl," Wen King said very seriously, not like a normal mother who cares about her daughter's lifelong affairs. In addition, she had some other words, but she didn't say them because she took into account Ling Yuling's emotions, but they were indeed important considerations for her to make the current decision. Luo Hong is so young, and it is very likely that he will break through to the God transformation realm. In the future, he will definitely look for ways to ascend to the immortal realm. He will not only have an extremely powerful backer, but also not have to worry about power falling into someone else's hands. It is a win-win situation. After hearing what Wen King said, Ling Yuling's hot face suddenly cooled down. She remained silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Not to mention how the twin saints of the stars would find a Taoist partner for Luo Hong. He and Bing Feng had already escaped to the market. Looking at the endless stream of people around him, Luo Hong felt like he had returned to the mortal world. He took out the jade map and locked onto the locations of several large shops. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared with Bing Feng, scaring the low-level cultivators next to him to wipe their eyes. Chapter 794 Skyfire Pavilion. Xiangxing City is indeed the most prosperous city in Chaos Star Sea. In less than 2 days, Luo Hong bought all the necessary supplies. His generosity made Bing Feng frown. "Fellow Daoist Luo, do you human cultivators have no vision at all? I'm puzzled that those shops dare to send people to follow a cultivator like you who spends hundreds of thousands of spirit stones at any time." As he spoke, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from the dark alley not far away. Not all shops don't follow the rules, right? There are always greedy people. In fact, fellow Daoist Feng doesn't need to pay too much attention to it. Luo Hong mourned for those secret followers in his heart. If he was alone, although he would also feel disgusted, he would not kill them. At most, he would dodge and get rid of them. But it was completely different when Bing Feng was around. She didn't like human cultivators to begin with, and since they came to her door, Luo Hong lacked the motivation to stop them. "I don't like being peeped at by others. There are so many cultivators here that I feel uncomfortable. Now that we have bought everything, let's just go to the Starry Sky Palace." Bing Feng's beautiful face could no longer hide her irritability. She just wanted to leave this bustling market immediately. No hurry. Since we are here, I want to visit my old friend and disciple on the way. Please be patient, Brother Feng. Luo Hong user, since we are here method and chuckled. "Oh, the descendant of Xian Huo Zenren? I didn't expect Brother Luo to be so concerned about this matter." Bing Feng was a little surprised. Hanli was fine. After all, they were junior brothers who had known each other for hundreds of years. It was natural that they had a deep friendship. But she didn't expect Luo Hong to be so concerned about a giant and cultivator who had only known each other for a few years, and to think of taking special care of the other's descendant. What a joke. This guy who has more evil spirit than a 1,000-year-old ghost is actually a man who values friendship and loyalty. Bing Feng secretly complained, and pretended to be relaxed and asked, "So which direction is it? If it's too far, I'll go first." At this moment, Luo Hong, who was walking beside her, suddenly stopped and slowly turned left. "There is no direction. We have arrived. Xianhuo Pavilion. Haha, this name is good. Xianhuo Pavilion doesn't look big. There are only 3 rooms and a yard behind a 3-story building used to entertain guests and display finished magic tools. However, the location is excellent. After all, Luo Hong just came out of a top-notch shop in Xiangxing City. The nearby streets can be said to be very expensive. With the wealth of Cheyenne Huozenran, it is probably not easy to buy such a foundation. After smiling, Luo Hong walked into Cheyenne Huo Pavilion, and a little girl immediately came forward to greet her. Does this guest want to buy a magic tool or order it? The little girl was not very old, only 15 or 16 years old, but her cultivation was not bad, and she was at the 6th level of key refining. In addition, he looked careless when he was asked, so it was obvious that he was not an official clerk of Cheyenne Huo Pavilion. Master Cheyenne Huo passed away 60 years ago, and his descendant is at least 70 or 80 years old. So is this girl the descendant of that descendant? Look at how unfamiliar she looks. Where did her original friends go? Could it be that I came here by chance and happened to run into them when they were in trouble? Haha, that's interesting. With a turn of thought, Luo Hong couldn't help but feel a little playful and replied, do you have any top grade magic tools for sale? If not, how do you customize them? Hearing Luo Hong talking about top grade magic tools, the girl immediately realized that a big business had come and said with a smile, my father hasn't refined top grade magic tools recently, and the few remaining ones in the pavilion are not fine products. But don't worry, sir. My father's refining skills are quite good. As long as you can provide the materials, my father will definitely be able to refine a magic tool that will satisfy you. If there are any extra monster materials, our pavilion can also purchase them at a high price. Haha, it seems that due to the closure of the outer sea teleportation array by the crossing palace, there is a temporary shortage of monster materials in Xiangsing City. This girl's desire to buy my monster materials is much stronger than her desire to sell my magic tools. Oh, you are so arrogant? But how can you prove that it is not easy to collect these materials of mine? Luo Hong deliberately tried to test him. He wanted to see how much skills this descendant of Cheyenne Huozenran had learned from him. You two are from other places, right? Who in Xiangsing City doesn't know my father's refining skills? Even those Chaidan masters are eager to ask my father to refine magic tools. If my father didn't want to use the opportunity of refining magic tools to hone his refining skills, the guests would not have the opportunity to ask my father to help. The little girl raised her chin and said proudly, haha, Luo Dao, you, the descendant of an old friend, don't seem to need your help. Bing Feng said in a very cheerful voice transmission. So that's how it is. The man who is refining magic weapons in the backyard is your father. Before entering the store, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to scan and found that all the cultivators in the Cheyenne Huo Pavilion were gathered in the backyard, and it was just a critical moment to refine a magic weapon. Combined with what the little girl said, Luo Hong immediately confirmed who he was looking for. How do you know? The formation in the pavilion can even block the spiritual sense of the master of the linking pill. Could it be that you are? The little girl was shocked when she heard the words, and she took 2 steps back, her voice trembling. Wait, what's going on? It's okay to have misjudged the Cheyenne Huo Pavilion and get into trouble before, but why do you make me look like a villain who is here to cause trouble? Ahem. Don't be afraid, little girl. I have no ill intentions. I just have some old friends with Cheyenne Huozenran. He should be your master, do you know? Luo Hong coughed twice and simply spoke frankly. You're lying. You look so young. How could you be a friend of Cheyenne Huo Grandmaster? Senior, our store is protected by Xingang. Please consider this. The little girl didn't believe what Luo Hong said at all and ran behind the counter, twisting the array plate below, and suddenly a layer of light shield rose up, covering her. Puff Bing Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and she couldn't help laughing when she saw Luo Hong being so embarrassed. You girl, haven't you heard of things like Dingan pills? It's not difficult for a cultivator like me to stay young forever. Luo Hong glared at Bing Feng and explained in a rather depressed tone. I don't believe it, unless you really have Dingan pills. The little girl only showed half of her head above the counter and said with a turn of her eyes. Here, look, there's a big good here. Among the ancient pills that Luo Hong got from Taping Water Palace, there happened to be Dingan pills. This kind of pill didn't seem to be difficult to refine in ancient times, and Luo Hong took out a good at once. He was afraid that the little girl would still not believe him and let Bingfeng laugh at him again, so he immediately poured out 3 pills and threw them at the counter. The light shield was naturally regarded as nothing, and the 3 Dingayan pills passed through and landed steadily on the counter. Wow, it's really Dingayan pills, exactly the same as described in the ancient books. Senior, please accept Xiao's greetings. The little girl took a closer look, then grabbed the 3 Dingayan pills, ran out from behind the counter, and knelt down to salute. Haha, you are an interesting girl. You were so cautious just now. Why do you believe me so easily now? Luo Hong was amused by the little girl in front of him and asked curiously. The senior is a Yuanying master, but he is willing to tolerate the nonsense of a junior key refining cultivator. Naturally, he is worthy of trust. Although Science Xiao is young, he also understands the truth of the world of immortal cultivation. High-level cultivators regard low-level cultivators as ants. If there is no friendship, how can a Yuanying cultivator care about the feelings of a key refining cultivator? So when Luo Hong explained that she had the secret of keeping her youth, she already believed it 80%. As for why she continued to make a fuss afterwards, the 3 anti-aging pills in her hand are the answer. This senior is really generous. 1 for me, 1 for my mother, and 1 for Aunt Liu. Now everyone has a share. Haha, you are quite clever. What's your name? Luo Hong put away the medicine good with a thought and asked as if he had completely forgotten about the 3 anti-aging pills. Junior Science Xiao, my father is Xian Xingfu. May I ask if your surname is Duo? Science Xiao put away the 3 Dingayan pills and answered on his knees. Oh, you know me. Have you seen my portrait? When he made friends with Xian Huo Zhenren, Luo Hong had changed his name to Zuo Bufan. Hearing this surname from a 15 or 16-year-old junior, he was a little surprised. That's not the case, but I heard your name in a dispute between my father and mother, but it's been a long time, and I only remember your surname now. After guessing it, Science Xiao did not show a happy expression, and still spoke in a calm tone. Did you mention me in the dispute? Interesting. Do you remember the specific content? Luo Hong suddenly became more curious. He really couldn't understand how he could become the topic of a quarrel between a young couple. While asking questions, Luo Hong used his magic power to help Science Xiao up. I can't remember the details. I only remember that my mother said she wanted to move out of Xiangxing City, but my father said he would wait for you for 100 years. Science Xiao was also curious about Luo Hong. She didn't understand how her father guessed that this Yuanying senior would come within 100 years. Wait for me for 100 years. Haha, it's getting more interesting. Luo Hong was slightly stunned, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly came from the backyard, mixed with someone's cry of pain. Science Xiao's face changed immediately after hearing the sound. The consequence of failing to refine treasures is not just the destruction of all materials. No matter what, you are waiting for me here. It is a bit of hard work after all, so I will help you. Luo Hong's expression did not change. After muttering to himself, he and Bingfeng disappeared suddenly. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in the backyard. I saw a complicated soul-melting formation on the ground, and 4 figures each occupied a position, struggling to shoot a column of mana towards the center of the formation. At the center of the magic circle, there was a magic weapon similar to a spearhead. It was not only wrapped in a whirlwind, but also had a green lightning snake jumping on it. Luo Hong could tell at a glance that the explosion just now was caused by the lack of control when the wind and thunder met. If it continued like this, the wind and thunder could not merge, and the refining of this magic weapon would inevitably fail. Moreover, the spiritual explosion caused by the conflict between the 2 spiritual powers was not something that the 2 figures who were only in the foundation building stage could withstand. It was not that refining or multi-attribute magic weapons was so dangerous, but the 2 spiritual powers of wind and thunder were originally one lively and one violent. When the 2 met, it was like a raging fire meeting thick oil. It was normal for them to explode. If they did not explode, it would be a great skill. Don't panic, fellow Daoist Shan. Try it again. If it still doesn't work, my husband and I will save your lives, even if we don't want this magic weapon. The figure who was in the middle stage of the giant stage said in a crisp female voice. Island Master Liu, I'm sorry. This time I was too arrogant. I can't control the magic weapon with wind and thunder attributes. I will try my best next time. If it doesn't work, I will compensate you for all the losses. The fat figure shouted with a somewhat messy breath. The magic weapon with wind and thunder attributes. I really miss it. Pavilion Master Shan, your ability to control spiritual power needs to be improved. Watch carefully, I will only teach you once. Luo Hong's voice sounded very abruptly, which immediately scared the 4 people in the courtyard. They all looked towards the source of the sound, and almost caused the wind and thunder spiritual power that was barely restrained to collapse instantly. However, it didn't matter whether they contributed or not at this time. Luo Hong pushed with his left palm, and the 2 spiritual powers of wind and thunder surged out. With a bang, the 4 people's magic light pillars were shaken away, and he completely took over the refining of the magic weapon. Madam, be careful. One of the 4 male cultivators in the early stage of Jinden quickly came to the side of the green-dressed woman in the middle stage of Jinden, and looked at Luo Hong and the others vigilantly. However, after a long while, he did not hear his wife's response. He was startled, and turned his head immediately. He saw that the woman in the green dress was staring at Luo Hong's face, as if she was in a daze, and she could not recover for a long time. When Bingfeng saw this, she understood what was going on. She said in her heart, another old lover. Xian Xingfu was also startled by the sudden appearance of Luo Hong and Bingfeng, but he felt relieved when he saw that Luo Hong did not look like seeking revenge, but more like destroying the place. Then, he looked up at the place where the wind and thunder spirit power gathered. After just one glance, he said with dull eyes, amazing skills. Amazing skills. The wind and thunder spirit power that was like a ferocious monster in his hands was as docile as a house cat under the control of the mysterious man, and was blending perfectly. As an equipment refiner, Xian Xingfu wanted to not even blink at this time, and wanted to remember all the details. After an incense stick, this spear-shaped magic weapon with green electric light was completely refined. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he threw it to the woman in the green dress, but unexpectedly, the other party did not even look at him, but stared at him and said, Brother Zuo. You are Brother Zuo. Another one who knows me. Luo Hong turned his eyes, and looked at the woman in the green dress carefully, and found that this beautiful woman was indeed quite familiar. It's just that time has left too many traces on her, and Luo Hong couldn't recognize her at once. Last name Liu. Are you Liu Xinjing? Suddenly, the figure of a proud young lady jumped out of his memory. Chapter 795, Fear and Blade and Old Grudges. When Luo Hong first met Liu Xinjing, she was still a spoiled young lady. She was proud of her talent, and looked down on Luo Hong, who was also learning the art of refining and Dashian Huozenren. Later, when Luo Hong formed a golden elixir and was on her way to Xiangxing Island, she rescued her once, but they only met briefly. Now when she met this girl again, she was obviously married, and her appearance and demeanor were very different from when they first met. Brother Zuo, I didn't expect to see you in my lifetime. It's been almost 200 years, and your appearance hasn't changed at all. Liu Xinjing saw Bingfeng beside Luo Hong. Her eyes dimmed, and then she rolled up her hair, as if she had let go of something, and said with a relaxed expression, Aunt Liu, Senior Zuo has eaten Dingan pills. It's not difficult to stay young forever, and he just gave Xiao 3 pills. Xian Xiao came to the backyard at some point, and couldn't wait to take out Dingan pills to show his treasure. Xiao, how can you take someone's things casually, and such valuable things at that? Return them to Daoist fellow Zuo. At this time, a woman with a rather graceful figure frowned and scolded. Since Senior Zuo is a good friend of the master, isn't he the same as Aunt Liu? When my daughter acted like a spoiled child to Aunt Liu, and asked for spiritual stones, didn't mother say anything? Xian Xiao felt wronged when she heard this. Of course, she was not born with such courage. The reason why she dared to be unbridled in front of Luo Hong just now was mostly because Liu Xinjing used her to spoil her. You kid, how can this be the same? The graceful woman's expression froze, and she looked at Luo Hong with some fear. Liu Xinjing has been friends with their family for decades, and the friendship is extremely deep, so she can tolerate a junior like you to mess around. But the young man in front of him, who is suspected to be a giant and cultivator, just appeared suddenly, and it is not clear whether he is an enemy or a friend. If he messes around, it will kill people. Thank you for your help, senior. I'm Xian Xingfu, the pavilion master of Xianhuo Pavilion. May I ask if your real name is Luo Bufan? After finally coming back to his senses from Luo Hong's superb weapon refining skills, Xian Xingfu heard the conversation between the mother and daughter, and was immediately struck by the repeated word Zuo like an electric current. He immediately bowed his hands in a serious manner. Yes, I'm Luo Bufan. I heard from that little girl that you were waiting for me here. I wonder what's the matter? Luo Hong's real name will become the center of the storm. If these people know it, it will only be troublesome. Luo Hong simply pretends to be Zuo Bufan for once. Huh. Pavilion Master Xian, you are waiting for brother Zuo here on purpose. How come I have never heard you mention it before? Liu Xinjing exclaimed lightly, and looked at Xian Xingfu curiously. This is a secret order from my master. I'm not allowed to spread it outside. I hope Master Liu will not be offended. Xian Xingfu explained, while glaring at Xian Sishao fiercely. The little girl immediately fled behind the graceful woman like a frightened rabbit. Madam, Pavilion Master Xian, the more you talk, the more confused I am. Is this fellow Taoist an old acquaintance of yours? Although Luo Hong helped him refine the magic weapon, the man in green who was speaking at the moment stared at Luo Hong with a rather unfriendly look, but he covered it up with a calm tone. My husband, you don't know that when I was learning the art of refining under the guidance of Xianhuo Zhenren, I happened to be in the same batch with brother Zuo. Brother Zuo not only has a talent for refining that even Xianhuo Zhenren praises, but also improves his cultivation very quickly. He broke through the giant stage nearly 200 years ago. Moreover, brother Zuo once saved me, and I have never thanked him properly. I always regret it when I think about it. Liu Xinjing knew her husband very well. Although he tried his best to cover it up, she still saw through the clues. It was true that she had once been in love with Zuo Bufan, but after so many years, this feeling had long since settled into regret. Now that they met again, even this regret was relieved. After careful calculation, she realized that Zuo Bufan was probably in the late stage of giant and cultivation. If her husband made an unwise move, he would be at a great risk, so she personally spoke out to stop him. Since Island Master Liu has confirmed it, it seems that the senior is indeed Zuo Bufan. Xian Xingfu nodded, no longer doubting Luo Hong's identity. Then tell me, what is the secret order from Taoist Xianhuo? I'm quite curious. To be honest, if it weren't for the secret order left by Taoist Xianhuo, Luo Hong would have regretted coming here today. He wanted to help the descendants of his old friend, and by the way, put on the airs of a senior master to cheer up, but he didn't expect to encounter all kinds of embarrassing things. First, he was regarded as a villain by the descendants of his descendants, and then he was involved in an old relationship that he didn't even know about, and became the wrong person. What kind of thing is this? The master's secret order is not complicated. It is to ask Xian to not leave Xiangxing City within 100 years. If the senior comes to the door during this period, he will offer something. However, the master also explained that this thing can only be taken after the senior becomes a Yuanying cultivator. If the senior comes early, he cannot mention this matter, let alone take out that thing. Alas, but the senior has already learned something from the little girl, so Xian can only slightly disobey the master's order, but I hope the senior will not force it. Xian Xingfu said a little nervously, fearing that Zuo Bufan would insist on checking the thing, and he would never agree. Father, what are you talking about? This senior Zuo is a Yuanying master. Xian Sishao showed his little head from behind the graceful woman and blinked twice. Simple ideas are sometimes not a bad thing. Xian Xingfu and the other four used time to calculate Luo Hong's cultivation, so they were not as accurate as Xian Sishao when they could not see through Luo Hong. You need to have the nascent soul to take away something. It seems that fellow Daoist Xianhuo has left a problem behind. While whispering to himself, Luo Hong took the initiative to release part of his aura, and the spiritual pressure of the nascent soul cultivator shocked the four people. Haha, I didn't expect it to be the same as last time. When we meet again, we are seniors. Liu Xinjing sighed, feeling the wonder of fate, and soon bowed to Luo Hong again and said, "Congratulations to Senior Zuo for condensing the nascent soul. My husband and I should have congratulated Senior Zuo on behalf of Kai and Feng Island, but today Senior has something important to do, so we can only talk about it another day. Pavilion Master Shan, my husband and I will take our leave first. Shaoa, you also follow me into the house first." Seeing this, the graceful woman also reacted, holding Xian Sishao's hand, and walked into the main house. In an instant, Xian Xingfu and Luo Hong were the only ones left in the backyard. I didn't expect that Senior Zuo is already a Yuanying cultivator. I'm really short-sighted. In this case, please sit down for a while. I will fetch that thing. Xian Xingfu said with a sigh of relief. Then, he left Luo Hong and the others behind, and walked to a big tree in the yard. He took out a spiritual shovel from his storage bag and dug hard. There is a strange big stone under the tree. It should be artificially disguised. If you don't know the secret of this place, even if a high-level cultivator uses his spiritual sense to scan it, he won't notice anything strange. Fellow Daoist Luo, your old friend may have left you an interesting thing. Bing Feng had been following Luo Hong, and her curiosity was aroused. Let's take a look first. Anyway, even if it's troublesome, I can take it. Luo Hong sat down on the stone chair in the yard and said lightly. The huge stone that could be sensed by the spiritual sense was not buried deep. Xian Xingfu dug it out after a while. It was a piece of purple wood that was carved into a boulder. This kind of spiritual material seemed to be able to mislead the divine sense. Although Luo Hong had seen that it was a container, she could not sense the space inside it. Then, Xian Xingfu raised the spiritual shovel and inserted it into a crack on the purple wood. Then, he pried it hard and lifted its top cover. With a clang sound, Xian Xingfu threw the spiritual shovel aside, reached down with both hands, and took out a jade box several feet long. Although the jade box was covered with spiritual talismans, Luo Hong could still sense the spiritual energy emanating from it. Obviously, the spiritual level of the thing in the box must be not low. Senior Zuo, the thing is in this jade box. My master buried this box in the ground with his own hands, so Xian doesn't know what is in the box. Soon, Xian Xingfu respectfully held the jade box in front of Luo Hong, and a bit of curiosity appeared on his face. Luo Hong casually moved the jade box in front of her, and then blew out a breath of spiritual energy, and the talismans on the jade box flew up one after another. Xian Xingfu couldn't help but show a look of shock when he saw this. When the war in Crossing Palace was not going well before, his wife wanted to temporarily move out of Xiangxing City, but he didn't agree because of his master's order, so the two had a big quarrel. In a depressed mood, Xian Xingfu secretly dug out the jade box, wanting to see what was worth his hard work for 100 years. As a result, he tried his best, but couldn't lift a corner of any talisman on the jade box. Now seeing Luo Hong lift all the talismans so easily, he couldn't help but be shocked. After blowing away the talismans, Luo Hong didn't hesitate at all, and slid the jade box away with a thought. Suddenly, a dazzling silver spiritual light rushed into the sky, as if it would pierce through the light shield of the formation in the backyard, and go straight into the sky. Not good. Xian Xingfu's face turned pale, and he shouted loudly. If this noise gets out, his Xianhuo pavilion will be in trouble in the future. At this moment, Luo Hong made a lightning move, and grabbed the spiritual object in the jade box. Then, he used his magic power to make the silver light column dissipate and disappear. Fortunately, the master's instructions are reasonable. Xian Xingfu patted his chest in his heart, and after complaining in his heart, he looked at the object in Luo Hong's hand. It was a silver short knife, crystal clear, with star-like particles on the blade, which was quite exquisite. Is this the Funan blade? After admiring it for a while, Xian Xingfu suddenly remembered something, and pointed at the silver short knife. Little friend Xian, do you recognize this knife? Luo Hong's heart moved, and he immediately asked. The moment he slid open the jade box, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to scan the box thoroughly, and found that Xianhuo Zhenren did not leave a single word in the jade box, and he was feeling a little headache. I can't say I recognize it. After all, Cheyenne has never really seen it. The Fuelon Blade is the last magic weapon refined by my master, but he refined it in secret at that time, and immediately announced that the refining of this treasure failed after he came out of retreat. Fortunately, Cheyenne has read all of my master's notes, and read some descriptions of the Fuelon Blade from them, which is very consistent with the short knife in Senior Zuo's hand, so I have some guesses. Cheyenne Xingfu touched his fat chin and frowned. Fuelon Blade? Yellow Island? Haha, no wonder there is no need to leave any words. The things here are very clear to Zuo. After just a moment of silence, Luo Hong showed a look of understanding, chuckled and said to himself. Last time in the Chaos Star Sea, Luo Hong knew that Cheyenne Huozenran had the intention to refine the Fuelon Blade, and Yellow Island, which had the exclusive method of refining this treasure, was quite disgusted with this. So much so that the other party sent assassins to disrupt him when he was refining the 5-element flag, and almost killed him and Han Lao Mo together. Later, when Shengling was treating Xiaojin, it was also the purple dragon of Yellow Island who tripped him up. Originally, these things happened many years ago, and Luo Hong almost forgot about them. But now seeing this magic weapon, that seems to be the Fuelon Blade, he can't help but think about it again, and he is really getting angrier and angrier. After connecting the whole thing, Luo Hong can basically be sure that the silver short knife in his hand is a Fuelon Blade that Cheyenne Huozenran refined, but pretended to have failed to refine. It is easier to understand why this treasure was given to Zuo Bufan, and it was stipulated that only those with the cultivation of the nascent soul stage could take it away. Although the assassination was aimed at Cheyenne Huozenran, Zuo Bufan was indeed involved in it. With the qualifications he showed that year, it was natural for Cheyenne Huozenran to think that he was most likely to condense the nascent soul. The owner of Yellow Island is a nascent soul cultivator, and taking the Fuelon Blade will inevitably make enemies with Yellow Island. Without the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, this treasure is a disaster, rather than a blessing. Of course, Cheyenne Huozenran didn't rely on him completely, so he set a deadline of 100 years. In addition, it can be inferred from the fact that Cheyenne Huozenran didn't leave any message behind that, although this fat old man successfully refined the Fuelon Blade, he didn't know much about this treasure and the secrets of Yellow Island. I guess he was quite regretful about this when he passed away. Haha, you fat old man have successfully aroused my interest. Okay, let me help you make up for this regret. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he put away the silver dagger, and then looked at Cheyenne Xingfu and said, Zuo has received what your master wanted to pass on. This matter involves you and Ying cultivators. You must keep your mouth shut in the future, otherwise you may be killed. Yes, Cheyenne also guessed this. I will tell my daughter and wife later. Cheyenne Xingfu hurriedly cupped his hands in response. He was only a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, and he didn't want to get involved. Well, although fellow Daoist Cheyenne Ho is a bit wishful in this matter, you have worked hard, so I can't help but express my gratitude. I see that you are almost at the stage of forming the elixir, so you can take these 2 pills. Take them when you form the elixir, and it will at least increase the success rate by 40%. In addition, Zuo and your girl are quite congenial, so this magic weapon will be given to her. The situation in Chaos Star Sea will be a bit turbulent recently, so your family should try to stay in Xiangxing City, and don't run around. After giving some advice, Luo Hong didn't linger anymore, and disappeared with Bing Feng in a flash. Fill in the previous bit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796 Arrival on Billing Island. On the 3rd day, the twin saints of the heavenly stars entertained Luo Hong and the other 2 at the Star Palace. Although the scale of the banquet was not very large, the attendees were all Yuanying elders of the Star Palace, and basically everyone who could come came. There was nothing much to say about this banquet that was more polite than sincere, except that Ling Yuling attended the banquet in women's clothing, which surprised Luo Hong a little. There was nothing else worth mentioning. After the banquet, Luo Hong and the other two set foot on the teleportation array leading to Silver Shark Island. As the white light dissipated, there were no more figures of the three in the Star Palace. Immediately, the Yuan middle stage elders who served as pillars of the Star Palace all congratulated the twin saints of the heavenly stars. For the high-level officials of the Star Palace, it was not difficult to know that Ling Yuling was a woman, and they also understood the twin saints' thoughts very well. The reason why Ling Yuling was allowed to dress as a man for so many years was because they were afraid that she would not be able to sit firmly on the position of the Lord of the Star Palace, and they wanted to secretly find a good husband. At the same time, it was also to protect Ling Yuling, so that some villains in the palace would not have dirty thoughts. Now that Ling Yuling has revealed her identity, it naturally means that the two saints have already chosen Ling Yuling's partner. In addition, this is at the banquet for Luo Hong and the other two, so everyone knows who this person is. Of course, the two saints of Xiangsing also have the intention of calming people's hearts. After all, the situation in Xingang is not good now. It can be said that, as long as the two of them die, Chaos Star Sea will be the world of Anti-Star Alliance. Luo Hong is undoubtedly an important weight to break the balance. Just being close to Xingang on the surface is enough to boost morale. After half an hour, the two saints of Xiangsing dealt with the elders in the palace, and then they brought Ling Yuling to the cave on the top of the peak. As soon as she passed through the restriction, Ling Yuling couldn't help but say, "Mother, if we do this, wouldn't it be a fox pretending to be a tiger? Not only can we not hide it for long, but it is also likely to cause Brother Luo's disgust." Luo Hong was unaware of the calculations of the two saints of Xiangsing. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he could not have thought that there were so many tricks just to change clothes. It's just a misunderstanding. I have a plan to make it real. If you don't want me to, I can keep it to myself. Wen King slowly sat cross-legged on the futon, smiling. I'm just a little nervous. Ling Yuling bit her lip and said, "Yuling, don't think too much. Your father has already investigated. That ice phoenix fairy is probably not a human." Ling Xiaofeng said in a deep voice. "What? How did your father know?" Ling Yuling was shocked, and then she was happy. Even though she was the young master of the Star Palace, she still felt a little ashamed compared to a beautiful female cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. If she could eliminate this opponent, she would be much more confident. Although this woman's aura is the same as that of a human cultivator, her temperament cannot be concealed. The spies in the dark reported that this woman has a bad impression of all human beings, regardless of gender, age or youth. When she was walking in the market, she also acted very uncomfortable. I think she must be a level 10 demon beast that has cultivated to great success. Ling Xiaofeng speculated calmly. Why would a level 10 demon follow Brother Luo? Has Brother Luo also been deceived by her? Ling Yuling frowned and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Almost all transformed demon cultivators are unruly and hate the human race, not to mention the 10th level demon. However, there are special cases. With fellow Daoist Luo's ability, this demon must have suffered at his hands. In the past 3 days, the two of them have been inseparable. I guess this demon must have been forced by fellow Daoist Luo to stay by his side. And the Bingfeng should have also received fellow Daoist Luo's guarantee, otherwise she would have died rather than surrendered. Thinking in this way, it can be basically determined that fellow Daoist Luo needs this demon to help him when he breaks through the transformation of the spirit. The two of them are in a mutually beneficial relationship. As the master of the Star Palace, Wen King is very intelligent and guessed the relationship between Luo Hong and Bingfeng in just a few words. It's a top level spiritual land and a 10th level demon. Brother Luo is really well prepared to break through the transformation of the spirit. Speaking of the realm, Ling Yuling's expression immediately became serious. The bottleneck of the spiritualization is not so easy to break. When he hits a wall, he will naturally look for another way. Then it will be your chance. Just wait quietly now. After saying that, Ling Xiaofeng closed his eyes and began to practice. Go down. Don't lose your composure. Always remember your identity. After saying the last sentence, Wen King also practiced the technique together. Suddenly, the auras of the two people merged perfectly together, and the speed of the flow of mana suddenly increased several times. Ling Yuling's face darkened when she heard the words, and then she retreated silently. On Silver Shark Island, outside the tallest wooden house, a group of monks were surrounding an old man wearing Zingan clothing, all with anxious expressions on their faces. Why can't you people listen to my advice? Because of the war again, I have closed this teleportation array. Even if you kill me, I can't take out the teleportation talisman. If you are really anxious, you should try to go to other islands. The old man of Zingan waved his hand with a headache. He has a low level of cultivation. How dare he run such a long way? Please, Master Yi, please give me some mercy. My son is still waiting for the spiritual stone to save his life. You are talking nonsense, old man. I have seen some Zingan monks go in and never come out before. How dare you say that you don't have a teleportation talisman? Don't force us to do it. The Zingan is not the same as before. After a quarrel, the crowd gradually became agitated. The old man of the Zingan was really afraid of being beaten up, so he hurriedly explained, those are the teleportation talismans brought by the disciples of this palace who are carrying out the mission. Each one has a record. It's useless for you to take it away. It's better to be patient and think of a way. I think you just want to bribe him, beat him up for me. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, and the situation gradually tended to get out of control. At this moment, the teleportation aura lit up from the wooden house behind the old man, and the figures of 3 young men and women soon appeared. You old man are really a liar. Charge this place. Noisy. Looking at the restless crowd outside the house, Luo Hong frowned and shouted softly. Although his voice was not loud, it hit the hearts of the cultivators like a heavy hammer, and immediately calmed the restless crowd. Some of them even broke out in cold sweats and their legs trembled. Yuan cultivator. Disciple Yixiu, may I ask which elder in the palace you are? The old man surnamed Yi immediately stood up and approached diligently. We are not cultivators of the Star Palace. Luo asked you, is this Silver Shark Island? Luo Hong said lightly. That's right. The old man surnamed Yi didn't dare to say more, so he could only answer whatever was asked. Well, that's right. But, Luo Hong nodded slightly and glanced at the crowd. He saw that all the cultivators bowed and saluted, and no one dared to look up. But what? You say it. Everyone shouted in their hearts, fearing that this nascent soul cultivator who suddenly arrived would investigate what had just happened. The protective formation of Silver Shark Island is a little weak. Don't they even know that there are cultivators who have sneaked into the Anti-Star Alliance? Anti-Star Alliance cultivators. As soon as the voice fell, the cultivators who had gathered together hurriedly dispersed, looking at the people around them vigilantly. Luo Hong did not explain, and with the power of heaven and earth, he captured a middle-aged cultivator with thick eyebrows and big eyes from the crowd. Senior, please spare me. I'm a disciple of Huangsha sect, not a cultivator of Nixing League. This, brother impossible. Could it be a mistake? Without paying any attention to those who were whispering, Luo Hong stretched out his right hand and grabbed the man's head and said coldly, you are in the late stage of Jianden, and you have the magic skills of Liaji Palace. You are really not an ordinary spy. You are in a hurry to run to Xianxing City. You must have a big plan, right? The other party's means of concealing his cultivation level are useless to him. What's more, he is practicing the magic skills of Liaji Palace. This guy's ancestors are all in Huangquan Ghost Hand. How can Luo Hong be unsure? You can always find a pretext to accuse someone. Senior, do you not care about the reputation of your palace when you act like this? The man surnamed He was immediately panicked when his cultivation level and background were revealed, but he still struggled to say it without crying until he saw the coffin. Are you scared out of your wits? I'm not a Zingan cultivator. Luo Hong repeated in a cold voice, and then threw the man away casually, as if he was going to let him go. The man surnamed He who escaped from the clutches of the devil was stunned at first, and then suddenly reacted, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Yes, this man is not an elder of Zingan. I don't have to be afraid. But I don't like the Anti-Star Alliance either. However, before the man surnamed He could be happy for a moment, Luo Hong suddenly said. Then, a green shadow flew out from him, and instantly sank into the back of the man surnamed He. I saw that his eyes quickly changed from fear to dullness, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Dead. With the death of the man surnamed He, the surroundings suddenly became silent, and the cultivators even became cautious in breathing. Luo Hong didn't have time to care about the thoughts of the low-level cultivators at this time. He was communicating with King Feng through telepathy. Have you finally recovered from the injuries you suffered in Kunwu Mountain, King Feng? Thank you for your concern, sir. Although I'm still a little weak, I'm fine. If I could have more snacks like the one just now, I'd be back to my peak soon. Luo Hong, well, there will be a chance. First, tell me the purpose of that man sneaking into Xiangxing City. Although none of the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators who attacked Luoxing Island escaped, the brief appearance of the celestial phenomenon in Zushan Palace was seen by many people. Coupled with the abnormal movement of nascent soul cultivators in the Star Palace in recent days, the old demon Liu Ji became suspicious. This man named Yuan is an apprentice of the old demon. After completing this mission, the old demon promised to help him condense his nascent soul, so he was willing to take the risk. King Feng replied in detail. Haha, did you notice it? But it doesn't matter, I didn't mean to be sneaky. With a change of mind, Luo Hong said to Bing Feng, and Han Laoeno behind him, let's go to Billing Island. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them turned into 3 escape lights, ignoring the protective formation of Yinsha Island, and rushed straight to the north. Finally leaving. Shut up, do you want to kill us? The consciousness of a Yuanying cultivator can cover a radius of 100 miles. The old man surnamed Yi walked to the body of the man surnamed He inside. It's a troubled time. Everyone should be more peaceful. This chaos Stasi is going to be in chaos again. Gan, this old man tuck away brother his storage bag. If you are jealous, go and rob it. This guy was also instigating trouble just now. Could he also be a spy of the Anti-Star Alliance? Don't talk nonsense, I'm innocent. After a while, the crowd became chaotic again. But no one dared to target Old Man Yi anymore. 80,000 miles away, in the northern part of Billing Island, many ferocious monsters were roaming in the mines, supervising the more numerous sea apes in mining spiritual stones. Those who were slow, or injured and unable to move, would be swallowed by the monsters with some Jiao bloodline. Outside the mine, in a nest paved with wood-type intermediate spiritual stones, a jade dragon was yawning lazily. Although it was a demon dragon, it looked particularly delicate and beautiful. At this moment, a loud voice destroyed this quiet afternoon. Master Yu, why are there fewer spiritual stones mined this month? If you are like this, it will be difficult for me to report to the king. Along with the voice, a demonic wind blew from the direction of the mine, and a short figure appeared after landing. Looking closely, I saw that this person was less than 5 feet tall, but his body was extremely fat. His belly was round, his eyes were huge, and his head was not only hairless, but also had a huge scab. There was no doubt that this was a demon cultivator transformed from a toad-like demon beast. Stop making so much noise. What can I do about the reduced output? Do you still want me to go mining myself? Jade Jiao roared, and a tender girl's voice came out of her mouth. Of course I dare not, but if Lord Yu continues to be so lazy, the king may ask you to go back to Dragon Palace for a treat again. The short and fat demon cultivator was attached to the Jiao clan, so he naturally did not dare to offend the Jade Jiao, who was a direct descendant. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Humph. It's not that I'm lazy, it's clearly that the elders in the clan were deceived by the human race. Although the mining area allocated to our demon clan is large, the difficulty of mining is more than twice that of the human race, and the sea apes are consumed quickly. Come and think of a way for me. Jade Jiao was angry when she talked about it. There were so many troubles on this island. If it weren't for the wood spirit stone that was beneficial to her cultivation, she wouldn't come here to suffer. Well, okay, then I will go back and ask for more sea apes for Lord Yu. I must meet the standard next month. The short and fat demon cultivator shook his head helplessly, and he could also hope that the golden Jiao king would not swallow him because of his ugliness. HMPH. Cunning human race, we demon race will drive you out of the sea sooner or later. Unable to complete the task assigned by the tribe, Yu Jiao was in a very bad mood. After saying a harsh word, she was about to lie down again. However, at this time, 3 sudden magical auras made her eyelids, which had just closed, open suddenly. No. It's bad. It's a late nascent soul cultivator of the human race. The short and fat demon cultivator who was about to leave was frightened and fell to the ground, shouting in fear, "How dare the human race breach the contract? I will notify the tribe immediately." With a flash of inspiration, Yujiro turned into a girl, took out a magic weapon like a Dragon Ball, and hurriedly cast a spell. Like the demon race, the cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance on the island were also quite frightened. The people who came were not Liu Dao and Wansangu. Chapter 797 1 hour. Where did the late-stage great cultivators come from? The twin saints of the heavenly stars left the island? No, it can't be the twin saints of the heavenly stars. What are you arguing about? Stop making a fuss. Suddenly, a shout was heard, and all the giant and cultivators on the top of the mountain looked up, only to see a blue light flying in front of them, and after landing, it turned into a thin old man, Elder Tang. Seeing the newcomer, the cultivators immediately calmed down a lot, and all bowed their hands to greet him. Then, 3 more lights flew to the top of the mountain from various places. One was a couple and a grey-robed old man, including Tankun. These 4 people are all the nascent soul cultivators guarding Billing Island from the Anti-Star Alliance. Fairy Dang, your cave is closest to the territory of the Star Palace. Have you found anything strange recently? As the person in charge, Tankun knew very well that the owner of the late-stage nascent soul man Aurora was not a good person, so he asked directly without any greetings. It's strange, but I haven't seen any patrolling disciples from the crossing palace for 3 days, and the mining noises that I could vaguely hear have suddenly disappeared. The woman surnamed Dang frowned, and the more she spoke, the worse it felt. Junior brother Ming, Tankun turned to look at the grey-robed old man. However, before he could ask, the grey-robed old man answered directly, "My disciples have not reported that crossing palace monks have left the island in large numbers recently. Instead, an elder in the early nascent soul stage came from the direction of Silver Shark Island a few days ago. That crossing palace elder came here in a large flying boat, and he must have brought a lot of supplies." Abnormal. Too abnormal. The intelligence from the woman, surnamed Dang, showed that Crossing Palace had withdrawn personnel from Billing Island to reduce the scale of mining. But the situation observed by the grey-robed old man was completely the opposite. Not only did no one from Crossing Palace leave the island, but there were even signs of additional personnel and expansion of mining. You know, because of the agreement, none of the 3 parties set up a teleportation array on Billing Island, with people arranged to monitor day and night. There is no doubt about the accuracy of what the grey-robed old man said. The disaster is coming. Immediately send a message to the Alliance and order the monks on the island to activate the Behe Fanlang formation. Xingang's abnormal behavior made Tankun no longer have any luck, and he only hoped to delay time as much as possible. On the other side, in the island area belonging to Xingang, Lu Zhengai was drinking tea and discussing with the Xingang elders who were originally guarding Billing Island. Suddenly, after sensing Luo Hong's magical aura, everyone was not panicked. Sure enough, notify all disciples to hide in the depths of the mine. A Xingang elder in white put down his teacup and ordered slowly. If Luo Hong was here, he would recognize at a glance that this person was one of the 2 Xingang elders he met in Zushan Palace that year. Brother Lu, do you think that with your face, the other party will allow us to watch the battle in secret? We are really curious about who can force the 2 saints to take such a risky move. Brother Du, you are joking. I'm just relying on the young master. In fact, I'm not very close to Brother Luo. However, looking at Brother Luo's current posture, it seems that he has no intention of hiding anything. I think he will not care about us watching the battle. Lu Zhengai came here to replace Brother Du in front of him and take charge of the future mining affairs of Billing Island. After all, if this island is successfully occupied by Luo Hong, Xingang will not need to arrange too many Yuanying elders here, especially Du Changkong, who is in the middle stage of Yuanying and should not be wasted here. Originally, this handover should have been completed 3 days ago, but the other party insisted on staying to see Luo Hong, so it was delayed until today. Du Changkong's loyalty to Xingang and the 2 saints is unquestionable, but his temper is also very stubborn. Although he obeyed orders for a while, Lu Zhengai could see that he was very dissatisfied with Luo Hong's arrogant attitude. It doesn't matter whether you watch the battle or not, But senior brother, please don't cause trouble for me. I have to keep a close eye on you. Luo Zhengai reminded himself secretly in his heart. So far, Luo Hong's mere presence of the magical power of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator has caused the three forces on the island to respond hastily. After a while, all the people and monsters on Billing Island heard a man's voice echoing in the sky. Listen to me, everyone on the island, except for the Zingan monks, get out of Billing Island within an hour. This island will be my dojo from now on. If you don't accept it, you can come and rob it. Hearing such arrogant remarks, the monks of the Anti-Star Alliance did not refute, and they all stopped what they were doing and waited for the arrangements from above. The reluctance and fighting spirit could not match the terrible magical power contained in that voice. This was not an opponent they could defeat. Brother Tang, this is not good. It seems that the other party is indeed from the Crossing Palace. I don't know which elder mortal who must die has broken through and actually wants to occupy Billing Island alone. Fairy Dong was full of worries. She didn't want to stay here to the death. She obeyed the other party's order and evacuated within an hour. This was the most correct choice now. Brother, the Crossing Palace's move will definitely offend the outer sea monsters. We should withdraw first this time so that we can fight back better in the future. The grey-robed old man didn't want to fight desperately with the late-stage cultivators. Although they had a large number of people and the advantage of the formation, they would still be in danger of death if they really fought. However, he also fully considered Tang Kun's face and persuaded him very tactfully. Okay, don't say anything. We must defend this Billing Island. There is no condition to discuss. Tang Kun is the person in charge of the Anti-Star Alliance on Billing Island. His cultivation in the middle stage of the nascent soul is enough for him to lead the rest of the nascent soul cultivators on the island. So upon hearing his words, the nascent soul couple immediately became anxious, and even his fellow disciples could not help but frown. However, before they could speak, Tang Kun sighed and said, the alliance just sent a message asking us to hold on for an hour or two no matter what, and the Six Path Alliance leader will send us to support us as soon as possible. Tang Kun was also speechless. As a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he had a promising future in this life, and he was the one who wanted to run away the most. However, he would rather fight another late nascent soul cultivator to death than offend the Six Path Supreme Saint, who was recognized as the number one in the Starverse Alliance. The Six Paths leader will be teleported here? The grey-robed old man's face changed immediately after hearing this, and after an exclamation, he secretly transmitted the message. But senior brother, hasn't the long-distance teleportation array we secretly arranged been completed yet? Could it be that the Six Paths Supreme Saint has the ability to defy the heavens and teleport from the inner sea to Billing Island in an instant? Senior brother, this matter is really unreliable. I don't think it should be believed. Junior brother Ming, do you think we still have a choice? If we disobey orders, we will completely offend the Six Paths Supreme Saint. This demon is cruel and ruthless, and he will definitely not let us go. The only way for us brothers and sisters to survive now is to hold on until the Six Paths Supreme Saint arrives. Fortunately, Billing Island lacks everything, but not spirit stones. With the help of the large array, we can always hold on for a while. Tang Kun saw more clearly that they had been forced into a dead end and there was only one way to go. Compared to the entanglement and fear of the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators, the Demon Clan was much more straightforward. Before Luo Hong showed his murderous aura, these simple-minded guys didn't know what fear was. They quickly gathered together and roared to the sky. Fortunately, the transformed demon cultivators knew how powerful they were. Although they were all very angry, they still came to the Jade Dragon to ask about the situation. There is no doubt that, if there was no support, they would definitely run away immediately. Don't worry, everyone. The clan leader and several brothers happen to be doing business nearby. After receiving my message, they have already rushed here. The girl with dragon horns transformed by the Jade Dragon held a pink bead and said excitedly, since the king can come, there is nothing to be afraid of. We swear to live and die with the Green Spirit Island, and we will never let down the name of our demon clan. Hearing that the Golden Dragon King was about to arrive, the morale of several transformed demon cultivators was immediately boosted, and they no longer had the slightest intention of retreating. That being said, we can't fight head on. Poison Toad, did you bring the conch with you this time? The Jade Dragon girl put away the pearl and turned to look at the short and fat demon cultivator who had come to disturb her. I did bring it, but... The short and fat demon cultivator flipped his palm and took out a brightly colored conch, saying with reluctance on his face, "No buts, blow it quickly. Are you still afraid that the clan leader will not compensate you after this battle?" The Jade Dragon girl put one hand on her waist and pointed at the short and fat demon cultivator and scolded him. "Okay, I get it." Seeing the eyes of his companions around him, the short and fat demon cultivator knew that he had to blow it, so he puffed up his cheeks and put the conch to his mouth. There was a low woo sound, and the sound waves quickly spread around. When it swept through the mine, the docile sea apes immediately went crazy and became extremely aggressive. The sound of the conch also spread into the air at the same time, and in a few breaths it came to the side of the three figures. Fellow Daoist Luo, it seems that the people and monsters on the island don't appreciate it. Looking at the increasingly solidified formation shield and the restless sea around, Bing Feng chuckled and shook her head slowly. This is not surprising. After all, both the Anti-Star Alliance and the Monster Clan have late-stage nascent souls in charge. Luo Hong looked calm and did not break his promise just because the Anti-Star Alliance and the Monster Clan did not appreciate it. Regardless of the 1-hour agreement, he immediately killed them. In my opinion, they dared to stay and resist, but they got support from the same realm as senior brother Luo. Otherwise, with the loose structure within the Anti-Star Alliance and the Monster Clan, there should be no one who escaped from the battlefield. Harley frowned, somewhat unaccustomed to Luo Hong's strong style of doing things. Haha, it's better that you're here. Junior brother Han, I remember that you have the 4th grade spiritual roots of wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 5-element lack gold, which is a hidden danger when you break through the transformation of the spirit. As long as the transformation of the spirit does not come out, Luo Hong is invincible, and he casually changed the topic. Is there such a saying? Could it be that spiritual roots with all 5 elements are of great help in breaking through to the god transformation stage? I would like to ask senior brother Luo for advice. Harley felt that he had hope in the later stage, so he became very interested in the matter of the god transformation stage. The so-called transformation of the spirit is just the stage where the cultivator begins to contact the vitality of heaven and earth. The sign of breakthrough is to condense a wisp of vitality of heaven and earth in the body. Speaking of which, this process is very similar to the breakthrough of the first level of key refining. Normally, although the bottleneck of transformation of the spirit is solid, it is not indestructible. Otherwise there would not be so many ancient cultivators who crossed this realm in ancient times. However, junior brother Han also knows that due to a great battle with the ancient demon, the human world was eroded by the demonic energy and the vitality was greatly damaged. It will be much more difficult for the current cultivators to break through the transformation of the spirit because there is no ready-made vitality of heaven and earth in the human world for us to absorb and refine. In this case, if you want to break through the transformation of the spirit, you have to gather a large amount of 5-element of spiritual energy, take it into the body at the time of breakthrough, and condense a wisp of vitality of heaven and earth. And to do this, the cultivator must have a strong control over the 5-element of spiritual energy. Junior brother Han may have also discovered that as your cultivation continues to improve in the nascent soul realm, your control over the 5-element of spiritual energy is also constantly improving. This is a change after the growth of the nascent soul, and it is also an opportunity for transformation of the spirit. In other words, the key to breaking through the spiritual transformation is how to gather and absorb a large amount of 5-element spiritual energy into the nascent soul. As the spiritual transformation barrier is approaching, Luo Hong is not only instructing Han Lao No, but also reviewing the past and learning new things. I see. I didn't expect senior brother Luo to comprehend the bottleneck of the spiritual transformation so thoroughly. In this way, it would be more beneficial to try the spiritual transformation after completing the spiritual roots. After hearing Luo Hong's words, Han felt his eyes light up, and the bottleneck of the spiritual transformation was no longer a secret in front of him. Although Bing Feng on the side could transform into a spirit at any time, she also listened with great interest. In fact, her current cultivation level is mostly due to her own bloodline, and her understanding of the realm may not be as good as that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, after suddenly hearing Luo Hong's unique sermon, she also felt enlightened. In addition, gathering the 5 element of spiritual roots is also a prerequisite for reaching the realm of refining emptiness. This should be done as soon as possible. Junior brother Han should pay more attention to it. When fellow Daoist Feng ascends to the spirit world in the future, it is best to practice a wind and thunder attribute technique in time to achieve the conditions of the unity of the 5 element. Otherwise it is impossible to break through the realm of refining emptiness. Since it has been started, Luo Hong doesn't care about saying more. In a few words, he revealed an incredible secret. Fellow Daoist Luo, what does the unity of the 5 element mean? In the spirit world, natural spiritual roots and special spiritual roots are still inferior qualifications? Bing Feng frowned. She herself has ice spiritual roots. To gather 5 element of spiritual roots, she must supplement 3 spiritual roots. This is not an easy task. Naturally, she has to ask for clarification. Feng Daoyao, don't worry too much. As far as I know, even in the spirit world, the heavenly and special spiritual roots are superior spiritual roots, and they are the genius disciples sought after by all the major forces. After all, the fewer spiritual roots, the faster you can practice before refining the void, and refining the void cultivators are not common in the spirit world, and the existence of the spirit transformation also has some status. Moreover, the human and demon races in the spirit world have already studied countless solutions to the unity of the 5 element. Whether it is a technique or an artifact, it can be used to supplement the spiritual roots. It must be much simpler than what Feng Daoyao imagines now. As for why the unity of the 5 element is so important, Luo guessed that it is still related to the vitality of heaven and earth, and I don't know too much. Luo Hong explained very patiently. He said so much, in fact, he also had a purpose. Han Lao Mo now knew the importance of supplementing the spiritual roots, so when he finds an opportunity to kill the Golden Dragon King in the future, it would not be too much to use his demon pill and dragon scale fruit seedlings to exchange for hundreds of mature dragon scale fruits. Chapter 798, The Greedy Amethyst Scorpion. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Luo. Harley has learned a lot. After digesting the information for a while, Harley felt that his spiritual roots were good for the first time in his life. He could not help but have a deeper understanding of the good and bad fortune of the heaven. You are polite junior brother Han. Well, it's almost time to get rid of these stubborn guys. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Luo Hong's eyes flashed with cold light, and he slapped the storage bag on his waist. Suddenly, a purple light shot out and turned into a giant scorpion of 7 or 8 feet long. It was the once crazy double-tailed purple crystal scorpion. After recuperating in the spirit beast bag for 30 years, the injuries on the scorpion's soul had long been completely recovered. Moreover, due to the blood ban in the new soul, it regarded Luo Hong as a parent. The original peerless fierce insect became extremely docile. Just like now, as soon as it was released, it happily shook its tail and made a terrifying sound. Go, you can deal with the monsters on the island. After 30 years of being suppressed, I will let you eat meat. Luo Hong waved his sleeves and pointed to the area of the monster clan on Billing Island. After hearing the order, the saliva of the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion immediately flowed from the corner of its mouth. It was bathed in monster blood and broke out of the cocoon. The taste of monster flesh and blood had been deeply engraved in its soul. King Feng, those cultivators are in your hands. Help me find out if they have hidden any top-grade spiritual stones. After watching the purple light go away, Luo Hong said to the air in a very strange way. Thank you, sir. King Feng needed a lot of soul to restore his strength. These cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance were simply a delicious meal delivered to his door. Junior brother Han, what's wrong with you? As soon as King Feng was sent away, Luo Hong found that the old demon Han was in a daze and couldn't help but ask him curiously. Oh, it's okay. Senior brother Luo's methods are endless. Sensing the 2 terrifying auras within the range of his spiritual sense, Harley felt that he still needed to continue learning from senior brother Luo. His trump cards were far from enough. They are just some guys who don't understand the situation. It's not worth Luo's personal action. Where were we just talking about? Oh, in the case of junior brother Han, Danlingjin is actually among the resistance forces on Beling Island. The highest cultivation level is only the middle stage of the nascent soul, which is really not worth Luo Hong's attention. If he has this time, he might as well deepen his relationship with Han Laomo. At this time, in the northern part of Beling Island, countless low-level sea monsters have gathered in the Demon Clan's mining area. They were all forcibly detained from the surrounding seas by the heart-confusing snail. The common characteristics are that their cultivation level does not exceed level 3 and their spiritual intelligence is low. However, they can be fearless of life and death after going crazy. With their huge numbers, they can delay time. The transformed demon cultivators generally don't care much about the lives of low-level monsters, and the sea monsters are the most prosperous. Even if all the monsters on the island die, Yujao and others will not blink an eye. It's been an hour. Why is there no movement from the other side? Could it be that what they said before was just bluffing? A green-skinned scholar with short horns on his head among the demon cultivators asked in confusion. Could it be that they went to deal with the anti-Star Alliance first? Another big man wrapped in red flames, with skin as rough as tree bark, guessed. Impossible. That breath has not moved, and there is no movement from the anti-Star Alliance either. A demon cultivator with a sharp beak and eagle eyes standing on the treetop immediately denied it. No, something is coming. Although the Jade Dragon girl looked weak, she was the only 9th level existence on the island, and she was of the bloodline of the dragon, so she was the first to sense the danger. As soon as she finished speaking, a purple light fell to the ground with a bang, and then the true form of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion was revealed. It's the spirit beast of that late-stage great cultivator. Damn it, it actually looked down on us so much. Kill it. The short-horned scholar's eyes were sharp, but although he shouted fiercely, his feet did not move, but ordered countless low-level demon beasts to go and besiege. The entire tribe of four-armed snake demons and mud crabs swarmed up, roaring and shouting. The scene looked really like that. So many meatballs. Faintly, Yujao seemed to hear a childish voice. Before she could think about it, a dull and strange roar came from the mouth of the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. The sound wave swept over, and all the low-level monsters were shaken into blood mist without any resistance. The low-level monsters that Yujao and his team spent an hour together were all destroyed in just an instant. At this time, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion was stunned for a moment, as if it didn't quite understand the situation it had caused. After all, the last time she used this magical power, those monsters just fell from the sky. Although she was full of question marks, her ignorant intelligence did not allow her to think too much. She immediately opened her mouth and sucked up the blood mist on the island. While the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion was performing the optical disc action, Yujao and the 4 demon cultivators around her were lying on the ground like corpses. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't mobilize the demon power in their bodies. It was as if all the demonic powers had solidified into soil and stone. Fortunately, this abnormality did not last long. After a few breaths, the Jade Dragon girl stood up with a look of horror. Master Yu, how long will it take for the king to arrive? The Jade Dragon, who was in a trance, was awakened by a question. She turned her head and saw that the short and fat demon cultivator who was originally smiling in front of her was looking at her solemnly. Although she was in a higher position than the other party, the Jade Dragon girl obediently took out the pearl and checked it. It will take about an incense stick of time. No, we can't hold on. The magical power of the scorpion demon is too powerful. If we face it, we will be killed in one encounter. The short-horned scholar was obviously scared out of his wits. He was trembling and could hardly maintain his face after transforming. Although the red flame demon cultivator and the eagle eye demon cultivator did not speak, it can be seen from their evasive eyes that they did not want to stay on this island for a moment. HMPH. A bunch of idiots. Have you forgotten that the master of this vicious insect is still in the sky? The short and fat demon cultivator scolded without giving any face. Although they didn't say it clearly, at this moment, the 4 Jade Dragon demons realized that they had stepped onto a dead end. Since they didn't leave before, they couldn't leave now, unless they were sure to resist the pursuit of a late cultivator. It's easy to say, but how can we fight? Can you resist that strange roar? The short-horned scholar was stimulated to regain some rationality, but still said stubbornly, I said you are an idiot, but you still don't accept it. Don't you find that the vicious insect started eating immediately after using the strange raw magic? This shows that the double-tailed scorpion can't use the method just now at will. Eating a lot like this is not to restore physical strength and demon power. Is it because of greed? The short and fat demon cultivator narrowed his eyes and stared at the purple shadow in the distance and said very impolitely, if that's the case, there's still a chance. But to be on the safe side, we have to give it one more try before we go. After saying that, the red flame demon cultivator pinched out a spell, and immediately the level 5 and above demon beasts that had just survived launched a death charge towards the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. Seeing this, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion immediately fought back, and its two giant claws swept across, and soon killed and defeated the level 5 and 6 demon beasts that rushed up. It could kill these demon beasts with a casual blow, and these demon beasts could not leave any traces on it, even if they tried their best, so it was natural that this result would occur. After stuffing a piece of the demon beast's corpse into its mouth, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion's deep purple eyes suddenly lit up, and immediately ignored the blood mist that had not yet been absorbed, and moved its two claws to eat. In a corner that it didn't notice, the short and fat demon cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and said, see, I was right. It's hard for it to use that strange roar again. We have a chance to win. We must act immediately and can't let it eat anymore. The eagle-eyed demon cultivator was also decisive. After saying that, he looked at the jade dragon girl and waited for her order. We have no choice. Follow me. We must hold on until the clan leader arrives. The jade dragon girl shouted, then transformed into her true form and led the way to kill the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. Now even the most resistant short-horned scholar had nothing to say. With a flash of green light on his body, he also turned into a dragon. However, his dragon looked more like a snake than a dragon, especially the two short horns on the top of his head, which looked quite funny. The two-tailed purple crystal scorpion had just discovered that the whole monster was more delicious, and when it was feasting on it, the smell of 5 foods broke the peace. A thick column of flame blasted down, instantly turning the body of the monster in its scorpion claws into ashes. I'm so angry. That childish voice sounded again. The two-tailed amethyst scorpion immediately looked in the direction of the flame column and saw a giant lava turtle that was bigger than it was flying over its head. Then, the two-tailed amethyst scorpion kicked its 8 legs, and its insect body immediately soared into the sky, intending to eat this bad guy. At this moment, a short and fat demon cultivator suddenly appeared, and with 2 arms stretched out, he offered 2 golden rings, and then he pinched the magic formula in his hands, and the 2 rings suddenly disappeared. But the next moment, they were strangely wrapped around the 2 scorpion tails of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion. Collect. With a shout, the 2 golden rings tightened instantly, and immediately clamped the 2 scorpion tails together. After restricting the most powerful part of the scorpion demon, the short-horned green snake and the black-feathered giant eagle waiting on the side rushed out at the same time, each using their most powerful magical powers to attack the two-tailed amethyst scorpion. The short-horned green snake opened its red mouth, and countless green poisonous needles with a sweet and fishy smell shot out like a torrential rain. The black-feathered giant eagle was even more daring, swooping down directly, gathering amazing magic power in its claws, and falling directly towards the head of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion. In an instant, countless green poisonous needles hit the carapace of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion, but apart from making a ding-ding sound and the diffused poison gas making it more energetic, it did not play any role at all. Facing the eagle claw coming from the top of its head, the two-tailed amethyst scorpion did not use any magical powers, but just swung its scorpion pincers and easily broke the eagle claw that was almost the same size as its insect body. The black-feathered giant eagle was hit by this heavy blow and flew backwards, temporarily leaving the battlefield. This vicious insect is too powerful. Lord, you must use your innate magical power, so that we can have a chance of winning. I will hold it back. Seeing this, the giant lava turtle in the sky knew that they could not kill the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. After a roar, it blasted out the giant lava ball that had been condensed until now. Like a red lightning falling, a dark red fireball with a diameter of more than 100 feet appeared in the sky at the same time as the explosion sounded. Hoo-hoo, incorporating the essence of fire that I have condensed for thousands of years. This move alone is powerful enough to hurt a demon beast in the late stage of transformation. I don't believe it can't break your insect shell. After shooting this lava fireball, the giant turtle's breath suddenly dropped, but a hint of pride appeared on his face. Well done. Next, I will use my innate sealing magical power to completely solve this vicious insect. Yu-Gi-Oh cheered and fled to the vicinity of the fireball, ready to attack the severely injured two-tailed purple crystal scorpion at any time. However, a purple light shot out from the fireball incredibly fast and instantly arrived in front of the head of the short-horned green snake. Before the monster could come to its senses, a purple light flashed on the body of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion, and the insect body suddenly grew more than 10 times larger. It had become so small before, just to stay in the spirit beast bag for a little more comfort, and now it suddenly grew larger, just to make it easier to eat. The next moment, a scorpion claw clamped the upper body of the short-horned green snake, and then sent it into the scorpion's mouth. No. Stop. Save it quickly. The short-horned green snake struggled frantically, and shouted for help. But with his strength, he could not shake the scorpion claws of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion, and the jade dragon and other monsters had no time to rescue him at this time. As soon as the word save fell, the two-tailed amethyst scorpion chewed the short-horned green snake's head in one bite, and his crazy twitching body immediately stopped moving. Afterwards, the two-tailed amethyst scorpion swallowed the short-horned green snake's body quickly into its stomach without wasting any of it, just like sucking noodles. As for why it wanted to deal with the short-horned green snake first, there was actually no special reason, just because its venom tasted good. Master Yu, please act quickly. This vicious insect has eaten the short-horned snake, and I'm afraid it will soon be able to perform that strange roar again. Although the short and fat demon cultivator was shocked by the death of the short-horned green snake, he was chosen by the Golden Dragon King to transport the spiritual stones of Billing Island, so he was naturally not an ordinary person. He calmed down and shouted in an instant. The Jade Dragon woke up immediately after hearing this and realized that he was the last hope. He immediately opened his mouth and spit out a stream of dragon flame composed of countless milky white jade pieces. It was seen that after these jade pieces hit the body of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion, although they still did not penetrate its shell, they did not bounce off like normal situations, but all stuck to the shell. Therefore, wherever the jade dragon flame passed, large pieces of white jade condensed and formed. Soon, half of the body of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion was sealed in the white jade. Obviously, in a little while, it would be completely sealed by the white jade. However, the magical power of the Jade Dragon reminded the two-tailed amethyst scorpion of some bad memories, which angered it again. The next moment, the eyes of the short and fat demon cultivator suddenly bulged out, and he felt that the two scorpion tails that could have been easily imprisoned had burst out with terrifying power. Before he could even hold on for a breath, the two golden rings completely shattered. Then, a thick purple mist spewed out from one of the scorpion tails. Chapter 799 Purple Girl and King Feng. The force of the scorpion's tail was so great that it pulled the purple mist into the shape of an arrow, making a rumbling sound of breaking through the air, and shot rapidly towards the short and fat demon cultivator. Not good. The short and fat demon cultivator did not dare to take it head on. His chest and abdomen bulged, and he made a toad-like sound like a thunder. Invisible sound waves gathered in front of him and shot out violently the next moment. Obviously, the short and fat demon cultivator intended to use his innate magical power to intercept the purple mist arrow. With a bang, the sound wave bullet accurately hit the purple mist arrow 10 feet away and immediately blew it away and turned it into a thin mist. Although this thin purple mist quickly drifted over a distance of 10 feet with the remaining momentum, the short and fat demon cultivator still breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no matter how powerful the scorpion venom of the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion is, it will not have much effect on him, who is also a highly poisonous demon, if it is diluted to this extent. That being said, we must not be too careless. We must get away from this place as soon as possible. With a thought, the short and fat demon cultivator wanted to perform the escape technique, but when he pinched the magic formula, the escape technique did not respond at all. Startled, he subconsciously looked at his hands. His eyes immediately widened, revealing an extremely horrified look. He saw that his hands had been twisted and deformed, turning into 2 lumps of purple mucus, but he did not feel any pain. Then, he found that his clothes were also covered with purple mucus. After a moment of unconsciousness, the short and fat demon cultivator suddenly woke up, and then immediately touched his head and face with his hands that were about to melt completely, and then he suddenly felt his head lighten. Just before the short and fat demon cultivator let out a shocking wail, the 2-tailed purple crystal scorpion smashed the white jade on his body with its scorpion tail, and then burst out its amazing escape speed again, and appeared in the lower abdomen of the lava giant turtle in an instant. The last spiritual perception made the giant lava turtle gather all its demonic power on the turtle shell on its lower abdomen. The fiercely rising red flames could melt even ordinary magic weapons, but it was completely unable to stop the attack of the 2-tailed purple crystal scorpion. A residual image flashed by, and the scorpion tail that had not spewed poison mist had pierced the lower abdomen of the giant lava turtle. With a rip sound, a flaming heart the size of a house was hooked out. The 2-tailed purple crystal scorpion immediately grabbed the demon heart and stuffed it into its mouth, like chewing an apple, but after chewing it twice, it snorted, "It's not delicious at all." Then, it directly abandoned the giant lava turtle that was falling from the sky and pounced on the jade dragon that had already fallen into a sluggish state with extreme ferocity. From the siege to now, in fact, only a very short time has passed. The 2 rounds of attacks they fought with all their strength were easily resolved by the fierce insect, and the fierce insect was able to kill one of their demons in one encounter. Yujiro even felt that the opponent was not fighting seriously at all, but was more like eating leisurely. Seeing the purple light flying towards her, Yujiro's foreclaws were cold, and she had no idea of resisting. She just closed her eyes and shouted in panic, "Don't eat me. I'm not delicious at all." After trembling and waiting for a while, the expected severe pain did not come, and Yujiro slowly opened her eyes. But it was only a gap, and she saw the 2-tailed purple crystal scorpion floating in front of her, with a pair of scorpion eyes staring at her. "Ah, it's over." Yujiro was startled, and quickly closed her eyes again. "Are you really not delicious? Obviously you are the most beautiful, so I deliberately saved you for the last." The childish voice came again. Although it was very inconsistent with the appearance of the 2-tailed purple crystal scorpion, it was indeed the voice of its telepathy. It didn't seem very smart. Yujiro's heart moved, and suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope. She immediately opened her eyes, showed her body in a somewhat comical way and said, "Really? Of course it's real. Look, I'm all jade, no meat at all." The body of the jade dragon was covered with thick jade scales, and it really looked like it was made of jade, but in fact, under the jade scales was the tender and juicy body of the dragon. In terms of taste, it definitely beats the other 4 monsters. So, the 2-tailed purple crystal scorpion's intuition about food was not wrong. "Oh really? You are really similar to that big turtle. You won't be delicious." After carefully looking at the jade dragon, the 2-tailed purple crystal scorpion bit its scorpion claws and drooled. Right. So, just let me go." The jade dragon almost cried with joy when he heard this, and he felt a fire light up in the darkness. "Oh, then I'll just kill you." Hey, the 2-tailed purple crystal scorpion shook his head with some regret, and then raised one of his scorpion claws. "Wait a minute. Why are you suddenly going to kill me?" Yujiro was now like a person who had just grabbed the edge of a cliff and suddenly had his hand stepped on. She was almost broken down. "The master said that all the monsters on the island are under my disposal. You are not tasty, so of course I have to kill you." The double-tailed purple crystal scorpion tilted its head and said as a matter of course. Yujiro's heart suddenly chilled after hearing this. Sure enough, even if the voice sounded childish, the other party's nature of a peerless vicious insect was still there. In front of it, I only have 2 ways to go, being eaten or being killed. Damn it, I will fight it. Yu Jiao suddenly felt extremely humiliated, and her ferocity came up, and she wanted to die quickly. But the next moment, the death of the short-horned green snake appeared in her mind, which quickly extinguished her ferocity. Zulong, I don't want to become a noodle. Yu Jiao roared in her heart, and tried her best to find a third way. At this moment, she seemed to be experiencing a revolving lantern. Her mind was clearer than ever, and she found a possible way out in a breath. Didn't you just say that I'm the most beautiful? If you kill me, I won't be beautiful anymore. Don't you think it's a pity? Yu Jiao had already discovered that the intelligence of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion was quite immature, so he immediately said in a coaxing tone, "Indeed, what should I do with you?" The two-tailed amethyst scorpion fell into doubt. After thinking for a while, it suddenly let out an "ah," and then its whole body was shining with purple light. When the purple light dissipated, the originally terrifying giant scorpion disappeared, and only a purple-clothed girl with a pair of pigtails was left. She flew to the top of Yu Jiao's nose, and looked into Yu Jiao's two huge dragon eyes with a pair of purple eyes and said, "I know how to deal with you. I want you to help me become more beautiful." What kind of brain circuit is this? Yu Jiao was a little confused. So, you quickly turn into a jade bracelet. Yu Jiao understood, but also became entangled. Which is more important, life or the face of the Jiao clan? While the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion was causing chaos in the demon clan's mining area, the cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance were also feeling uneasy. They had already received orders to hold on. The reputation of the Six Paths Supreme Saints made them dare not flee in the face of the enemy, but that was all. On the top of the spiritual peak, Tang Kun and other nascent soul cultivators looked extremely solemn. They heard the sound of fighting coming from the demon clan. It was obvious that the unfamiliar late nascent soul cultivator had already started. Brother, this person's aura has neither changed nor moved. What kind of means did he use to cause such chaos in the demon clan? The grey-robed old man said uneasy. How can we guess the means of the late-stage cultivators? We just need to protect the formation and delay for a while, and we will win. Tang Kun was also very nervous at this time, constantly guessing what means the other party would use to deal with them. Yes, the Jade Sea Waves formation is a water-wood dual row formation. With a large amount of water and wood spiritual energy, even a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage would have to work hard to break through it. We are in the formation, at least we don't have to worry about being attacked. Fairy Dong stared at the thick light shield above her head, and tried to comfort herself. That's not necessarily true. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from Fairy Dong's side. Everyone felt a chill in their tailbone when they heard it, and they all performed escape techniques, and retreated dozens of feet. Then, they looked at the source of the previous voice at the same time, and saw that Fairy Dong's dual cultivation partner was still standing there, looking at them with a sinister smile. How is it possible? Is Brother Pang a spy of that person? The grey-robed old man suddenly felt his mouth dry, and after attracting his gaze, he couldn't help but look at Fairy Dong on the side with caution. Impossible. This man is not my husband. After hundreds of years of living together, Fairy Dong is naturally very familiar with her husband. Just one expression is enough for her to make a judgment. At this time, Fairy Dong's face was extremely ugly. Without saying a word, she sacrificed her magic weapon and said angrily, "Who are you? Where did you take my husband? Haha, your husband is not a good guy. He goes to Piaxiang Tower every few years without telling you." The Pang monk standing on the top of the peak did not intend to hide it. He admitted that he was not the owner of the current body. Fairy Dong, calm down first. Although Brother Pang's cultivation is the weakest among us, he is also a Yuanying monk. Even if he is possessed by a yin object, the Yuanying can protect himself for a while. Tang Kun realized that the unknown enemy below had the intention of angering Fairy Dong, and hurriedly reminded her, "It's good to have confidence, but too much confidence will turn into arrogance. How do you know that I didn't swallow this guy's nascent soul?" The one who occupied the body of the cultivator surnamed Pang at this time was none other than King Feng, who was ordered to clean up the cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance. He was not like the ignorant two-tailed purple crystal scorpion, who liked to save the delicious food for the last, but preferred to eat from the most plump part. Therefore, he set his sights on Tang Kun and the other four from the beginning. Although the blue sea waves formation was powerful, its ability to forbid spiritual consciousness was average, which was equivalent to nothing for King Feng. He didn't use any means at all, and he easily sneaked into the formation and invaded the body of the cultivator surnamed Pang without anyone noticing. This person's nascent soul with shallow cultivation naturally couldn't resist the erosion of this king guy, the heavenly demon. When Tang Kun and the others were still worried about the situation on the demon side, he had already been completely swallowed by him. No matter what you are, I will drive you out of my husband's body. Although Fairy Dong also felt that Tang Kun's words made sense, she was too concerned and also relied on her cultivation. After a pause, she still pointed her sword at the flying sword and killed the Pang monk. Her flying sword seemed sharp, but it was just a false move. Under the cover of the sword energy, the woman flipped her palm and took out another copper net with electric light jumping. It was obvious that she was planning to use this treasure to capture the Pang monk alive. However, she forgot that the sword energy covered the breath of the electric net while covering the breath of the Pang monk. Be careful. Before Fairy Dong could sacrifice the brass electric net, Tang Kun's roar sounded behind her. It turned out that Tang Kun's angle was just right to bypass the sword energy in the sky and see the actions of the Pang monk. It was seen that this familiar fellow in the past did not care about the sword energy coming to him at all. After pinching his hands for a while, his face suddenly turned pale. Then, he raised his right arm and chopped it down fiercely. As his right arm shrank rapidly, a blood light with an astonishing aura shot out. At this time, Tang Kun knew that the ghost thing that occupied Brother Pang didn't care about the survival of this body, so he could use his life-threatening magic without hesitation. Unfortunately, although he had reminded him in time, the blood light's escape technique was too fast. In an instant, it broke through the sword energy and came to Fairy Dong. Blood demon slash. Fairy Dong obviously knew the power of the blood light. After screaming in fear, she used all her magic weapon to protect herself. However, the power of the blood light was so great that it cut her magic weapon in half. Just when it was about to tear open her protective spirit shield and split her whole body in two, the blood light suddenly exploded. The power of the blood light explosion made Fairy Dong feel stuffy in the chest and spit blood, but it was obviously much better than dying. Could it be that my husband's consciousness regained his body at that moment? Just as Fairy Dong was guessing, a cold he chuckle sounded in front of her. A green shadow was reflected in her eyes, and then her consciousness fell into darkness. In the eyes of Tang Kun and the grey-robed old man, it was the Pang monk who dragged his incomplete body injured by the sword energy and fled to Fairy Dong. Then, a green shadow flew out of his body and instantly sank into Fairy Dong's dantian. This senior brother, Fairy Dong, the grey-robed old man, had never seen such a strange thing, and he was so frightened that he couldn't even speak clearly. It's hopeless. This ghost thing can devour our nascent souls to obtain our memories and cultivation. We must not let it get close. Tang Kun's eyes condensed, and he had no intention of rescuing Fairy Dong. Instead, he retreated more than 100 feet and sacrificed a green treasure mirror. Haha, you are conceited again. I just don't want to waste the soul power that I have finally recovered, so I borrowed the magical power of that body. However, since there is so much food here, I don't have to be too frugal. Since I followed that adult, I have benefited a lot. You are scared, right? Although it was a female voice, it was still easy to tell from the tone that Fairy Dong's body had changed its owner. At this time, she was looking at the grey-robed old man holding the black gourd with a playful look on her face, and gently pointed a finger and said, "Then I will make you more scared." As soon as the voice fell, the invisible spell wave suddenly surged out. Chapter 800, Poison and Visitors. King Feng learned all the spells of Huarks and Sect from Luo Hong. Although these spells are not as powerful as the two innate spells of the extraterritorial demons, they are of many types and can be applied to any situation. Just like now, King Feng only consumed a small amount of spiritual consciousness and cast a terrifying spell on the grey-robed old man, which instantly magnified the fear in his heart dozens of times. As a result, the grey-robed old man groaned, and then blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His flesh was actually scared to death. Then, a grey shadow fled from the grey-robed old man's dantian in a panic, and went straight to Tang Kun, who was not far away. "Brother Tang, save me." Facing the grey-robed old man Yuan Ying's call for help, Tang Kun did not respond. He was in danger now, so how could he take care of others? What a terrible spell. It cut off the life of a Yuan Ying cultivator in an instant. What the hell is this? If I had known this, I would have offended the Six Paths Supreme Saint. It seems that the Chaos Stasi is about to change. Just as King Feng was enjoying his long-lost freedom, the girl transformed by the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion had escaped back to Luo Hong, and a dragon-shaped jade bracelet appeared on her white wrist. "Master, look, my new baby is beautiful, isn't it?" The purple-clothed girl showed off her wrist. "Can you transform into a human form?" There was nothing to worry about a level 9 jade dragon. Luo Hong was more interested in the changes of the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion. Because he forced the outer demon to control her original body during the flying purple striped scorpion period, the inherited memory obtained by the evolved double-tailed purple crystal scorpion was missing, so it could not master its own magical powers very well. But obviously, the consequences of this loss were not permanent, and she was in the process of slowly getting familiar with her own magical powers. I don't know why, but I feel more comfortable this way. The purple-clothed girl tilted her head and thought for a while, then expressed her current feelings, and then shook her own little hand and said, "But, it seems that my strength will be less. It's okay if I have less strength, just try to maintain my human form in the future." Although the human race is weak in the spirit world, it is one of the strongest races in the fairy world, which shows that the human body has many advantages, and the higher the realm, the more so. The transformation of the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion is undoubtedly a good thing. "Well, I'll listen to the master." The purple-clothed girl nodded with a smile. "Since you have cultivated into a human form, you should have your own name. It's better to be simple, and call you Luoz. I will call you RZ from now on. What do you think?" Luo Hong touched the little girl's head, and named the purple-clothed girl casually. Hanli immediately looked at Luo Hong in surprise. He was willing to give his surname to the other party, which undoubtedly represented that senior brother Luo valued this spiritual insect. Could it be that this insect has a lot of followers? Although the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion showed strong combat power, Hanli did not immediately associate it with the list of strange insects in the world. In addition, he also had a human-shaped puppet equivalent to the late nascent soul, so he did not pay much attention to her before. It was not until Luo Hong gave her a name that he realized that he had made a mistake and immediately re-examined her, as he likes it very much. "From now on, I will call her AZ." The purple-clothed girl was very happy. After dancing for a while, her eyes stopped on Bingfeng. After Bingfeng noticed it, she couldn't help but look over. She had some grudges against the demon race who were willing to be the spiritual beasts of the cultivators, so her eyes were not very friendly at the moment. When she saw AZ's saliva flowing from the corners of her mouth, her face turned even darker. "Ahem, AZ, go back to the spiritual beast bag to rest first. This sister is not an enemy." Luo Hong suddenly felt like taking care of a stupid child. "Is this sister also the master's spiritual beast?" AZ blinked her curious big eyes and asked ignorantly. "Of course not, the master, I don't like her." Luo Hong laughed and joked. "Then this sister is so beautiful for nothing, so pitiful." RZ looked at Bingfeng with pity, shook her head, and turned into a purple light, and got into the spirit beast bag on Luo Hong's waist. "Dao Luo, you." Bingfeng was so angry that her face turned blue, and she didn't know who to scold first. "Ahem, Dao Feng, children should not be restrained in their words. Children should not be restrained in their words. You won't argue with a child, right?" Luo Hong coughed awkwardly. "She is a child? This guy has lived longer than me." Bingfeng was immediately depressed. She had personally experienced how powerful RZ's innate magical power was. The world has its own rules. The more powerful the existence, the slower it grows. Bingfeng will not be fooled by RZ's appearance. RZ's previous situation was special. In fact, she was only born 30 years ago. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is a child. Luo Hong said this truthfully, but Han Lao Mo and Bingfeng thought he was forcing himself to protect him. "Brother Luo, it's not wise to spoil a child." Harley smiled and deliberately emphasized the word child and teased. Luo Hong rolled his eyes when he heard this, thinking that since your spirit beast has such a great potential, you have to spoil it like me. Pamper it. From the current point of view, Arzee's most powerful magical power should be the strange raw that can stagnate the true essence. If a being with the same cultivation as her encounters this trick, he can only suffer in regret. But Luo Hong saw it more clearly. Compared with the strange raw, Arzee's poisonous fog is more terrifying, but it has not grown up yet. According to his observation, Arzee's current life poison has produced a great difference compared to before the evolution. No matter how strong the scorpion venom was before, it was still within the scope of normal poisons. It could only destroy blood and flesh, and take away vitality. It only had a little erosion effect on lifeless soil and rocks. But now her scorpion venom has gone beyond the scope of ordinary poisons, and has become a physical poison. Any object contaminated by this poison will be corroded to the most fundamental level, so that the material structure will be completely changed, and gradually become the poison itself. In other words, if Luo Hong had not ordered AZ to take back the poisonous fog, the entire Billing Island would slowly turn into a poisonous island. This poison is so terrible that, if no one takes care of it, it can corrode the entire interface and form a catastrophe in the laws of heaven. And this is only the initial form of AZ's poisonous magical power. As her cultivation level improves, many new mysteries will surely be born. If one day, this poison can cause all contaminated substances to undergo fission, it will be truly invincible. Of course, even now, it has a high research value for Luo Hong. The research on the spiritual rise in the core, which had been stagnant before, finally ushered in a ray of light. Just as he was imagining the future, the sudden appearance of two breaths brought Luo Hong back to the present. He saw two escape lights flying from the mining area belonging to Xingang. After a dozen breaths, they escaped to Luo Hong and the other two. Brother Luo, Brother Han, Fairy Feng. After Lu Zhengai appeared, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Haha, Brother Lu appeared on Billing Island. I guess your palace specially arranged for you to contact me. You are really thoughtful. Luo Hong was not surprised by Lu Zhengai's appearance. He would feel more at ease if he was in charge of Billing Island. This is what I should do. After all, with Brother Luo's current cultivation, he deserves such attention, no matter where he goes. If nothing unexpected happens, Billing Island will be under the charge of Lu from now on. I wonder if Brother Luo has anything to say. Although his cultivation was much lower, Lu Zhengai was neither humble nor arrogant, and did not lose the face of crossing palace. Luo doesn't have too many rules here. As long as the Star Palace monks don't approach the place where Luo and others are meditating in the future, all affairs on the island can be decided by Brother Lu. However, we may need some trivial matters from your disciples, and we need to ask them to do one or two things on our behalf. Of course, we will also give you the corresponding spiritual stones and elixirs, and we won't let your disciples work in vain. The probability of the high-level spiritual mines on Billing Island producing top-grade spiritual stones is not high. Just one or two pieces are not enough to move Luo Hong. What he values most is the spiritual environment of this island, so he doesn't have any special requirements. These are the most basic. Brother Luo, just leave it to me. Hearing such simple conditions, Lu Zhengai couldn't help but be happy and promised immediately. Du Changkong, who was floating beside him, didn't say a word throughout the whole process. In front of Luo Hong's methods, his original dissatisfaction was a joke. If he didn't want to be polite, he wouldn't appear here. After all, he was the last Star Palace elder in charge of Billing Island. This man easily wiped out the forces of the Demon Clan and the Anti-Star Alliance on the island with only two subordinates. The vision and judgment of the two saints are indeed beyond the reach of this old man. When he was autistic, Luo Hong and Han Lao had actually recognized this old man and remembered some old grudges. However, it was another Star Palace elder who caused them trouble at that time, and given the overall situation at the moment, the two pretended not to recognize this man. Just as Lu Zhengai was about to discuss some details, a familiar breath suddenly broke into Luo Hong's spiritual sense range, causing him to look at Han Lao. What's wrong, Brother Luo? Han Li was immediately puzzled. Brother Han, your opportunity has come. Luo Hong chuckled and turned to look northwest. My opportunity? Han Li was even more puzzled. His spiritual sense immediately probed in the direction Luo Hong was looking, and soon he sensed a strong breath. Level 10 demon beast. Hanli exclaimed immediately. It's the Golden Dragon King. In that case, I will lend a helping hand to you and solve the material problem of the Danling route. After saying that, Luo Hong turned into a blue light and flew out, not giving Han Lao Mo any chance to refuse. Are you kidding? If he doesn't grab the monsters this time, wouldn't all the previous talk be a waste? At the same time, on the sea 3,000 miles away, a majestic man in a golden robe was flying rapidly with 2 other transformed demon cultivators. The human cultivators are so bold that they dared to attack our demons in the open sea. It seems that the battle on Kyoan Island didn't hurt them enough. Seeing that Billing Island was approaching, a tall demon cultivator in a black robe and a green face on the left hand side of the golden robed man said with a fierce look on his face. Humph, people die for money and birds die for food. The spirit stone mines on Billing Island are so tempting. It is understandable that those human cultivators do not follow the rules. Another thin demon cultivator in a silver crown and green robe sneered, not surprised or angry about what happened today. I heard that the Human Crossing Palace and the Nixing Alliance have started a war again. Brother Jin, be careful not to fall into the human race's evil plan. What do you mean, Brother Feng? Didn't Elder Yu report that the invader is most likely a newly promoted late-stage cultivator of the Crossing Palace? The black-robed man's eyes flashed with suspicion, and he said in confusion. Brother Gui, you think too simply. We can never be too careful about the cunning of the human race. After all, according to common sense, Xingang and Nixing League are fighting for the inner sea. At this time, even if Xingang has a new late-stage master, he should be involved in the war against Nixing League, instead of running to the outer sea and offending our demon race. The location of Billing Island is destined to make Xingang unable to defend the island, after angering our demon race. Therefore, forcibly occupying Billing Island is beneficial to Xingang, but it is also harmful. It is undoubtedly a bad move. The Silver Crown Demon Cultivator seemed to understand human cultivators very well, which was not common among demon cultivators. Oh, then Brother Zhao Feng, it seems that there is something strange about this matter. At this time, the man in the golden robe suddenly spoke. Brother Jin, I think you must have noticed it. I think this is a human cultivator's plan to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. The late nascent soul cultivator who attacked Billing Island is probably not from Xingang, but one of the 2 from the Nixing Alliance. After all, if we sacrifice some low-level cultivators on the island, we can make the demon race go to war against Xingang, and the Nixing Alliance can reap the benefits. The Silver Crown Demon Cultivator analyzed very methodically. Humph, no matter which side the cultivator comes from, as long as they are human, if they dare to provoke our demon race, they will die. The black-robed man didn't have too complicated thoughts. He just wanted to help the golden-robed man kill the human cultivator in the open sea. Well said, there's no need to worry about so much. Since you're here, leave it to me in the open sea. The golden-robed man curled his lips, revealing a ferocious smile, and said fiercely, if you want me to stay in the outer sea, you don't have to make such an effort. I won't leave within 100 years. A sudden voice came from the front, which immediately startled the 3 demons in the golden robe. They looked towards the source of the voice, and saw a lone figure hanging in the air hundreds of feet away. Are you the late cultivator who attacked Billing Island? Interesting, you dare to deal with me alone. The golden robed man narrowed his eyes, and did not feel daunted, because he failed to detect the breath of the strange figure in advance. He had also seen the human cultivator's breath retaining magical power many times, and it did not add any bonus to the combat power. Huh. Why does this person look familiar? The silver-crowned demon cultivator who saw the person clearly exclaimed, thinking that he had seen him before. Fellow Daoist Feng is really a noble man who forgets things easily. Luo has always been impressed by fellow Daoist Feng. It turned out that this silver-crowned demon cultivator was the 9th level wind-breaking beast that chased him and Han Lao Mo back then. Luo Hong was also quite familiar with the other black-robed man, who was the tortoise demon with an immortal body. Seeing that he was always by the side of the Golden Dragon King, it was obvious that he was also a very respected existence in the Dragon Clan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.